share time to help others. We share efforts to lift a burden. We share our lives to see more smiles. It's our value for shared responsibility. It's our care and empathy for our fellow citizens. It's our loving and deep concern. In the Philippines, we simply call it malasakit. And we believe that malasakit is at the very core as we envision a people-centered and efficient governance through strengthening public sector productivity. Let us briefly show you how we're doing it through our shared lives, our shared goals, and our shared progress. Shared lives. In Asia, the public sector remains to be the primary provider of key services and infrastructure like water, electricity, transportation, healthcare, education, and a whole lot more. Basically, everything we ever need to live. Thus, when we improve public sector productivity, we make our shared lives better. In 2015, APO designated the Philippines as the Center of Excellence on Public Sector Productivity. However, this does not end with just a recognition. As the country's national productivity organization, the Development Academy of the Philippines is also tasked to assist APO for promoting PSP in the Asia-Pacific region, help address critical issues on public sector performance, facilitate research, training, and knowledge sharing, and serve as a center of collaboration among the APO's member countries. With DAP's experience and its numerous partners here and abroad, we're positive that a bright future lies ahead. Shared goals. But how exactly are we going to achieve our shared goals? There is definitely more than just a one-way route. We are looking at an integrated and holistic approach to productivity enhancement. DAP, as the Center of Excellence on Public Sector Productivity, works strategically within its 4 pillars for PSP. The Knowledge Bank, which is an online repository of materials and references on public sector productivity. Capacity development, or the advancing of important trainings to develop skill and competencies on productivity methods. Innovation Laboratory, where we provide a venue to stimulate thinking for public sector productivity issues. Lastly, research. We acknowledge the need to study and assess emerging trends, policies, and technologies about productivity. Shared progress. We begin progress by collaboration. It is never a one-man task. It is always shared. As the COE-PSP, we want different stakeholders to come together in pursuit of our shared goals. National productivity organizations, APO member countries, experts, service providers, the academe, and various international organizations linking and working hand in hand to attain better quality governance and enrich productivity in the public sector. So, we invite you to take your share. Imagine with us a country, a world, where the public sector serves with heart, integrity, excellence, and continuous progress. Where citizens are satisfied, there is greater public trust, better national competitiveness, and an improved quality of life for all. This is the Center of Excellence on Public Sector Productivity. Continuous improvement for a better quality of life.
Hello, good morning. All right, so good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2022 Conference on Public Sector Productivity. My name is Alvin Bilog, and I will be your host for today's event. Right? So we would like to recognize the representatives from various public sector organizations who are here with us right now at our venue, and also to our viewers who are watching our live stream on YouTube and on Facebook. Once again, good morning and welcome to the 2022 Conference on Public Sector Productivity. Before we begin the program, may we request for everyone to please rise for the Philippine National Anthem, followed by the invocation. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اجمع شامل المسلمين وكريستيان والأمة في مدينة دباو وسلم دائما مجتمعنا هذا بالسلم والأمن والتقدم في بلدنا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended you, when we forget to acknowledge your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters, and for moments we fail to be good stewards of the blessings you have given us. Continue to guide and protect each one of us, Lord, that we may always walk in the light of your everlasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we may in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
Manama, mawantog ka. Warag po ko iling ko'y ko. O Diyos, kahibulungan ka. Busa ikaw lang ang simbahon ko. Busa ikaw lang ang alagaran ko.
Okay. You may now take your seats. Okay. Once again, good morning and welcome to the 2022 Conference on Public Sector Productivity. The seminar conference is organized by the Development Academy of the Philippines in collaboration with the Asian Productivity Organization, a key partner in uplifting the Asia-Pacific region through various activities and events such as this one. This year's seminar conference have two parts. No? The morning sessions will focus on the local context of factors affecting Philippine public sector productivity. And then the afternoon sessions will give a global perspective on this theme. Now, to officially welcome us all to the seminar conference through a recorded video, please give a warm round of applause to the President and CEO of the Development Academy of the Philippines, Attorney Engelbert C. Caronan, Jr.
To our resource persons, Secretary Renato Solidum of the Department of Science and Technology, and Secretary Ivan John Enrile Uy of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, our keynote speaker, Chairperson Carlo Alexei Nograles of the Civil Service Commission, our participants, and to all those watching online, a pleasant morning to everyone. In the 2022 annual conference of the OECD Global Forum on Productivity, experts around the world shared that economic restructuring and resource allocation has become a common theme, whether it is about digitalization, pandemic recovery, climate mitigation, and global supply chain disruption. These key issues have raised concerns about productivity and the public sector's role in responding to major geopolitical, technological, economic, and social upheavals and developments. This is why I'm excited to welcome you all to this seminar on public sector productivity. The Philippines, like many other countries, is still transitioning to a post-COVID-19 world. While cases have been steadily decreasing globally, vaccination rates are still low in low-income areas, and the possibility of a more virulent variants is still threaten the full resumption of daily life. At the same time, climate change is already disrupting life and is likely to worsen without action. All these are happening in a socio-political environment where disinformation, inefficiency, and corruption have fueled distrusts and eroded trust in public sector. These interlocking driving forces present challenges to the public sector to redesign its services and operations and maximize available and emerging tools and channels for transparency and public participation. At the same time, we must apply big picture thinking in order to create resilient and sustainable development, as well as take concerted action to combat climate change and avert its worst impacts. Today, we are fortunate to have experts, including our department secretaries and their representatives, share their expertise on these matters. I also urge everyone to take the opportunity to learn from our international experts who will detail the global context of some of the most pressing issues our region faces today. I also challenge you to ask questions, raise important points, and share ideas for our path forward. It is a great privilege for the DAP to host this conference. The DAP has always made it a mission to spark conversations in the hope that this will lead to innovation and transformation. We have also been fortunate to have a broad network locally and internationally that shares our goal of developing a productive and responsive public sector. May these sessions therefore give us a shared understanding of what challenges lie ahead and how the Philippines can respond both as an individual country and as a member of a larger global community. We also hope that you will be able to kickstart important conversations with each other and among your counterparts from other APO member economies. We wish you all well throughout your participation in the sessions, and we look forward to the insights and ideas that you will share. Again, a pleasant morning to you all, and welcome to this seminar conference.
All right. Thank you very much, President Caronan, for that message. And now, to formally introduce our keynote speaker, please give a warm round of applause to the Development Academy of the Philippines Senior Vice President for Programs, Ms. Magdalena L. Mendoza.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Today, we are honored to have as keynote speaker the chairperson of the Civil Service Commission, Attorney Carlo Alexei Nograles. As you know very well, before his appointment to the Civil Service Commission, Chairperson Nograles was the Cabinet Secretary from 2018 to 2022. And during this time, he served as the acting presidential spokesperson and co-chairperson and spokesperson of the Interagency Task Force on Emerging Infectious Diseases and the chairperson of the Task Force on Zero Hunger, among others. Of course, we know him as Cabinet Secretary, and during the time, he served as close advisor to the President and ensured close coordination among the different agencies of government. He was also instrumental in the crafting of our country's first ever national food policy to end hunger and malnutrition in the country. Our speaker served as three-term congressman of the 1st District of Davao City. And while he was in Congress, he served also as chair of the House Committee on Appropriations, which you know very well approves the national budget for the annual expenses of the government. He is a very distinguished person, a recipient of numerous prestigious awards, being an outstanding congressman and an awardee for excellence in public service. And more recently, he was conferred with one of the highest civilian orders of the Philippines, the Order of Lacandula, with the rank of a Grand Cross or Bayani. Our speaker is a lawyer by profession, a graduate of the Philippine Science High School, and also holding a degree in Bachelor of Science in Management Engineering from the Ateneo de Manila University and a Juris Doctor from the Ateneo de Manila Law School. As chairperson of the Civil Service Commission, Chair Nograles is dedicated to leading the Civil Service Commission towards becoming a globally recognized center of excellence in strategic human resource and organizational development. And he also envisions a civil service that is future-ready and people-centric, ready and able to provide the public with vital services no matter the circumstance. Accordingly, he aims to transform the way we approach professionalizing civil servants by leveraging digital tools for learning and development and institutionalizing proactive programs to educate, equip, and empower the Philippine civil servants so that public service becomes a truly rewarding calling in terms of lifelong learning, career advancement, and societal contributions to live to the true, or rather to live true to the mantra of the CSC's Gawing Lingkod Bayani, ang bawat kawani. Let us all give a warm round of applause to Chairperson Carlo Alexi Bendigo Nograles, the Chairperson of the Civil Service Commission.
Department of Science and Technology Secretary Dr. Renato Solidum, Department of Information and Communications Technology Secretary Ivan John E. Uy, Development Academy of the Philippines President and CEO Attorney Engelbert C. Caronan, Jr., MNSA, DAP Senior Vice President for Programs Magdalena L. Mendoza, participants of today's seminar on Philippine Public Sector Productivity, fellow Lingkod Bayan. A pleasant morning to all of you. Maayong aga kaninyong tanan. I would like to acknowledge the efforts of the DAP for holding this hybrid learning and development initiative entitled Creating an Agile and Productive Public Sector in the New Era of Governance. Our theme highlights the need to develop new and emerging skills to support and sustain the competencies and capabilities of civil servants to keep up with the shifts and transformations brought about by ever-evolving times. A study published by the HR research company Forbes, The Impact of the Coronavirus on HR and the New Normal of Work, credited the COVID-19 pandemic as the accelerator of one of the greatest workplace transformations of our lifetime. And I quote, "Fundamentally, a seismic shift happened on how we live and do business, and it accelerated the fourth industrial revolution, or FIRE, fueled by smart technologies such as artificial intelligence and mobile supercomputing. FaceTime will no longer be the measure of worker productivity. Instead, we will finally focus on results." End of quote. The survey explored how technological and social trends are transforming the workplace, how society's expectations of organizations are changing, and how HR as a function can become better with digital transformation. HR was given the chance to strengthen its role and to contribute in ways that will be more effective and more valued than ever before. Instead of seeing the glass as half empty, organizations, which include our government offices, are allowed to implement changes with HR at the forefront. HR is tasked to develop strategic systems to attract and retain geographically and ethnically diverse talent for competitive advantage and to utilize technology to improve on the delivery of services. That said, allow me to underscore the discourse on these workplace transformations and relate them to the seminar theme as well as the CSC's programs on human resource management and organization development. The CSC implements the program to institutionalize merit and excellence in human resource management, or what we like to call Prime HRM. We aim to elevate public sector human resource management to a level of excellence through the assessment, assistance, and awarding processes of HRM systems, practices, and competencies using HRM maturity level indicators that are at par with the global standards. This program is also a strategic initiative to push for digitalization, as it is designed to phase out paper pushing and manual processes so that HR in public organizations can focus on developmental initiatives. It underscores that going digital entails changing tactical and operational HR processes to become automated, data-driven, and adaptive to social, mobile analytics, and cloud technologies to make HR processes even more efficient. Having a strategic HR system affords people with the flexibility to deal with changes, whether gradual or abrupt. And strategic HR starts with recruitment based on competency. And to make sure that personnel with exceptional capacity and competencies are welcome and stay within the public service, the CSC ensures that merit and fitness will remain primordial in the selection of our human capital in the public sector. And in line with this, we have also institutionalized a competency-based recruitment program. The CSC has also mapped the competencies across positions in the Philippine civil service, and we encourage public organizations to use them to find stronger hires and make more informed choices. This competency-based recruitment is already integrated into hiring, leadership, performance management, and so much more. Moreover, we also put a premium on learning and development, or L&D, under the Prime HRM. In this digital era, gone are the days of traditional learning, and so we advocate for inclusive learning by cultivating and embracing diversity, upholding equity, and fostering belongingness. We expand our L&D by ensuring that learning gaps are met and fulfilled regardless of diverse backgrounds. Let me also say that it is imperative to have that shift on how we perceive learning and development to really usher an agile and productive public sector. One positive outcome of the prohibition on mass gatherings is a surge of free webinars and online courses that anyone can take. With the growing shift to e-learning, we should explore new ways or tools to acquire new knowledge and skills. Ultimately, the goal of these L&Ds is to help shape a future-ready human capital that is involved, engaged, socially responsible, performance-oriented, assertive, and innovative. We develop the talents of the future that can handle adversities and adapt and adjust to the new era of governance. And key to this is strengthening competencies for innovation, futures thinking, and strategic foresight via anticipatory planning, risk management, and emergency response. Now, going back to the Forbes report, it also said that, and I quote, "Organizations that focus on the future of work are consumed by the impending disruption of jobs, automation, and changing workforce demographics." All of these are important, but we also need to make worker well-being a priority to Today, more than ever, the future of work is the future of worker well-being. End of quote. We know very well that the pandemic presented performance management challenges given the new work arrangements during the implementation of varying quarantine classifications and lockdowns all over the world. We acknowledge that work target and outputs had to be recalibrated, therefore affecting performance appraisal systems. Thus, the CSC allowed agencies to draw up their recalibrated parameters and performance standards in response to these prevailing conditions. This was done because we consider the realities of our human resource and we recognize that the heart of our organizations are our employees. Future readiness includes workers' well-being, and not prioritizing people's safety and well-being will really come at a high cost for organizations. Thus, I have included as a priority during my tenure in the CSC to change how we care for our human capital in the public sector. I commit to transforming the way we approach professionalizing government service. That is, not just through reactive, punitive actions for accountability, but through institutionalized, proactive programs. I want transformation by means of educating, equipping, upskilling, and empowering our 1.8 million workers in government. I want future civil servants to see public service as a truly rewarding calling in terms of lifelong learning, career advancement, and societal contributions without sacrificing care for families and, of course, one's mental and physical health. Let me conclude by saying that for me, when we say agile and productive public sector, it must be synonymous to a future-proof human capital and workplaces. That public sector should have adapted well to the digital transformations as technology has woven itself into the fabric of work, society, and even life. And I believe that the more successfully we develop digital competence, the faster we attain improved productivity and performance. The CSC recognizes that government workers with weak foundational digital literacy skills are vulnerable to the acceleration of technology. At this phase of transitioning to automation, use of data analytics, and higher intensity of non-routine and developmental and cognitive tasks, we intend to come up with competence development or the retraining of government workers to learn and use the appropriate technologies. To the organizers, speakers, and participants of this seminar on creating an agile and productive public sector in the new era of governance, let us be partners in encouraging government agencies and the public sector workforce to embrace digital transformation brought about by FIRE. The future belongs to the most agile organizations which are willing to accelerate and embrace new possibilities presented by technology and paradigm shifts. On behalf of the Civil Service Commission, allow me to congratulate the officials and members of DICT for this L&D initiative. Thank you to our participants for your eagerness to learn and know the new era of governance by attending this activity. I hope that you would put all your learnings to good use by being of service to our fellow kababayans. Daghang salamat kaninyong tanan, mabuhay kayo, at mabuhay ang serbisyo publiko.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Nograles, for shedding light on the future of public servants, no, especially after this time after the pandemic. Now, Chairperson Nograles, you truly are an inspiration to all of us. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to pause for a 15-minute break. To our online participants, we will be back in a few minutes. To our face-to-face participants, please remain in your seats for the instructions as we are about to take a group photo. We would like to ask the Senior Vice President for Programs, Ms. enjoyed their snacks. Okay, we are now ready to move on to the first presentation of our morning session. No? So, with innovation as the way to move forward, our first presentation will show us how we can improve service delivery and policy making as we embrace new technologies, ideas, and paradigms. To tell us more about this through a recorded video is the Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Renato Solidum Jr.
Fellow public servants, I am pleased to present to you the initiatives of the Department of Science and Technology in applying advancement in science and technology for public sector innovation and service delivery improvements. I hope that the Fellow public servants, I am pleased to present to you the initiatives of the Department of Science and Technology in applying advancement in science and technology for public sector innovation and service delivery improvements. I hope that the information I will share with you will inspire you to level up service delivery for the benefit of the Filipino people. I will give you an overview of DOST directions for 2023 to 2028, the science, technology, and innovation for productivity improvement, and STI for public service delivery. Let me share with you the significance of the department's role as a government agency in national development. The importance of science and technology for national development and progress is embedded in the Constitution as highlighted in Section 10, Article 14. President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., during the 8th Annual Balik Scientist Program Convention held on October 14, 2022, also vowed to use science and technology as an instrument of progress and prosperity, especially at a time when the world is becoming more technology dependent. Towards this end, the DOST is pursuing various programs and projects aligned with the President's socio-economic agenda and consistent with its mandate to provide central direction, leadership, and coordination of all scientific and technological efforts and ensure that the results therefrom are geared and utilized in areas of maximum economic and social benefits for the people. The mission of the Department of Science and Technology is to direct, lead, and coordinate the country's scientific and technological efforts geared toward maximum economic and social benefits for the people. Within the bounds of its mandate, the DOST envisions becoming an instrument in providing world-class solutions that empower Filipinos to attain higher productivity and better quality of life. The Department of Science and Technology is composed of 18 attached agencies, 16 regional offices, and 8 provincial science and technology offices. There are 3 sectoral planning councils that provide policy directions and funding for research and development on agriculture, aquatic and natural resources, on health, and industry, energy, and emerging technologies. There are 7 research and development institutes focused on special research and development, on advanced science, on food and nutrition, on forest products, on industrial technology development, on metals industry, on nuclear research and textile research. We have 2 collegial bodies, the National Research Councils of the Philippines and the National Academy of Science and Technology, which provide direction in terms of science, technology, and innovation. We also have 6 scientific and technical service institutes involved in disaster monitoring and risk reduction, on education, and on science advocacy. And lastly, the commercialization of technologies. With the onset of the new administration, the DOST adheres to refocus its major programs in support of the socio-economic agenda of the President, through the use of science, technology, and innovation. Align the available resources towards a more equitable operation at the national, regional, and provincial levels for wealth creation, generation, promotion of human well-being, wealth protection, and sustainability. Through partnerships with other government agencies, private organizations, and the academe, the DOST will continue to create solutions that are relevant and innovative, and we fill the gaps of all sectors and communities to achieve inclusive development. We at DOST believe in the fundamental importance of advancing science, technology, and innovation in the existing programs, products, and services offered that may result in the improvement of productivity in the public sector. The following are the salient science, technology, and innovation initiatives for productivity improvement. The Small Enterprise Technology of Servants. I am pleased to present of water utilities and water metering regulatory agencies of the government to harmonize their verification
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're just having some technical difficulties at the moment. Please bear with us. We'll get back to you in a moment. Okay, for the our participants who are here with us right now, if you haven't taken your snacks yet, you may proceed to the refreshment and snacks table. Right. Thank you. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, apologies for the technical difficulty that we've encountered. We are now going to play again the recorded video of Secretary Solido. Again, thank you for your patience.
Fellow public servants, I am pleased to present to you the initiatives of the Department of Science and Technology in applying advancement in science and technology for public sector innovation and service delivery improvements. I hope that the information I will share with you will inspire you to level up service delivery for the benefit of the Filipino people. I will give you an overview of DOST directions for 2023 to 2028, the Science, Technology, and Innovation for Productivity Improvement, and STI for Public Service Delivery. Let me share with you the significance of the department's role as a government agency in national development. The importance of science and technology for national development and progress is embedded in the Constitution as highlighted in Section 10, Article 14. President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., during the 8th Annual Balik Scientist Program Convention held on October 14, 2022, also vowed to use science and technology as an instrument of progress and prosperity, especially at a time when the world is becoming more technology dependent. Towards this end, the DOST is pursuing various programs and projects aligned with the President's socio-economic agenda and consistent with its mandate to provide central direction, leadership, and coordination of all scientific and technological efforts and ensure that the results therefrom are geared and utilized in areas of maximum economic and social benefits for the people. The mission of the Department of Science and Technology is to direct, lead, and coordinate the country's scientific and technological efforts geared toward maximum economic and social benefits for the people. Within the bounds of its mandate, the DOST envisions becoming an instrument in providing world-class solutions that empower Filipinos to attain higher productivity and better quality of life. The Department of Science and Technology is composed of 18 attached agencies, 16 regional offices, and 8 provincial science and technology offices. There are 3 sectoral planning councils that provide policy directions and funding for research and development on agriculture, aquatic and natural resources, on health, and industry, energy, and emerging technologies. There are 7 research and development institutes focused on special research and development, on advanced science, on food and nutrition, on forest products, on industrial technology development, on metals industry, on nuclear research and textile research. We have 2 collegial bodies, the National Research Councils of the Philippines and the National Academy of Science and Technology, which provide direction in terms of science, technology, and innovation. We also have 6 scientific and technical service institutes involved in disaster monitoring and risk reduction, on education, and on science advocacy. And lastly, the commercialization of technologies. With the onset of the new administration, the DOST adheres to refocus its major programs in support of the socio-economic agenda of the President through the use of science, technology, and innovation, align the available resources towards a more equitable operation at the national, regional, and provincial levels for wealth creation, generation, promotion of human well-being, wealth protection, and sustainability. Through partnerships with other government agencies, private organizations, and the academe, the DOST will continue to create solutions that are relevant and innovative, and we fill the gaps of all sectors and communities to achieve inclusive development. We at DOST believe in the fundamental importance of advancing science, technology, and innovation in the existing programs, products, and services offered that may result in the improvement of productivity in the public sector. The following are the salient science, technology, and innovation initiatives for productivity improvement. the Small Enterprise Technology Upgrading Program, community empowerment through science and technology, the innovations for Filipinos working distantly from the Philippines, the Grassroots Innovation for Inclusive Development Program, the Innovation, Science and Technology for Accelerating Regional Technology-Based Development Program, Startup Grant Fund Program, the Technology Business Incubation Program, and the Technology Innovation and Commercialization. One of the efforts of the Department of Science and Technology and Productivity Improvement is the implementation of the Small Enterprise Technology Upgrading Program, or SETUP 4.0, as a primary means to reach out to Filipino entrepreneurs. This is DOST's way not only to support and sustain the growth of micro, small, and medium enterprises, but also to directly and immediately address the needs of local businesses for appropriate technologies. SETUP 4.0 is a nationwide strategy to encourage and assist MSMEs to adopt technological innovations to improve their operations and thus boost their productivity and competitiveness. It provides MSMEs with equipment and technical assistance to increase sales and production, streamline and improve overall company operations, upgrade the quality of products and services, conform to national and international standards of excellence, and be competitive in their respective fields. SETUP 4.0 supports MSMEs by providing seed fund for technology acquisition, needed equipment and equipment upgrading, technical training and consultancy services, packaging and label design, database information system, support for the establishment of product standards, including testing and calibration of equipment. Starting 2022, SETUP 4.0 also provides assistance to industry sectors aside from individual firms. To ensure inclusivity and effectiveness, the program intends to categorize the MSMEs in terms of their level of development and come up with the appropriate package of S&T interventions needed by them. Hence, it aims to transform these MSMEs into smart MSMEs through the sustainable economy, market competence, able human capital, responsive S&T support infrastructure, technology and innovation, enterprise support, and finally, resilience and continuity strategic themes, and infuse more resources and attention to industries. Another program for productivity improvement is the Community Empowerment through Science and Technology, or CEST, which is a strategy to improve the socioeconomic condition of municipalities, communities considered as poorest of the poor, through science and technology interventions. It is our way of making significant difference in the lives of Filipinos in the poorest communities of our country. The program is in response to the policy agenda to eradicate poverty in the countryside and enables more people to play an active role in the decisions that affect their communities. It is about building active and sustainable communities and changing structures to remove the barriers that prevent people from participating in the issues that affect their lives. In most cases, community empowerment-related activities are dedicated to poor, vulnerable communities in its quest to develop an empowered citizenry in an attempt to create vital, healthy economies. The CEST program aims to deliver sustainable development to various communities nationwide through the provision of S&T interventions along the 5 CEST entry points, namely health and nutrition, human resource development, economic development or livelihood, environmental protection and conservation, and disaster risk reduction and management, and climate change adaptation. As a response to the unprecedented challenges brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, in which overseas Filipino workers are inevitably affected, particularly displaced, the DOST has launched the Innovations for Filipinos Working Distantly from the Philippines, or the I-Forward Philippines program. The I-Forward Philippines program aims to provide support and opportunities for OFWs and their families to venture into the technology-based business through capacity building on core business development, technology pitching, technical consultancy, and innovation funding. The program was launched in May 2020 in partnership with the Office of the Presidential Advisor on OFWs, Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, and Entrepreneur Volunteers Foundation Incorporated. One of the timely community-based initiatives of the DOST is the combat against COVID-19 and the new normal that enables the marginalized communities to adapt to the current and upcoming changes posed by this pandemic, is the Grassroots Innovation for Inclusive Development or GRIND program. The program aims to empower grassroots innovators and marginalized communities by developing and strengthening its existing grassroots innovations. Grassroots innovations are innovative products, processes, or technology created by indigenous people due to necessity, hardship, or challenges, such as the foot-operated hand-washing kiosks, tents for disinfection, emergency food, immunity booster products, and affordable face masks. Through the expanding scope of the GRIND program and promotion of its network, numerous linkages and partnerships are maintained and established across the Davao region and cooperating regions. To provide a platform for the strategic alignment of the technology transfer programs and projects of DOST, engagement of researchers, scientists, and engineers, RECs, and conduct R&D activities needed for the creation and improvement of MSMEs, the department implements the Innovation, Science, and Technology for Accelerating Regional Technology-Based Development, or iStart program. The program provides assistance to local government units in crafting a technology-based development plan for agri-based, manufacturing, and service sectors, and to attract new technology-based investments in accordance with the validated plans in collaboration with LGUs. RSEs are deployed to LGUs to support technology-based investments and projects in the region. Through the program, DOST's contribution to local development are better appreciated. S&T-based governance at the local level are fostered. Be able to engage RSE and harness the capability of S&T scholars for local development. Relevant R&D outputs which can be upscaled nationwide by industries and other LGUs are generated, and resources from LGUs and other stakeholders on S&T-based initiatives are converged. DOST is one of the identified key government agencies tasked to support research and development activities of Filipino-owned startups and promote the startup ecosystem within the country under the Innovative Startup Act. Thus, the relaunching of a Startup Grant Fund program with the theme Jump-Starting the Economy in the New Normal, which provides funding mechanisms in R&D activities of eligible startups that are aimed at improving their core technology, enhancing the product's market potential, and refining their existing products, processes, or services. The program also helps them focus on providing solutions that are relevant to the needs of the people and reinvigorate the economy during the post-COVID-19 situation. Another effort in bringing STI for productivity improvement is the implementation of the Technology Business Incubation Program. The program assists aspiring technopreneurs and existing startups by providing them with office and co-working spaces, mentoring and training, marketing assistance and networking, intellectual property strategy and IP protection, and access to the university's network of alumni, innovation facilities, and business linkages, among others. DOST provides grants to fast-track the transfer and commercialization of viable locally developed innovations and technologies geared towards market readiness through the Technology Innovation and Commercialization, or TECNICOM. The program hopes to stimulate technological innovation, strengthen capacity in pursuing pre-commercialization activities, increase private sector adoption and commercialization of government-initiated research and development outputs, and maximize the benefits from government investments in R&D activities. We at DOST established facilities and laboratories to provide advanced science, technology, and innovation services for industries to become locally and globally competitive. The following are the salient STI initiatives for industry competitiveness. Advanced Manufacturing Center, or AMCEN, with 3D printers. Advanced Mechatronics, Robotics, and Industrial Automation Laboratory, or AMARIAL. Advanced Device and Materials Testing Laboratory or ADMATEL, Metals and Engineering Innovation Centers, MEICs, Gamma Irradiation Facility, Philippine Genome Centers, Philippine National Halal Laboratory and Science Center, Flow Measurement System Facility, Modular Multi-Industry Innovation Center for Yarn and Textile, and laboratory facilities for simulation packaging testing, green packaging, nutrigenomics, and rubber testing. To facilitate product innovation and development, where various 3D printing technologies are made available to greatly contribute to the country's goal of becoming globally competitive, DOST established the Advanced Manufacturing Center or AMCen, which is one of ASEAN's first government-led national hubs for advanced additive manufacturing. This will pave the way for our local industries and academia in accelerating their product and process development and boosting their research capabilities. Through the AMCen, 3D scan and the largest 3D printed statue of Dr. Jose Rizal was built and established at the DOST compound in Taguig City in Bicutan. The 3D monument was made in less than 2 months, showing AMCen's capability to produce world-class products in less time, as well as its ability to develop disaster-resilient materials and structures through the center's 3D printing technology. Another DOST initiative for industry competitiveness is the establishment of the Advanced Mechatronics, Robotics, and Industrial Automation Laboratory, or AMERIAL. It is the newest and modern facility that offers mechatronics, robotics, and industrial automation technologies. The facility serves as the central hub for collaborative innovation and training on other disruptive technologies such as mechatronics and robotics, thus aiding the transformation of the country's capacity to integrate with the Industrial Revolution 4.0 ready world economy. The AMERIAL was launched on June 16, 2021, in partnership with the Mechatronics and Robotics Society of the Philippines, which houses state-of-the-art equipment such as the Smart Factory Learning System, a 6-axis collaborative robot, and mechatronics training kit for pneumatics, programmable logic controllers, and human-machine interface. DOST finds solutions to prevalent manufacturing challenges while empowering local industries towards long-term competitiveness through the establishment of the Advanced Device and Materials Testing Laboratory, or ADMATEL, the first Philippine-owned laboratory for failure analysis and materials characterization. It is ISO accredited with Class 100K cleanroom laboratories and standard ESD safety compliance established to reinforce and upgrade the failure analysis and materials testing facilities of our local industries. The ADMATEL provides fast results for analysis at competitive prices and entices potential investors seeking a more conducive business environment. Our vision is to provide the highest quality, accuracy, and precision test services in failure analysis and materials characterization, and contribute to the advancement of science and technology in the country. To cater the peculiar metalworking needs of the regions, the DOST established the Metals and Engineering Innovation Centers, or MEICs, to enable the state universities and colleges to design and fabricate machineries and equipment, supporting the requirement of the agricultural and industrial companies in the regions. Faculty and students can use this to serve the industry needs. Each MEIC houses not only equipment and technology, but will be a center for research and development activities, as well as a hub where metalworking expertise will be optimized and shared to encourage continual innovation. To demonstrate radiation processing using gamma rays in industry and research sectors for a wide range of applications, DOST established the Gamma Irradiation Facility. It is used for the following applications: reduction of microbial load or decontamination of spices, herbal products, dehydrated vegetables, and cosmetic raw materials and accessories, sterilization of single-use disposable medical devices, sprout inhibition of onions, garlic, and potatoes, quarantine treatment of fruits and vegetables, and elimination of disease-causing microorganisms in food. to provide a nearer and easier access to genomics, omics services for researchers, institutions in the region, the DOST established the Philippine Genome Center Visayas Satellite Facility. It spearheads the utilization of genomics in fisheries and aquatic research in the Philippines and to support regional efforts in agricultural and medical research. The PGC Visayas is the forefront of COVID-19 response in the region, specifically on testing, training, support, and collaboration. The satellite facility is catering genome sequencing in response to COVID-19 surveillance in Visayas. On the other hand, the PGC Mindanao Satellite Facility, established in 2019, is an expansion of the PGC that focuses on the omics research and allows closer access to the laboratory facilities of the Mindanao-based researchers. The facility is located at the College of Science and Mathematics, UP Mindanao in Mintal, Davao City. The PGCs in the Visayas and Mindanao provide a full range of DNA sequencing and bioinformatics services aside from the first facility in Quezon City. To assist Philippine manufacturers to enter the huge halal global market through certification of halal products that are going out and coming in the country, the DOST established the Philippine National Halal Laboratory and Science Center. The Halal Center offers the following test analysis: fatty acids of animals and plants, DNA analysis of foods and other processed products, gelatin content of milk and other dairy products, genetically modified organisms testing, alcohol content of beverages and other related products, qualitative detection of haram in meat products, and detection of land in bakery products and edible oils. To encourage concessionaires of water utilities and water metering regulatory agencies of the government to harmonize their verification test procedures with the international standards, the DOST established the Flow Measurement System Facility. It is an 18 million facility acquired through strengthening the physical metrology capabilities of the National Metrology Laboratory Project of DOST. The facility operates the automatic flow meter calibration system, which is designed to calibrate flow meters with sizes ranging from DN25 to DN100. It has 2 test lines that can accommodate at most 2 units under test depending on the size and type of flow meter. Its operation will open opportunities for the National Metrological Laboratory to realize one of its commitments in legal metrology, which is to establish a metrological infrastructure for the testing of water meters in the country. Another effort of DOST for industry competitiveness is the establishment of the Modular Multi-Industry Innovation Center, MMIC, which aims to cater to the research and development needs of MSMEs and can be visited by the public for free. The facility is devoted for advanced scale-up research on food, dietary supplements, and personal care products using food and agricultural waste. The industries, academia, and other stakeholders may use the Center for Research and Development of new products, product equivalent, product variances, and product reintroduction. The Center's researches focus mainly on raw materials that are byproducts of waste of commercial operations, which could generate new innovative products on food ingredients, beauty, nutritional supplements, as well as on the development of improved and efficient processes. The 3 main processing lines of the MMIC are nut or seed oils, mixed powder blends, and liquids or emulsions. Industries can avail the use of MMIC facilities in different forms: use of facility or equipment units, technical service, technology transfer, and contract research. Some industries who are able to avail the services include the Mapagmahal Foods, High Last Marketing, Leslie's Pili, and Northern Foods Corporation, which provided the byproduct materials used in the processing of product prototypes. For textile industry competitiveness, the DOST established the Innovation Center for Yarn and Textile, ICYT, which converts natural and indigenous raw materials into blended spun yarns for the production of fabrics for diverse textile applications. These yarn blends are crafted with natural textile fibers of abaca, pineapple, banana, and bamboo, among others, and combined with cotton at a production capacity of 150 to 180 kilograms of yarns per day. The ICYT attracted the fashion industry and government institutions to tap the facility services for their textile requirements. Even if the ICYT is not configured to mass produce, it aims to support the local manufacturers to boost their global competitiveness using locally available raw materials. By far, the ICYT is the center of the natural textile fiber yarn spinning facility in the country. The facility enables the continuous manufacture of local textiles by makers and manufacturers in the Philippines to spur innovation and patronage of local products and services amidst the onslaught of foreign products. To provide advanced packaging services, the DOST established the Simulation Packaging Testing Laboratory, SPTL, and Green Packaging Laboratory, or GPL. The SPTL is the country's first packaging laboratory which stimulates stress conditions affecting products during transport. It was designed in developing packaging design based on international standards, performance evaluation, and in developing testing protocols for distribution packaging. On the other hand, the Green Packaging Laboratory is established to provide alternative packaging or packaging options to the consumers, and not in any way to discriminate against any type of packaging materials. The Green Packaging Laboratory envisions to do research on the following areas: processes that will reduce energy consumption and solid or liquid waste, materials reduction without compromising product quality and consumer safety, use of indigenous and renewable materials, circular recycling technologies, waste utilization, and waste disposal. Another initiative for industry competitiveness is the establishment of the Nutri-Genomics Laboratory, which provides genome-based nutrition counseling and laboratory services to Filipinos. Nutrition counseling is conducted by explaining the roles of genes in weight management, metabolism, and other nutrition-related health consequences. The facility is also used to identify and profile nutrition-related genes in the Filipino respondents of the Expanded National Nutrition Survey, or ENNS, correlate with some established indicators of health and disease, and develop a personalized recommender system of micronutrient diseases and non-communicable diseases. The laboratory is currently commissioning a next-generation sequencing, or NGS platform, fresh from its triumphs of obtaining the ISO accreditation. The sequencing workflow is expected to provide high throughput and more comprehensive examination of DNA samples. To meet the growing demands of the Philippine rubber industry, the DOST established and developed an efficient rubber testing facility. The testing facility assists the manufacturers in ensuring the quality and safety of rubber products used in infrastructure like bridges and buildings, making local rubber products compliant with the regulatory requirements and becoming more competitive in the local and international market. The availability of this testing facility cuts down the need to send samples to be tested abroad, which makes service delivery faster at a lower cost. We at DOST seek to leverage the breadth and depth of a country's S&T ecosystem by advancing science, technology, and innovation for public service delivery. To help MSMEs reach a wider market and in turn increase sales and further provide job opportunities, the DOST developed the One Store program. It is an e-commerce marketing platform which can be utilized by local businesses to widen their market reach and scale up their business opportunities online. It can help deliver economic growth and increase business opportunities and provides customers with an effortless shopping experience and retailers with simple and direct access to the largest customer base in the Philippines. OneStore.ph has 6 components, namely One Store Express, One Store Hub, One Store Kiosk, One Store City, One Store Global, and One Store Vending Machine. To provide customers with convenient and easy access to laboratory testing and calibration services, DOST implements the One-Stop Laboratory Services for Global Competitiveness, or One Lab. It allows seamless handling of samples from receiving, referral, transport, analysis to the prompt delivery of calibration and testing report as facilitated by the One Lab referral system wherever the customers are in the Philippines and other parts of the world. It consists of a network of laboratories aimed at ensuring availability and broadening public access to testing and calibration services at a single touchpoint through an IT-based platform. The project integrates 57 public and private laboratories, which include 16 regional standards and testing laboratories, 7 research and development institutes, and 26 local non-DOST laboratories and 8 international member laboratories. This extensive network has made inherently specialized tests and services to be more accessible to customers who have testing requirements for production registration and quality assurance, to name a few. DOST provides easy access to S&T expert services by launching an interactive web-based nationwide pool of S&T experts intended to provide technical advice and consultancy services to Filipinos, called One Expert. It is designed to improve access to experts and technologists, particularly by people living outside of the major urban centers where most research and technical institutions are located. The program aims to establish a nationwide network of S&T experts, significantly improve access to experts and technologies, encourage involvement of local scientists, researchers, engineers, inventors, and other technical people from both the public and private sectors in addressing science and technology problems of the country, encourage information and knowledge sharing among local scientists and researchers, and enhance the use of ICT in the delivery of government programs, projects, and services. In providing intellectual property services as part of the public sector delivery of DOST, the Intellectual Property Rights Assistance Program and Innovation Technology Support Office Program are being implemented. These were devised through Executive Order Number 128, creating DOST Technology Applications and Promotions Institute, as reinforced by Republic Act Number 7459, otherwise known as the Inventors and Invention Incentives Act of the Philippines. The assistance covers advisory, technical, and financial services in securing intellectual property or IP protection from the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, or ARPO field. The Intellectual Property Rights Assistance Program offers a holistic package of assistance for patent, utility model, industrial design, copyright, and trademark registration for private individual inventors, various private institutions, and researchers with privately funded R&D. While ITSO offers the holistic package of assistance for DOST research and development institutes, other public research and development institutes, private research and development institutes, and state universities and colleges, which acquired funding for its researchers from the DOST system. Our initiatives in providing services in disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation are anchored on the conviction that the dramatic growth of new scientific knowledge in both fields should lead us toward a more science-based, prevention-driven framework and approach. On disaster and climate resilience, aside from the traditional monitoring of weather and geophysical events, the DOST has been providing ICT tools and technologies for monitoring and risk assessment, which are readily available to the public and to the local government. One such effort is the GeoRisk Philippines initiative, which helps in assessing hazards of a place in less than 1 minute. We also launched the PlanSmart Ready to Rebuild web app to empower local government units to formulate their rehabilitation and recovery plan faster and improve decision-making and planning for pre- and post-disaster events. It is an automated planning tool envisioned to revolutionize the disaster risk reduction and management planning processes in the country by helping the government, especially the local government units, to more efficiently plan for disasters, work smarter, and rebuild forward faster. It leverages on the GRS Philippines integrated platform and the Ready to Rebuild program, auto-generating a rehabilitation and recovery plan through a pro forma rehabilitation and recovery plan document template. The Plan Smart Ready to Rebuild web app was launched last September 14, 2022. The launch of the Plan Smart app also signals the beginning of a series of training activities designed to enable LGUs, particularly data managers, DRM officers, planning officers, and other staff involved in disaster rehabilitation and recovery programs to learn how to use the app for the creation of their local rehabilitation and recovery plans. In its pilot run, the training program will build the capacities of more than 400 individuals from 137 local government units in the National Capital Region, Calabarzon, Bicol, Central Visayas, and Caraga regions. Also, we will continue the improvement of the weather, flood, and climate monitoring systems of PAGASA. The Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology will also conduct the geophysical monitoring of events like earthquake, volcanic eruptions, and tsunami, and would also improve the monitoring system. The pandemic further amplified internet connectivity challenges, especially in remote communities but are not served by commercial telecommunications companies. This provided an opportunity for DOST to explore low-cost and easy-to-deploy innovative solutions to address this challenge and be true to its commitment to continuously provide digital services in the country. Thus, the Resilient Education Information Infrastructure for the New Normal, or RAIN project, came about. One of the two components of RAIN is the local TE, which builds community-based cellular networks for internet access and enables local communities to both own and operate their own cellular systems. It is cost-effective because the cellular coverage is within the community, which translates to a reduced infrastructure and operating costs. It is also power efficient. It can run using solar power. It is appropriate since remote communities do not have a reliable power source. The second component is called rural casting, which utilizes data casting technology to deliver educational content for teachers and students. This digital TV technology has data casting capability that allows data to be sent on top of the audio and video information being broadcasted. With the same concept as the commercial set-top boxes, to receive digital channels, a set-top box was developed to receive educational resource materials. Another service of DOST is the development of an internet speed test tool for fixed and mobile devices. The NTC NetMesh project is a collaborative project between DOST ASTI and NTC called NTC Fixed and Mobile Benchmarking Systems. The project serves as a pilot implementation aimed to audit and assess the quality of service of local internet service providers in the Philippines by conducting benchmarking activities between the advertised speed and the actual internet speed. The first output is a broadband internet tool for fixed devices. This is intended to be used by NTC personnel in households where they will connect a laptop device with the installed software to the household's internet cable to verify if the customer is getting the bandwidth that they are subscribed to. A visualization tool is integrated to conveniently map out all data gathered from the tests conducted. For the network infrastructure for NetMesh, the test servers are integrated in the infrastructure of the Philippine Research, Education, and Government Information Network, or PREGENET. These are the network infrastructures currently maintained by DOST and provide the backbone to carry out our research activities nationwide. The PREGENET, which was earlier referenced, is the DOST's primary national research and educational network connecting various SUCs and private academic institutions nationwide. It is also connected globally to other research and educational networks. In terms of physical infrastructure, the National Research and Educational Network, or NRENs, are similar to commercial internet providers. It has a network backbone, last-mile connectivity, a network operations center, customers that are connected to the network, and connection to the rest of the world. But in terms of purpose for having the network, RENs are high performance, high bandwidth applications that support scientific breakthroughs in research, and they serve as testbeds for innovation. Another critical infrastructure that DOST operates is the Philippine Open Internet Exchange, or Philippine Open NICS, the first open and carrier-neutral internet exchange in the Philippines that allows the exchanges of internet traffic in a free market environment among local internet and data service providers. Through Philippine Open NICS, faster exchange of data traffic is enabled among government agencies and external stakeholders. Currently, there are 76 institutions comprising of government, telecommunications companies, ISPs, cable network operators, research institutions, SUCs, hospitals, TV networks, other service providers that are connected to the Philippines Open NICS. That ends my presentation. I hope that you are able to appreciate how science and technology contributes to productivity improvement and public service delivery. Always remember, there is one DOST for you in the service of the Filipino people. For any question, our very able Assistant Secretary for Administrative and Legal Service, Dr. Diana L. Ignacio, will be happy to respond to you. May you all have a productive day ahead. Maraming salamat and stay safe, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Secretary Solidum, for that very insightful presentation. Here at DAP, and of course our delegates right now look forward to a nation of innovators, working towards national progress. Now, to answer some of the questions that you might have about the presentation of Secretary Solidum, we would like to let us all welcome on stage the Assistant Secretary for Administrative and Legal Affairs of the Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Diana Ignacio. To our in-person participants, if you have any questions, kindly raise your hand, and then someone from our team will approach you to hand you over the mic. Okay, hello. Hi, good morning, Assistant Secretary Ignacio. It's a pleasure to have you here with us.
Hi, good morning. Thank you very much for having us sa DOST.
Excuse me here a little bit. Yan, para wala pong feedback.
I'm sorry the Secretary is not here today. He is having a project visit in the northern part of the Philippines. So, well, I will be here to answer as much as I can questions that you may have about the presentation.
All right. Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary Ignacio. Actually, during the presentation of Secretary Solidum, we have received a couple of questions already from our online viewers. And I guess it's good to start the Q&A portion with this question from Mr. Lito Pereira of NEDA. Okay, so the question is, how do you foster collaboration among stakeholders for the successful implementation of DOST programs focusing on innovation?
Okay. DOST has been collaborating really with all sectors of society. Our councils does that, the central office does that. We all need to collaborate because no single department can do this alone. As I was talking to my seatmate from the DICT, I was also encouraging them to collaborate with DOST so that we can do more. Many of the things that you have seen earlier is a collaboration effort with other government sectors, with the academe, and with the private sector. They are not all DOST projects that we have done single-handedly. So we have collaboration efforts with everyone. And we encourage that because the whole of government approach really would work in this instance. So I was also telling my seatmate that if there is any R&D that you would want to embark on, you can always collaborate with UST. You can submit project proposals, and we fund them. No? So, yun. And marami kaming suki sa ganyan, especially the state colleges and universities. And we hope to work also with the other departments who have not collaborated with us. But ang dami na naming ka-collaborate. So, thank you.
Thank you. That's nice to hear, Assistant Secretary Ignacio. Another question from coming from Facebook again, from Valen Juan from NWRB. Are there any programs or projects of the OST that will standardize the calibration of water meters, 6 inches and up diameter, that is being used by water service providers?
What was presented? Yes, I think so. DN 52100 was mentioned earlier. And we have that system at the DOST's National Metrology Laboratory. So yes, we calibrate them. Just bring your sample or the gadget to the DOST's National Metrology Laboratory, and we can do the calibration of flow meters, yes.
Okay. All right. Do we have questions from our in-person participants? Okay. Assistant Secretary, another question from Ken Cruz. From this one is he's from DTI. How do we see innovation in the areas of trade and industry development moving forward? So very broad question.
Yes, oo nga. But as you also can have seen in the presentation, many of the things we do helps trade and industry. We have the Technicom, we have the setup projects. This helps, no, trade and industry. We help the MSMEs in their businesses, from product development to product improvement to building their competencies, through getting an LTO, a license to operate, through getting a GMP, parang ganon, no? So we really help them so that they can upgrade their products, they can export them, among others. And of course, we have the one store, as mentioned earlier. So if they have their products for commercialization, they can always use the one store platform to market their products. Yeah, those are only few of the many things that we do for trade and industry. Yeah.
Okay, great to hear, Assistant Secretary Ignacio. Okay, at this point, we have another question coming from Florida Santos of the Municipal Government of Angono Rizal. Her question is, while most of the time we're talking about the positive side of technological advances, we would also like to know what are the dangers of these advances and advances that can hinder productivity improvement in the public sector. I guess the question is about the dangers of the technological advances.
Yeah, technology development, of course, we do this for positive things. I think yung dangers na mention would probably those that sometimes would harm the environment. Parang ganon, ano? But sana when we develop, when we do product development or any development for that matter, we always also take care of the risk involved, especially to the environment. I think that is the only risk that I can see. The risk that I can, in that particular aspect. Wala naman akong nakikitang hindi maganda, no, sa development. We always do this for the common good, no. So yun lang, we should always minimize the risk involved in development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess this is the last question that we have from our online viewers. Again, this is from from Luis Co from DepEd. The question is, how do you push marginalized groups to participate or avail your programs for the improvement of their socioeconomic status?
Okay. Now, for the marginalized group, we have the CES, no, community empowerment through science and technology. So that is the program of the DOST that takes care of our marginalized people, especially in health and nutrition, in environment, among others. So yes, we help them too.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we have a question po from our face-to-face participant. Ma'am, go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, ASEC. This is Beck Evangelista from Senate Economic Planning Office.
Sure.
First, we'd like to congratulate you for the long list of programs. Ang daming na-enumerate po, and we don't even know most of them. Ganon pala karami, kabroad yung programs ni DOST for various sectors. Of particular interest to us is the Green Packaging Laboratory. As you may know, plastic pollution is an emerging global concern, and in 2 years, we are looking at a global pact on stopping plastic pollution. And we'd like to know ano po yung mga contribution nitong Green Packaging Laboratory on the transition to alternatives pagdating sa single-use plastics. As I think ito po yung goal ni Green Packaging Laboratory.
Okay.
Yan lang po. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for that question. This is a new laboratory at the DOST, no, yung green packaging. So this laboratory would encourage research so that our packaging will be green. Parang ganon. I'm not sure if we can connect that for single-use plastic, a mandate of the DNR, and still debatable at the moment, but that would help towards that direction. So any R&D that would be green in nature can be done at our green packaging laboratory. So R&D pa lang siya at this point. So hopefully, if we will be successful enough, no, in our R&D, and then those are things that we can roll out and probably help, no, in the plastics pollution that is a concern at the moment. Yeah, we are going towards that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Sige po. We have another question from our audience. Miss Ella?
Yeah, good morning, Asik. You're my seatmate, but I would like to still ask in plenary these questions. Firstly, medyo, I think, curious lang po ako dun sa pinaka-last na, among the last items na senior secretary, yung na-develop ninyong device where households can check kung yung promise na internet speed ng mga providers are really the the actual speed that is reaching their homes. And I'm not sure kasi it's very important kasi di ba tayo as users merong promise yung providers, pero kung hindi ka naman high-tech na individual, you don't really know whether you got the actual offering, but you paid for it, no? So, I think that's going to be a very popular invention on the part of the DOST. And I was wondering, ano yung parang ginagawa ng DOST in order to make available commercially yung mga ganitong klaseng inventions, because I also heard na, for instance, merong na-develop ang DOST na pang anti-dengue dengue kit yan.
Yeah.
But I was looking for it in the market and hindi po siya available. Kasi parang I was thinking kung ganong ka-useful yung mga inventions, we can roll out kasi parang households can afford naman to pay and it's very simple. And therefore, if we commercialize, then we're not just parang preventing, we're not just making the invention popular, but we are also helping address yung problem doon sa dengue. So that's my first question po. The second one is, I was thinking po kasi you are parang doing a lot of research and development, even in the way government agencies provide yung services nila to the public, like the one laboratory. But then I was wondering whether meron ding R&D na ginagawa sa DOST to help government, yung agency itself, transform to a digitalized environment and to facilitate yung parang transformation, at least ng mga agency systems and processes, and be abreast with the industrial revolution 4.0. So yun po. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we are working towards that. On the first question, yes, we of course we struggle for the commercialization of the technologies. Number one, there should be a taker. But we help them through startups, the startup grant fund, doon sa mga may na invento and they want commercialized. So that is now ongoing and we have already helped a lot. Dun sa dengue kit, because that has an parang intellectual property also, no, sa UP Manila, and now it's being adopted by the Manila Health Tech. So they produced that. The dengue kit, which was eventually repurposed into the yung RT-PCR kit, which we used during the pandemic, at the start of the pandemic. So they were able to repurpose that in a matter of 3 weeks, no, parang 3 weeks. Yung dengue kit naging RT-PCR kit. And Manila Health Tech does that. May IP sila doon. And then on the next question about digitization, I think. That's why I was talking to my seatmate, and I said this is the mandate of the DICT, but it's very unfortunate that they do not have enough resources. So I said that we can collaborate in doing the digitization part. Sabi ko nga, the ICT to also collaborate, submit a proposal to the USC so that we can work together, because we have also done a lot in digitization. And we have mapped this out, no, for at least for the DOST. It's digitization effort. Nabuo na namin yung programa na ito. But for the whole government system, we would really love to collaborate with the ICT in that matter. Since many, as I told my seatmate from the ICT, as I said, there are many government departments doing digitization, and it would be good to have the ICT on top to put things together so that also they would eventually become seamless, and there will be no duplication of efforts in this area. So it would be nice to have them on top of it. But we are doing a lot in digitization, as you also have seen earlier.
All right, thank you very much, Assistant Secretary. I think we can entertain a last question from our audience. Sir, please.
Yes,
Go ahead.
good morning, ma'am. Sir Cesny Tapan po from the Senate Economic Planning Office. You talk about support and collaboration with other government agencies, and even Secretary Sulidum provided us a long list. So I just would like to know, I'm just curious whether the DBM has supported your budget proposals in order to attain the list of initiatives you have in the DOST, knowing that it's the budget season right now and still the budget is being deliberated in the Senate and later on be subjected to BICAM by both houses of Congress. On the next question is, since Secretary Silidim also mentioned about science, technology, and innovation, I wonder if there is collaboration in terms of our energy sector regarding renewable energy and also probably waste to energy and even the nuclear program or energy that is being looked upon to solve our energy, high power energy costs in the Philippines. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. As to the budget, I think all of us in the government sector would say that we do not have enough. But we can understand the position also of the DBM because of the limited resources that the country has. So we just maximize what we have, and yeah, we know it's not enough, but we try to do more, no, doon sa binibigay sa atin ng DBM. And I think, thank you sa Senate, medyo madadagdagan siguro ng konti yung budget namin based on what I heard yesterday. But thank you very much. And on the second question on the, what was it? Yes, ayun sa energy, the DOST has a lot of efforts in the energy sector. We collaborate also with the Department of Energy. Yung mga renewable energy sources, waste to energy, zero waste, we have them. DOST also has an R&D in this area. We also do energy audits, parang mga ganon. And we fund projects on energy through our Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technologies Research and Development. For the nuclear energy, we do research on that matter and also the regulatory part of it. But as to embarking on the nuclear energy for the country, I think it is with the Department of Energy. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. I guess that's all the time that we have for the Q&A. Assistant Secretary Ignacio, thank you very much.
Thank you
for
also.
entertaining the questions from
Thank
our
you very much for
participants.
having
Yes. Ma'am, please stay on stage. To show our gratitude to the Department of Science and Technology, we would like to invite the Senior Vice President for Programs, Ms. Magdalena Mendoza, and the Program Manager of the Center of Excellence on Public Sector Productivity, Mr. Peter Dan Baon, to present the Certificate of Appreciation and our token. Alright, once again, thank you very much, Assistant Secretary Ignacio, SVP Mendoza, and Mr. Baon. Now, our next resource person will explain how we can take advantage of these technologies and our role as a public servant, no, in ensuring a secure and inclusive technological ecosystem. Please welcome the Director from the Department of Information and Communications Technology, Attorney Maria Cristina Abalos Naig. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone here with us and to those online. Magandang umaga. Had I known na pwede pala online, I would have opted to do this online. Medyo I'm not used to speaking before a large audience na kasi we've been doing things online for the past 3 years already. So this is actually my first speaking engagement before a physical audience. Okay, so so good luck to me. So good morning, everyone. Before anything else, I would like to thank the Development Academy of the Philippines for inviting the DICT to take part in today's seminar on public sector productivity. So my presentation will focus on the role of government, specifically the DICT, in ensuring secure and inclusive technology ecosystems. Okay. So, during the first State of the Nation address of the President, President Ferdinand B. Marcos Jr., he highlighted various breakthrough technologies which would transform the way daily transactions are done. At mukha ko pa rin. Yan. Okay, so the President has specifically ordered the DICT to utilize and maximize the use of these innovative solutions to improve governance. President Marcos has also tasked the department to provide digital connectivity across the country, prioritizing the geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, or the GIDA areas. To ensure inclusive access to the internet, universal connectivity will be a vital component in order to ensure that no one is left behind. So the marching orders of the President is to utilize all relevant modes of digital transport, which may be through terrestrial or submarine fiber optics, wireless, or even satellite technology. The Department of Information and Communications Technology was created pursuant to Republic Act number 10844, and we were designated as the primary policy, planning, coordinating, implementing, and administrative entity of the executive branch of the government that will plan, develop, and promote the National ICT Development Agenda. Next slide, please. The DICT shall strengthen its efforts on the following focus areas: policy and planning, improved public access, resource sharing and capacity building, and consumer protection and industry development. Focusing on security and inclusivity, the DICT is also mandated to formulate a national cybersecurity plan consisting of robust and coherent strategies that would minimize national security risks in order to promote a peaceful, secure, open, and cooperative ICT environment. Promote and assist LGUs and local stakeholders in developing specialized ICT-enabled investments areas by providing technical and industry-calibrated assistance in the use of ICT for the enhancement of key public services, development and promotion of local arts and culture, tourism, digital literacy, and talent development. And provide an integrated framework in order to optimize all government ICT resources and networks for the identification and prioritization of all e-government systems and applications as provided in the e-government master plan and the Philippine Development Plan. So for the department to effectively and efficiently deliver its mandate, it makes use of data and statistics in developing plans and policies to ensure the access to quality, affordable, reliable, and secure services, and to promote digital literacy, ICT expertise, and knowledge building among citizens to enable them to participate and compete in an evolving ICT age. In line with the directives of the current administration and the effective delivery of the department's mandate, the DICT has identified policy thrusts that will be prioritized in the near term with the goal of improving the country's ICT ecosystem. foremost of which is promoting an efficient and effective express delivery environment for consumers and couriers. To facilitate convenient, seamless, and reliable online transactions over e-commerce platforms, as well as hasten and help bring down the cost of the movement of goods from ports and warehouses to wet markets, the DICT regulates private express and delivery service providers according to the provisions of PD 242 and RA 7354. Regulations ensure the quality of service of these providers and give the people an avenue to file complaints against delivery service providers who may violate their rights as consumers, like when deliveries fail to reach their supposed recipients. Second is reducing the vulnerability and mitigate scarring from the COVID-19 pandemic. First, by tackling health through the implementation of an information system to help continue effective and efficient administration of the COVID-19 vaccine and help citizens in conveniently securing vaccination certificates. Second, strengthening social protection through improved public awareness on cybersecurity. So the DICT has been actively raising public awareness against the development and circulation of false websites, infographics, and social media posts, among others. We are also educating different stakeholders on the importance of personal data and how to protect it. The DICT also helps protect government agencies against cyber threats through incident responses and handling and capacity building. Third, by addressing learning losses. So we also offer training and other capacity building services for students and employees to help them cope with learning losses and to better adapt to the new normal of education and work. Next thrust is to improve connectivity by deploying digital connectivity across our various islands through the implementation of the Build Better More program. Under this thrust, the DICT is building free public internet hotspots and laying the national fiber backbone under the Broadband ng Masa project. This project serves as the blueprint for the deployment of broadband connectivity across the nation. Through enhanced connectivity, we shall improve the delivery of basic needs and allow our economy, our education, our governance systems, and our lives to continue and flourish. We shall also make quality and affordable internet services readily available across the Philippine archipelago, especially the countryside and the remote areas. Next, improving bureaucratic efficiency. So aside from connectivity, we are also working towards improving efficiency in the delivery of public services by bringing more government transactions online. We aim to eliminate queuing and red tape in all public service transactions to regain the trust of our citizens and ensure better accountability among civil servants. To this end, the DICT is focusing on the continuous digitalization and integration of government and business services online pursuant to the Ease of Doing Business Act. We hope to foster more conducive environment for our businesses to thrive and to expand investment opportunities in rural and remote areas. So in 2019, the DICT, taking stock of the evolving ecosystem of ICT and technological landscapes, developed the National ICT Ecosystem Framework, or the NICTEF. This is an appropriate will and a new mindset to drive governance and face the industry's challenges. So the National ICT Ecosystem Framework is a blueprint for the collection, management, and development of national ICT data in Philippine plans, programs, and projects. Specifically, the NICTEF aims to serve as a viewfinder into the Philippine ICT environment and its relation to other ICT environments, a strategic compass directed in responding to ICT-related challenges through its priority trusts in the identified focus areas, and an implementation and communication plan for the key stakeholder groups involved in supplementing ICT data to an evolving ICT environment. So the NICTEF zooms in on 6 focus areas. Participatory e-governance, which expedites greater efficiency in improved public service delivery, transparency, and accountability. Second, industry and countryside development, which promotes a more efficient and thriving Philippine commerce and bringing ICT to the countryside, resource sharing and capacity building through ICT, which optimizes ICT to its fullest potential in various niches and promoting digital literacy, improved public links and connectivity, which will ensure equal access to broadband services, ICT user protection and information security, which encompasses making sure that the entities, systems, and processes involved are able to exchange ICT information in a safe and secure ICT environment. And lastly, an enabling and sustainable ICT environment, which focuses on reducing the digital divide. So aside from the NICTEF, next slide please, the department also develops and implements plans, programs, and projects specifically designed to promote the new era of governance that is secure and inclusive. Among these is the E-Government Master Plan, or the EGMP 2022. The EGMP was developed in 2019. It was crafted in line with the DICT's mission of establishing a one digitized government for the nation. In doing so, the government will harmonize and coordinate all ICT initiatives to optimize available government ICT resources, encourage information and resource sharing and database building, and ensure the development and protection of an integrated government ICT infrastructure. The EGMP has the following objectives. First, to optimize government operations by providing a more efficient service delivery platform and integrating e-government systems, enable knowledge, information, and resource sharing as well as database building. Second, it aims to engage citizens by unlocking insights that improve citizen services for greater connection and participation and ensuring the fast, cost-efficient, and accessible delivery of digital public services directly to clients. Third, transform services by facilitating business transactions through a streamlined processing of licenses, permits, and fees. And lastly, to empower government employees by delivering productivity gains that improve impact and enhance the capacity of government workforce to improve the internal efficiency and public service delivery. The implementation of the EGMP 2022 is a collective effort of the national government agencies and other concerned stakeholders. This was envisioned to enhance organizational and intergovernmental coordination, address personnel and capability issues in utilizing ICTs for more efficient operations, delivery of public service, and support businesses to perform more efficiently. So as the Philippines progresses to becoming an integrated and thriving digital economy, public governance at the national level is likewise dynamically evolving through emerging technologies, innovative solutions, and interoperable platforms. The DICT seeks to intensify its efforts in carrying out its mission to establish a one digitized government, one nation. To realize the DICT's mission to establish a one digitized government for the nation, we are working on the development of the successor plan of the E-Government Master Plan, which is the Digital Government Master Plan 2028. We are targeting to release this in June 2023. So this document will lay down the groundwork for fully implementing strategies geared towards the digital transformation of the government, its systems, its processes, and its people. The Digital Government Master Plan has the following objectives: to establish connected and digital economy that provides wealth, stability, sustainability, and is safe for all. Achieve a digital society that has the capacity and expertise to utilize and take advantage of digital technologies. Create an ICT sector that continuously evolves and grows as new and innovative technologies become available. So the DICT, through the Office of the Undersecretary for E-Government, is in close collaboration with the House Committee on ICT in the crafting of the e-governance bill. So this bill is set to create, foster, and sustain a digitally empowered, and integrated government that provides responsive and transparent online citizen-centered services for a globally competitive Filipino nation. With the aim to provide a centralized platform. Next slide, please. A centralized platform of government services and support the implementation of RA 11032, or the Ease of Doing Business and Efficient Delivery of Government Services, formerly known as the Central Business Portal, which aims to consolidate business-related services to create a seamless process for business registration. So this hub offers a single site for all the business-related information, which aims to promote effective service delivery and transparency in the government. It seeks to streamline the registration of business, renewal of permits, and other activities through online transactions. Currently, agencies including the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Department of Trade and Industry, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, PhilHealth, Social Security System, Pag-ibig, Food and Drug Administration, and 18 local government units are integrated with the PBH. The department also maintains platforms and portals of other government agencies to establish efficient delivery of public services. We have the National Government Portal, which is a single window uniting all web-based government content to maximize efficiency and provide rapid, high-quality services to citizens. We also have the National Justice Information System, which is envisioned to consolidate all information systems and workflows of the justice sector to enable a more efficient reporting and tracking of records and cases through data exchange. We also seek to develop the Startup Innovations Portal, which is an online platform where government-funded research and startup 22. The government, private, as part of our initiatives in the implementation of digital applications. We have the VaxCert PH, which is the official digital vaccination certificate for Filipinos and non-Filipinos vaccinated in the Philippines. This certificate may be used for international and domestic travel. The COVID Kaya. This is a mobile and web-based application used for storing and reporting data from all confirmed COVID-19 cases and their close contacts. This is used for surveillance and contact tracing activities. We have the FASTER, a hub for different data sources, like disease records, environmental parameters, which provides a rich layout of integrated information that will facilitate understanding the spread of diseases. Another intervention developed by the DICT is the Tanod Contra COVID, which is a passive and active surveillance system through citizen reports, identification of possible high-risk reports, early detection of clustering symptoms in workplace settings. And lastly, we have the COVID document repository, which is the repository of all COVID-19 related information and is utilized mostly by health laboratories for data collection and processing used for nationwide pandemic efforts. To ensure that these information submitted and stored in these systems are safe and secure, are stored in a safe and secure ICT environment, the DICT has issued the National Cybersecurity Plan, or the NCSP. The NCSP seeks to address the urgency to protect the nation's critical infrastructures, government networks, both public and military, small, medium enterprises to large enterprises, corporations and its supply chains, and every Filipino using the internet. The primary goals of the NCSP are as follows. It assures the continuous operations of our nation's critical infrastructures and public and military networks, implements cyber resiliency measures to enhance our ability to respond to threats before, during, and after attacks, effective coordination with law enforcement agencies, and a cybersecurity educated society. So to enable the citizens to access all of these aforementioned services by the department, The DICT seeks to boost digital connectivity and establish an inclusive digital economy through the issuance of the National Broadband Plan. This plan provides strategies and initiatives to address gaps in the broadband environment, particularly on accessibility, affordability, and quality of broadband services and existing policy and regulatory issues. So the National Broadband Plan addressed the issue of digital divide and affordable access to internet. The plan has 4 outcomes, namely accelerated investment, mobilized and engaged public and private sectors, more places connected, and increased usage. The DICT also implements various initiatives that aim to bring ICT to more stakeholders and aid in achieving an inclusive economic growth in the country. So we have the Technology for Education, Employment, Entrepreneurs, and Economic Development, or the Tech for Ed project, which evolved from the Philippine Community E-Center program. This is a national digital inclusion initiative which established e-centers that provide critical e-government and ICT-enabled services in communities with minimal or no access to information and government services. The DICT is set to convert its network of Tech for Ed centers into digital transformation centers. It will be leveraging the nationwide reach of these ICT access points and turning them into venues for capacity development. So these centers, or the digital transformation centers, will be aligned with the initiative of the International Telecommunication Union, whose goal is to develop digital skills of the citizenry and ensure its adoption in order for them to be able to participate in an evolving digital society. We also have the Free Public Internet Access Project, which aimed to connect Filipinos nationwide. And we have set up 4,563 live sites with continuous free Wi-Fi connectivity across the country. Out of these sites, 75 are serving geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. As technology continues to shift to newer heights, it is imperative for the state to make itself ready to embrace such and champion an ICT environment that is enjoyed by everyone. Further, consistent with the marching orders of the current administration, the DICT also seeks to develop the following ICT plans. The National ICT Development Agenda, which will be an update of the National Ecosystem Framework. This will be an authoritative reference source for the country's ICT direction and initiatives. It will be a living document that shall be updated periodically to reflect the latest plans, programs, as well as the latest indicators, accomplishments, and results. We are also going to update the National Cybersecurity Plan, which aims to look at the new cybersecurity measures and best practices and internationally recognized standards that may be considered adopted in the Philippines. Lastly, we also have the National Emergency Communications Plan. It is an interoperable communications for response and recovery operations in response to the growing need for a streamlined approach in addressing the gaps in emergency telecommunications. So that ends my presentation. We would like to take this opportunity again to thank everyone here today who took part to take part in our future activities. So in the process of earlier we mentioned collaboration, working together. So we need inputs from you, our stakeholders. We are looking forward to your inputs as we roll out these plans. So we're going to conduct consultations, and we are sure to invite you. So that ends my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention. If you have questions or clarifications, you may contact us through odnipsb@dict.gov.ph. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you very much, Director Abalos Naig, for that very interesting presentation. And we look forward to a fortified innovation ecosystem in the public sector as we move towards the future. We will now. Hello. All right. Okay, so we will now open the floor to entertain some of the questions that you might have about the presentation of Director Abalos Naig. Do we have questions from our face-to-face audience? Okay, so we have one right there. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. Hello? Hello, hello. Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. I'm Attorney Jairo Simatu from the DILG, but I also work with the Department of Transportation under the Automatic Fare Collection Service under AFCS program. So actually, we are working with the DICT when it comes to that particular program wherein we are innovating various payment methods when it comes to accessing public transport, wherein instead of just smart cards, we are working with the DICT, wherein we can pay using QR codes or wearables in the near future, making us actually more advanced than other Western or developed countries. So you have highlighted how DICT is collaborating with other departments, with other stakeholders, which exemplifies the agile governance or agile development, wherein as opposed to waterfall, wherein you have to complete step by step every method or every module in project management. The digital ministry or the digital affairs department of the government aids in expediting these processes, which produces a flywheel effect wherein the further you digitalize, the more faster these processes are. So going forward, in line with the Mandanas ruling, how does the DICT envisions itself in devolutionizing certain mandates or certain powers to the local governments in order to enhance their capability to govern, especially in the countryside? Thank you.
Okay, that's a very interesting question, very difficult question. Actually, I just want to be just to be candid and to be transparent. We are still studying the Mandanas ruling. We're actually checking our mandates if we have a mandate that we can actually devolve. So to answer your question, we are still studying it because our mandate is initially it's quite difficult to devolve it to the local government units. So right now we are looking at it and we are studying it. It's still under discussion. But to help our LGUs, we have capacity building programs. We have trainings. We go down, our regional offices, they go down, they conduct their own trainings. We also have webinars. And we have programs like the Free Wi-Fi for All project. It's already rolled down, it's already triggered in the LGUs. And just recently we launched, or the Secretary launched the Broadband ng Masa program. He went to Zamboanga and he relayed to us, or he told us that it's a very remote area wherein wala talaga internet, that the people there, they have to ride the boat to the other island in order to have access to internet. So for now, that's what we're doing. While we are studying our mandate and to check how we, or what functions actually we can devolve to the LGUs, we help them na lang. We capacitate them for now. We provide the services for now, and we coordinate with their local government units. Our regional offices also collaborate with the city government or the municipality. They discuss kung paano sila makakapagbigay ng better services, especially yung connectivity. Yun. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Any more questions from our live audience? Okay, at the back.
Hi. Hello.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi. Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. So, first, my name is Lian from the Department of Budget and Management, and I have just two questions. First and foremost, I would like to commend the DACT for already laying out these plans as early as now in the current administration. My first question would be on the NICTEF, the NICT ecosystem framework. It was mentioned there that there's particularly about the resource sharing, and it was mentioned that we are focusing on information. What about sharing technologies? Because as I understand, each of the agency in the government actually invest certain cost for the development of ICT that they will employ in their processes, be it an admin process or an operational process. So what is your take, or what is DICT's take on sharing the available or the applicable technologies or the existing technologies, harmonizing them perhaps in order for us to have better use or wiser use of funds? For example, the DBM has its own document management system. I believe DOST also has their own document management system, and even DAP. So I was thinking, what about if we share these technologies? What can we do that in terms of the NICT framework? Or what will be the implications of such approach in sharing technologies in the public sector? And then the second one, in terms also of the NICTEF, how does the DICT envision enabling the policy environment for such technologies to foster or to be maximized or to be optimized? Because we understand here in the government, we have a lot of policies that actually that needs review, so that these technologies will be enabled or these technologies could be adopted. So how does the NICTEF also account for the policies that we have in the government? Thank you. Thank you po, dear.
Okay, thank you for that for those questions. So first, with regards to technology sharing, ideally, we envision sana now there's one common platform or there's one common technology or a system to be used by all government. Kaya lang medyo nahuli. Yeah, yun yung interoperability, di ba? Medyo nahuli lang kasi hindi ICT, but we're trying to address that now. And that's one of the things that we're looking at. How do we address this interoperability issue? Diba? Kasi that's the marching order of the President, to provide interoperability and interconnectivity across all government offices. So we will take that into consideration. We will consult with our stakeholders, because this is something that is a work in progress. We're still developing this. The department is a new team. So our secretary is new, our USECs are new, I am also new. We have a new team, and so everything is still undergoing review, and we're trying to fast track everything. So hopefully talaga by June 2023, we will be able to release this, the updated NICTEF, or the Digital Master Plan 2028. To address your second question with regards to providing an enabling environment, we are also reviewing all the policies. I agree that we have a lot of policies already in place. Some of them, they overlap, and some of them are not consistent with each other. So as the primary planning and policy-making body in terms of ICT, we are also undergoing, conducting a review of all of the policies out there. We're starting with our own policies, because some of our existing rules, regulations, and department circulars are outdated. So siguro we will start muna sa amin, 'di ba? Before we can and we will really take the lead in providing the good policy environment for all national government agencies and the LGUs. Does that answer your question, ma'am?
All right, okay. Thank you. Okay, so actually, Director Naig, no, we have received a lot of questions from our online platform, but with the interest of time, I guess we just go to this one last question that we have. This is from Mr. Jose Giovanni Kitonko from the City Government of Pasig, and a very interesting question actually. How does the DICT intend to enforce the one digitized government if LGUs prefer to work in silos?
But that's true. We are indeed working in silos. I guess it's this is a matter of changing the mindset of the people, of the government employees, diba? Of everybody, of the whole government. Sabi nga nila, ang government dapat ang unang-unang nag-i-innovate, nag-accept ng change. Kaya lang, medyo harsh, but the truth is, some government agencies, they refuse, or some government employees, they refuse change. Diba? So I guess it's changing the mindset of the people, and we will develop the program, we will develop the system, we will provide the policy, we will make it friendly to all. You know, and eventually, sana, if more government agencies join the platform, they use our system, we will be able also to encourage other government agencies, particularly the LGUs. I understand that the LGUs, they have their own systems na in place eh. Nagkaroon na rin kami ng problema na ganyan when we rolled out the VIMs. Medyo other LGUs, ayaw nilang tanggapin yung system nila. They don't want to use the DIVAS kasi they have their own na daw. Diba? But eventually naman, they got on board then. Kasi I think they see the wisdom why we need a one source or the single source of truth for for information with regards to the COVID. And we're hoping also that this time, once we roll out our one digitized, one government approach, everybody will be on board. Although alam naman namin na hindi automatic yon, no? Kasi we have also to convince them that the ICT is on top of this and we are capable of doing this.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Director Naig. I guess that's all the time that we have for the Q&A. We have to move on to the next part of the program. Again, thank you very much, Director Naig. Pleasure to have you here with us. Ma'am, please stay on stage. To show our gratitude to the Department of Information and Communication Technology, we would like to invite again on stage the Senior Vice President of DAP, Ms. Magdalena Mendoza, and the Center of Excellence on Public Sector Productivity Program Manager, Mr. Peter Danbaon, to present Certificate of Appreciation and our token. All right, once again, thank you very much, Director Abalos Naig, Senior Vice President Mendoza, and Mr. Peter Danbaon. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we will now open the discussion on issues and concerns affecting organizational productivity and its possible strategies. To lead the open discussion, we are pleased to introduce the Development Academy of the Philippines Center of Excellence on Public Sector Productivity Program Manager, Mr. Peter Danbaon.
Thank you, Alvin. Good morning, everyone. So at this point, we would like to invite our participants both in the online world and in person to share their inputs by having an open discussion on factors affecting organizational productivity and possible strategies. For this part, our two main objectives: to generate insights on factors affecting organizational, identify opportunities and strategies to raise productivity performance of public sector. So to do this, we'll ask our participants to answer two guide questions. We'll just wait for it to be shown in the screen. Yeah. The first question is, what are the internal and external factors that drive or hinder productivity of the Philippine public sector? Then, based on these internal and external factors, how might we create an agile and productive public sector in the new era of governance? Specifically, how can we deliver public services faster, easier, and more economically? How can the public sector work smarter? And lastly, what new ways of doing things that might improve overall efficiency and enhance satisfaction? So for the online participants, here are the instructions for you to participate in this open discussion. So we will ask you to go to menti.com and enter the following code. Don't worry, you can copy and paste this because our online moderator or chat moderator will provide you in our chat platform. Then on our Mentimeter page, so because of the time, we only have 10 minutes to answer the guide questions based on the previous slide. Once in the platform, you will be able to answer the question at your own pace and give multiple answers. So the inputs of our online participants will serve as insights to our in-person participants so that they can also consider this during their discussion. So for the next slide. So some considerations for these brainstorming sessions po. So first, in identifying factors, you may want to avoid high level or too general concepts. Technological change, social, political. What we want is to have a specific factors because we don't want to talk about the dimensions of the society. So second level factors, or when it comes to the hindering and facilitating factors. So avoid too broad concepts so that it can generate insights from our participants. Second, for our strategies and options, to ensure clarity, kindly state it in a tangible and observable manner. Sabi nga po, if you cannot imagine it, you cannot implement it. So, and if possible, avoid using objective type verb such as enhance, ensure. So what we want are tangible and observable options and strategies. So that's it for our online participants. For our in-person participants, next slide. So you will be grouped according to your table po. So each table will have a worksheet with 2 columns. In the column labeled factors, each person will write 1 to 2 issues or gaps in organizational productivity, both positive and negative. 1 meta card per answer, and you can refer to our 2 guide questions. Then for each identified factors, you can provide 2 to 3 inputs dun sa column labeled as strategies and options. Use 1 meta card per answer, and you can refer to our guide questions. Then, as we receive inputs from our online participants, we will show the word cloud generated from our YouTube and Facebook participants to serve as inputs po ng mga in-person participants during your brainstorming. So, then at the last, after 10 minutes, each group will be given 1 minute to share 1 most important response per column during your brainstorming. So as much as possible, if we know that the issues that or inputs shared, which was already shared by another table, you can choose another concept so that we will have a rich discussion. So some brainstorming rules. So we go for quantity rather than quality at this point. Sabi nga po, no wrong ideas, the more the merrier, the more the better. We defer our judgment, we encourage wild ideas, and build on other ideas. And given our time limitation, one conversation at a time, and let's stay focused. So that's it. So for each table, our learning management team have already provided po your worksheet. So I'll get back after 10 minutes. Thank you. back. Team, kindly share yung ating microphone po sa kanila. So let's hear. So kindly wrap up your discussion and let's hear the inputs of our co-participants, especially in the in-person participants. I hope you will listen because when they already shared the factors or strategies, you may want to identify another factor so that we can have a rich discussion. Okay? So let's start from the participants. Yung table po ng Commission on Audit. One factor and one strategist. Thank you. Okay, so let's hear from our participants.
For our table po, yung isa na nakita namin na issue on organizational productivity would be the stifling policies or regulations that we have in the government, be it internal na ini-enforce natin or ini-implement natin within our organizations, or yung mga policies or regulations directed to our citizens or our stakeholders. So, as a strategy, we think yung importance, and this is where the importance of conducting regulatory reviews and policy reviews or policy evaluation would come into play. So, yung existing, for example, na initiatives ng NEDA to pursue the National Evaluation Policy, or yung sa level naman ng ARTA, yung regulatory impact assessment would be siguro pag-strengthen or parang institutionalize yung mga ganong mechanisms natin in the government.
Thank you, ma'am. So she focuses on our unresponsive policies or stifling policies. Next, table please.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning,
we are
ma'am.
from Philippine Information Agency and University of the Philippines, and one of the factors that or issues, concerns, or gaps affecting organizational productivity, personally, my answer is bureaucracy or excessively complicated administrative procedures, and how we can address this is by simplifying the procedures, make it more efficient, and to empower employees and make them account or to be more responsible, and magkaroon sila ng accountability doon sa opisina. That's all po. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So the group highlights the bureaucratic process and hurdle that are present in the bureau in the Philippine government. Next table, please. Yes, sir.
Hello. Okay. Ayan, since I mentioned na yung policies and more on politics, we focus on people, somehow related to politics. And one of the strategies that we've identified is to train and capacitate people in terms of innovation and enhancing public productivity. So more on towards enhancing human resources yung aming strategy.
Thank you, sir. So they focuses on the capability development and the need for learning development interventions of our civil servants. Next po.
Leadership styles, leaders who resist change and who has silo mentality. And our strategies and options to address it are programs on transformation and mindset of leaders. Thank you.
Okay, as driver, they highlight the role of the leaders and the need for them to be transformational when leading their agency or their organization. Thank you, ma'am. Next.
So for table 5, our factors, we have already indicated so many factors, issues, and concerns affecting the organizational productivity. But we will choose the attitude of the employees, the demotivated employees, to accept really the change. What will be our strategies and options to address? Really, there should be a clear goals and objectives on the part of the management to really for the employees to accept the change, and there should be a mutual or developing a system of mutual understanding among employees that will enable them to participate in a collaborative efforts to really help them attain the goals and objectives of the organization.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So they tackle on how to onboard these employees, especially this for the path of change that we want for the government. Okay, so thank you. Next table, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My peers and I actually recognize and acknowledge the benefits of bureaucracy, but it also identifies that it may also be detrimental when it is unresponsive and impedes efficiency. So specifically when it discourages collaboration among different government agencies, that it leads to lack of unified policy framework, which leads to disjointed jurisdiction or mandates, which eventually spills over to the cultural setting in the workplace, wherein we are working in silos and there is lack of collaboration in the office as well.
Okay, thank you. So yung perennial problem ng mga government agencies, the silo mentality. Hopefully, dun sa mga responses, puro tayo mga mga hindering. How about yung mga opportunities or mga facilitating factors that can drive our organizational productivity? Hopefully, may bigay po ng mga next table. Okay, next table, please.
Yeah, hi, good morning. Where our group listed more than two factors, but these factors can also be driving forces and hindering factors then. But to view it as a hindering factor, we have decided to come up with the no established systems, procedures, and processes in the organization. And therefore, what we strategized is to address that hindering factor. First, we have to have the organizational diagnosis. What seems to be the problem and what is the most effective way on how to come up with a uniform processes and procedures in the organization, and then apply technology which would be applicable to unify and create a uniform strategies, procedures, and processes in the organization for us to be able to deliver the services to the public responsibly.
Okay, thank you. So despite the bureaucracy's effort to mainstream yung quality management system, there are still agencies that have no established processes. Okay, so malaki po talagang problema when it comes to our knowledge management. Okay, so next table, please.
Good morning. For our group po of Civil Service Commission and City Government of Maykawayan, Bulacan. So yung na-identify na, we echo na rin yung mga na-discuss ng other groups, plus yung sa amin is yung
timeline of budget approvals and procurement process. So, ang isang na-identify namin na possible while waiting for policies to be amended, siguro makasabay sa ating digital age. So, probably finding strategic partnerships to enhance expertise and expand resources.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So, next table, the DICT and DAP group.
Hello, good morning. So for our group, we chose generational differences. Well, actually, it's both a hindrance and an opportunity. Opportunity na nakikita natin na mayroong sharing ng different views. Hindrance na yung views minsan nagkukos siya ng clash sa isang organization. For the strategies and options to address, we have inclusive technologies and inclusive and innovative technologies. Thank you.
Okay, so they highlight yung generational gap because of the new workforce that are entering in the civil, in the public service. And the last but not the least table,
hello. For our group, we identified the same on the factors on policies, people, processes, and infrastructure. So we would like to highlight on the part of the infrastructure side. We all know that productivity is about inputs and outputs. So napag-usapan kanina yung mga outputs natin may be hindered by our human resources outputs. Sa amin naman, i-highlight namin yung effective and efficient property management. Kasi kung limited yung infrastructure natin, let's just make a way na yung cost of our operations is maliit para mataas yung productivity. So, thank you po.
okay, thank you, Group 1. So they focus on the infrastructure and the need to focus yung efficient use of this limited infrastructure. So indeed, there are factors that may hinder and facilitate the Philippine public sector productivity. And I think some of them are not surprising and long-running issues like corruption, internet connectivity, our collaboration, limited budget. But the challenge for us to create an agile and productive public sector is to identify and anticipate other drivers and factors that may not be included in the daily conversations. So rest assured, given our limited time, that we will use your inputs generated in this session in designing and implementing the future interventions of the COEPS, PPMO, and the Development Academy of the Philippines. So with that, we thank you for your active participation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much to the participants, no? For those who participated in our open discussion, and to Mr. Peter Danbaon for leading the open discussion. And of course, once again, thank you very much to our speakers for this morning session. Chairperson Nograles, Secretary Solidum, Assistant Secretary Diana Ignacio, and to Director Maria Cristina Abalos Naig. Once again, thank you very much po. Before we go to our break, we would like to inform everyone that we are now transitioning to the APO Conference on Public Sector Productivity. Our lunch is now being served, and our program ushers will queue. If it's your table's turn to proceed to the buffet table. So tables, I believe tables 2 to 5, please you're assigned to buffet table 1, and tables 6 to 9, you are assigned in buffet table 2, which is located at the back. So once again, my name is Alvin Bilog, and do enjoy your lunch. We'll see you again at 1 p.m. Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon once again. All right. So, a pleasant day, everyone. Welcome to the 2022 Conference on Public Sector Productivity. Before we begin to our participants in the Zoom meeting room at the moment, may we request for everyone to please open their cameras so that we can, other participants can recognize your beautiful and handsome faces. Again, a pleasant day, and my name is Alvin Bilog, and I will be your host for today's event. Before we begin, we would like to recognize our participants for today's conference. We have international and local delegates from the different APO member economies in the Zoom meeting room right now. From India, Indonesia, Islamic Republic of Iran, Pakistan, Republic of China, the Philippines, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Turkey. We also have representatives from various public sector organizations who are here with us right now at our venue, and to our viewers who are watching our live stream via Facebook and our YouTube channel. Once again, a pleasant day and welcome to the 2022 Conference on Public Sector Productivity. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is organized by the Development Academy of the Philippines in collaboration with the Asian Productivity Organization, who through the years have been working hand in hand in the promotion and advancement of the productivity movement in the Asia-Pacific region through various activities and events such as this. Now, to formally open the conference, it is my pleasure to introduce to you the APO Secretary General, Dr. Indra Pradana Singawinata, to deliver the welcome remarks.
The President and CEO Attorney Engelbert C. Caronan Jr., MNSA Development Academy of the Philippines, and alternate APO Director for the Philippines. My friend, Senior Vice President for Programs, Ms. Magdalena L. Mendoza, Development Academy of the Philippines. Undersecretary Maria Francesca M. Del Rosario, Department of Budget and Management. Independent Consultant Julia Bose, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, GovInsight, Alexander Heichlinger, Associate Professor, Institute for Asian and Oceanian Studies, Kyushu University, Professor Dr. Kim Schumacher, respected members of the audience. Greetings from Tokyo, magandang hapon. Thank you for inviting me to open the conference on public sector productivity with the theme of creating an agile and productive public sector in the new era of governance. I appreciate the Development Academy of Philippines, DAP, continued contributions to this regular project since 2017. During the past 5 years, this annual conference has covered transformation in the age of disruptions, a future-oriented and smart public sector, building an innovative public sector, smart public service delivery, and ensuring public services in the new normal. The APO has focused on public sector productivity growth and its measurement in recent years. The APO manual, Public Sector Productivity, published in 2020, features modules that are easily adaptable to economies at any stage of development, addressing the various requirements and challenges faced by APO members. The APO also published Measuring Public Sector Productivity in 2019 to assist efforts to evaluate productivity trends within the sector, improve the accountability for resource use, make better allocations of resources among different areas of government, and provide feedback on policy initiatives to improve public sector performance. In the long term, public sector productivity and its measurement are crucial for determining the success of governments in using their resources to improve living standards and well-being. However, the need to make public sector organizations more agile in solving problems and adopting solutions that focus on the needs of citizens is likely to remain. The public sectors in APO member countries face challenges such as using technology and innovation to enhance public service delivery, identifying exit strategies from the recent pandemic disruptions, and addressing climate change mitigation and adaptation, while also ensuring public sector productivity and service delivery continuity during climate issues emergency situations. Different responses from each member country to such circumstances can make it more difficult to maintain the region's productivity growth and social development. Hence, identifying post-pandemic priorities that open pathways to sustainable socio-economic recovery and undertaking productivity improvement initiatives that address those systemic issues are critical. Which possible socio-economic consequences, especially in the Asia-Pacific region, must be identified and evaluated. Such new areas will shape the future of the public sector and its productivity. I would like to conclude with two final remarks. First, we must continue to adopt emerging technologies, innovations, and tools to improve public service delivery and productivity in the post-COVID-19 era. Productivity in the future will be driven by digital technology and by the abilities and skills to utilize it. Second, we should ensure the public sector's readiness to confront new extreme situations. Climate change, for example, is already disrupting life and likely to be worsened without action. Governments, particularly those in more vulnerable member countries, must set policies on climate change mitigation, adaptation, and actions to ensure the resilience of their services and operations. I would like to express sincere appreciation to the government of Philippines through the DAP for hosting this conference. Special thanks are extended to the speakers for sharing their knowledge and expertise. We should take advantage of this opportunity to share thought and experiences in designing and implementing public sector productivity improvement initiative while considering our long-term strategic goals. Thank you very much. Salamat.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Singa Winata, for that inspiring message. We are delighted to be working with the APO in conducting this conference to continuously inspire more people to be advocates of innovation and productivity. Now, to also share a brief message, please give a warm round of applause to the APO Alternate Director for the Philippines and the CEO and President and CEO of the Development Academy of the Philippines, Attorney Engelbert C. Caronan Jr.
Mabuhay and a pleasant afternoon to you all. Governments around the world are grappling with multiple challenges such as the rising cost of living, widening inequality, increasing disruptions from climate change, and distrust in public processes and institutions. Having a transformative vision, building organizations capable of carrying them out, and strengthening international cooperations are central to addressing these interlocking global issues. Thus, the Asian Productivity Organization member economies have implemented solutions ranging from economic stimulus packages, green innovation, and digital transformation. These initiatives, along with the various capability development and research initiatives across the region, show our strong commitment to ensuring the public sector can rise to meet the challenges of our rapidly changing world. This year's conference on public sector productivity theme, Creating Agile and Productive Public Sector in the New Era of Governance, recognizes the centrality of public institutions in encouraging innovation-driven growth and providing a stabilizing force in periods of uncertainty. Across the APO member economies, we have seen significant investments in the digitalization of public service delivery, improving transparency, and strengthening social services. We hope that this afternoon's sessions will give us a better idea of the realities and inspire us to imagine new paths forward to achieve our goal of sustainable and inclusive social and economic progress. The Development Academy of the Philippines is proud to host this seminar conference on public sector productivity with the APO. As the focal organization of the Center for Excellence on Public Sector Productivity, the DAP strives to pioneer solutions that tackle our most pressing problems while preparing the Philippines and the APO member economies for the future. And with events such as this, we are able to build networks and seize opportunities for collaboration essential to realize the aims of a COE. On behalf of the Academy, we would like to welcome our participants from APO member economies to this session. We are also honored to have with us the newly elected APO Secretary General, Dr. Indra Padrana Singawinata, APO Program Officer, Mr. Adhila Parama Arta, and our resource persons, Undersecretary Maria Francesca del Rosario, Ms. Julia Bose, and Alexander Hecklinger, and Dr. Kim Schumacher. I am certain that this afternoon's sessions will be an enriching experience and will give rise to exciting ideas for the future of public sector productivity. This is the fourth time that the DAP has hosted this conference. In the past years, it was always encouraging to see the exchange of ideas among the participants and with our resource persons and exhibitors. Past conferences have also provided a platform for collaborations among organizations. We hope that this afternoon will continue in the same vein. Thank you for your enthusiasm and eagerness to delve deeper on the topics featured today. We look forward to collaborating with you in the future, especially in reimagining services and productivity in this new era of governance. Again, we wish you a pleasant and enriching afternoon.
All right, thank you very much, Attorney Caronan. It is inspiring to hear that today's conference will be an important platform for us to review our strategies and adopt technologies for effective service delivery, and of course, to ensure that the public sector is better equipped for a more complex future. We now move on to this afternoon's first presentation, which will give us a glimpse of various tools and techniques to look forward to as we tread the new normal. To help us explore new technologies, innovations, and tools under the new normal for the public sector, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the head of the Information and Communications Technology Group and the Chief Information Officer of the Department of Budget Management, Undersecretary Maria Francesca del Rosario.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Undersecretary Del Rosario. Yes, we can hear you.
All right, great. So, thank you for inviting the Department of Budget and Management for. Okay. Hello. Okay. I'm very excited to share with everyone here this topic, utilization of new technologies, innovations, and tools under the new normal for public sector. This is something really close to my heart. I've been with the private sector for a long time. I just came in the public sector just this July 1st, when the secretary took over. And we have been helping in the private sector has been helping the public sector for quite a while, especially during the pandemic. So I intend to share with you first my story as to how we were able to help the public sector. So you know that everything that I will share with you later is not just theoretical. They're actually real. They happened, and you can use it in your respective departments. No, here. I am part of the AI and data policy. It's more on the cybersecurity portion of also for of a bank before my stint here in the DBM. No? What we are always focusing is really on the scalability and resiliency. Most IT practitioners would know that horizontal scaling is no longer the norm. It's really vertical scaling. So it means that we anticipate influx of use of data, and we accommodate or we ensure that technology that we purchase or in the language of the government we procure would be anticipatory of what will happen in or what the usage will be in the foreseeable future. And of course, on the faster time to market for those who are for those agencies that will engage the public, the citizens themselves. So my experience first I just wanted to be more personal of what happened during the pandemic is we released secure laptops with VPN accounts to employees before lockdown in March 2020. We call ourselves the Night Watch, no? The women of the Night Watch. We're all women there. We're setting up the policies for the virtual private network, making sure that all of the employees who would have to work from home will have the proper tools that they need during the pandemic. And to be honest, we won't be successful for that if we have established already the digital tools prior to March 2020. No? So it was really a product of digital transformation that has been going on for quite a while already in the private sector. And I just wanted to share with you also one of the exciting products or projects that we did during the pandemic. It was the cash out remittance. So from the app, you can actually send money, cash money to your families using the remittance facilities, no? And we were able to develop that in just 3 weeks, no? And this was in partnership, of course, with the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, because for in the bank you can't really deploy any project without BSP approvals, but we were able to do that, and it was really a fun experience. And our regulators doing Scrum and Agile methodology, and doing the huddles with us to ensure that the license or the approval for this facility going to be easily approved because it's in a developed secure operations manner, DevSecOps. Later I'll discuss that, no. And this is quite how do you call it? We call this a passion project because at that time during the pandemic, most of the people are locked down, so they weren't able to withdraw cash on time. And then mobility is really affected. So those our family members who were locked down in provinces can't get money. Or most of them would have low internet and so on. So we developed this particular project for them to get cash from families here in Manila to the provinces. And like you can get money from Palawan, from Luwilier, from LBC, what have you. So yeah, just wanted to share that this is the kind of technology that we really developed during the pandemic that I believe helped a lot of Filipinos. So what my experience in the pandemic and using technology is we were able to sustain services from our home. We are actually running the bank from home. The BSP released their guidelines called Minimum Operational Requirements and Business Continuity Framework for Sustaining Bank Services for Continuing ECQ. That's the enhanced community quarantine for our foreigner friends. This is really like the super lockdown. We cannot get out of our homes. So what we prepared for was to make sure that the backroom units are 100% operating from home. So in a way, this is really a combination of a lot of all applications should be onboarded or accessible via VPN, so they don't have to go to the office. And so there we are. We have prepared prior to the pandemic. Now we have dashboards already. This is what I'm also encouraging in the DBM is to have that kind of mindset of creating dashboards, because you have to know what you have to know what you have to know real time, and we were able to manage or sustain the services because of these dashboards, no. So at that time, for instance, for this, we were able to check whether we have to replenish the cash in the ATMs, and whether the internet or the UPS of the ATM machines were healthy or not, so we can proactively deploy the support that we needed. And so here are some examples of the dashboards that you can see on a daily basis. This is actually still ongoing, but I'm no longer with the bank, so this is just a sample, no. So, but I just wanted to highlight that this kind of culture or mindset of having these numbers readily available in your organization will be something very helpful, not just during pandemic, but moving forward. We also did 24/7, 24/5, because we can't work on Saturday, Sunday for clearing operations. We did the clearing operations from home. Okay, so what we also did was to, while there's also VPN, we issued policies as to having like a secure private facility or areas for the employees to do their work, no. And it's the only bank processing SWIFT from home, because as I mentioned, we have already prepared that facility before the pandemic. And it also, on the treasury part, the treasury ops stamps average of 53%. So actually the recommendation or the average manpower in treasury by the BAP was 42%, but at that time the work from home for us was 53 because as I mentioned, technology, the digital transformation that was initiated years back. It's the culmination of that. Like, you can actually work anywhere. And there, so here, food skill credit operations and so on. So these are just some examples, no? We were also able to provide uninterrupted settlement of custom duties, allowing continued supply of goods. Remember, during the pandemic, we still have to keep the economy going. So one of the pronouncement of the BSP and economic team is to still continue the flow of goods in the Bureau of Customs, and we were able to provide that particular service to the Department of Finance during the pandemic. And then partnership with the app-based courier. So when you're the thing with the pandemic is we experience influx of account opening, and you have to have an ATM card. So we had to engage the likes the fintech companies like Angkas, Joyride, Lalamove, Grab there. So it really took a village to manage the pandemic at that time. And then we also rolled out the Bank on Wheels. It's running on 5G network. So what it does is it has an ATM and it has a cash in and then cash in deposit machine and a check deposit machine. So you can actually deposit or cash out or withdraw money from them. And it's running on 5G, so it's really, you can move it anywhere and it's fast. The internet's fast. And it was the time of GSIS pension. So whenever GSIS would require us to bring the BAO, we call it BAO Bank on Wheels, we would bring it there. So the Filipinos would be able to get cash anywhere, anytime, anywhere. It was also used for 4Ps, and during the DSWD SAP program cash out, it was also deployed because the UDAs were, or for foreigners now, the financial assistance during the pandemic were deployed or distributed via the ATM card. So we had to also deploy the actual machine that will take the cash out. No, so, but those this is where technology is really help us. 5G technology, because I remember that at one time we went to I'm hearing echo. All right, okay. I remember one time we went to a really isolated area, and the bank was very far. So they were very thankful that the BAO was there for them to withdraw cash, because of course here in the Philippines, in most areas, especially in the rural areas, cash is still king. In fact, during disasters, we deployed this. No? And then here's just some numbers now on the cash out remittance I mentioned earlier, and I'm very very proud of this project now, because it was conceptualized because most of our Filipinos, they're having troubles sending money to their loved ones, and they cannot go out. So we were able to help DSWD on the SAP, and as I mentioned, using the card and where the cash will be deposited. And there, it's easy. You don't have to line up. You just have to line up to get a card, but you don't have um to really suffer very long lines and heated, and also the potential fear of you getting the COVID there. And this is also very helpful for the senior citizens, those who are very old and sickly, and the persons with disability. So we because the card will just easily be credited with their financial assistance. There. So what's the secret sauce? Okay. So I just wanted to share those stories with you because I just wanted to experience with me what happened during the pandemic and how technology was very helpful and how innovation was very helpful. No? What was the secret sauce? What is it for us? Why we were able to do that? And eventually, that's the same secret sauce that we will do in the DBM. So first is really the enterprise architecture. You have to know you have to have a blueprint, what you want to do, what you want to happen. So in a similar way, you want to build a house, you have to engage an architect for you to write down or draw what you want to have, and having that mindset, this kind of building siloed systems will be prevented because you have one architecture in mind. You have to follow that architecture, otherwise your project won't be approved or it won't be connected to the system that you want to connect with. Next is having the API platform. So what's API? Application Programming Interface, or API for short, is really the connectivity between the systems or even data. I would always describe it as an airport, wherein the airplane will dock the plane, and then the passengers will go inside for whoever needs the plane, or wherever you need to go. And practically speaking, it's like when you have Instagram, and then automatically goes to Facebook for reposting, right, or automatically sharing. So that's actually API. But you can of course use it only when you have proper credentials in the same manner. So that's API for you. So that's a really, really secure way of connecting things now. And ultimately, business process automation, BPA. And the BPA, this is really the bread and butter of digital transformation. Digitalization is different from digitization and digital transformation. Digitization is just translating or changing the paper format, for example, the paper format to a PDF, and that's digitization. Digitalization is really going into the process, like from point A to point B. This is the process, so that's digitalization, making them focus on the process and making them automated in a way, no. But digital transformation is really this three, no? Enterprise architecture, the APIs, the business process automation. It's really having that kind of whole organization approach, or in this case, for purposes of this discussion, the whole of government approach. So that's when you do digital channels, you can work from home, and security, of course, and then other systems. You can actually onboard a lot of legacy systems when you have this building block, no? So the items that you see on your left, 24/7, no error, secure, and T+0, meaning real time. These are the Lean Six Sigma principles, no, for the IT folks out there, and the IT governance folk. This is like our Bible, no, the Lean Six Sigma. So if you have, if you want to endeavor into digital transformation to if you want to have a career in the IT team of the government, I suggest taking the Lean Six Sigma. So you have that benchmark to talk about or to refer to. So there. So that's the this is like the secret sauce, no. And if you do this, you can do anything. And really, I've experienced it. I've told you already about it. So this is the secret sauce. So we're mapping out the agenda of the administration. No? During the SONA, President said that expenditures will be prioritized, aligned, efficiency will be improved, productivity enhancing investments will be promoted, innovations, highlighting agile bureaucracy. So we have to be responsive to the needs of the public, provide good and solid data to ensure informed decision making, as well as allow secure and seamless access to public services. Voluminous records have to be digitized, and those data should be harmonized and shared across departments and agencies. So to my fellow government public servants here, so it's about I know that we want to share information, no? But having the facility to do that is something that we have to collaborate with. So I would have to talk to my counterparts in your department, no. So if you want to share data, no, so we just create a platform like Dropbox, Google Drive, OneDrive, you name it. But it's more than that, really. It's really having the, as I mentioned, the enterprise architecture to properly execute this. I just wanted to highlight this, no? So this is why we're doing things that we do. So we want to increase digital transformation to decrease corruption index. Also, increasing digital transformation will increase the rate of ease of doing business. So in fact, there are studies out there, as we're demonstrating here, that with digital transformation, you actually invite investors to come in the Philippines. Okay, so that's our benchmark, and GDP per capita will improve. In fact, there's a new World Bank report. World Bank and IMF report that GDP per capita will increase by 0.3% per citizen for when there's digital transformation in the government. So those are the things that we're doing right now. This is like imagine if it's going to be easier for them to get an NBI clearance using their mobile phones and get them easily in real-time basis, they don't have to spend money for transportation, for food, just to go to to go there. And these are some of the exciting benefits of the digital transformation for the Filipinos. I just wanted to show you the concept of GovTech. This is very recent. I came from an IMF workshop wherein this was highlighted because we want to have this paradigm shift that digital transformation must be geared towards government as a platform. So it's a whole of government approach. It's efficient and transparent. you know where your request is at now, and you know where when you're going to get the public service document that you need. And we have to do it with the citizen in mind, because ultimately the citizens are our customers, no? So before, there's an analog government, no? So close door operations, usually it's manual. E-government is really user-centric, no? One-way communications, ICT-enabled procedures. Digital government is, digital, here's what I'm saying. Government as a platform, open by default, data-driven public sector, proactive admin, and the GovTech is really citizen-centric. And it's really just very simple. You need to renew your passport. You need to renew your driver's license. You can just get it from an app, or those are the things that are possible with GovTech. So these are the new technologies that are being used in GovTech. No? So when I was asked to do this talk, I immediately remembered the workshop I attended on the GovTech, because this new normal is just, we're living now in new normal, or renew normal, I don't know, because new normal there was in a pandemic. So I wanted to for you to know these are the technologies na cloud computing, blockchain, machine learning, natural language processing, NLP, big data, satellite imagery, robotic process automation. These are on the image you see in your left, on the right, are some of the framework or architectural framework that we can use, for GovTech, no. So for those folks, or for my colleagues in the government here, maybe you can see where is my agency here. You can actually well, for me, like basically PFM. For the DICT, that's eGov Infra, their web services, API, cybersecurity. For sectoral information, DigiHealth, EduTech, FinTech, social protection, justice, cadastre, and of course there's just disruptive technologies, like big data, AI, RPA, smart app. Because here's the thing with GovTech, the ultimate agenda or goal for GovTech is to have a transparent, efficient government. So open government, open data. So whenever citizens will need the data, they don't have to request for it, because it's out there. That's the point. That's ego for you, no. And then just wanted to also highlight this cloud computing. It's already a trend. The trend now is not to really own equipments now, because it's technologies change almost every 5 months. And it's and you would want to engage providers that are continually evolving, like the cloud service providers and so on. So IaaS is infrastructure as a service, PaaS, public platform as a service, and then SaaS is software as a service. And this is like it's more of a paradigm shift. In fact, in Europe, they had to change a lot of their laws because of this, because technologies change, and you have to make it more like agnostic, or the policies would have to be futuristic, or I would call them future-proof. No, the term is future-proof, proofing the policies, and that's slowly what we're doing in the government, like such as we're reviewing our procurement laws to accommodate this kind of emerging technologies. We're reviewing the guidelines for procurement together with the DICT to to really standardize everything. So the LGUs, the NGAs, LGUs is local government units. Sorry for abbreviating for our foreigner friends. The national government agencies. So they will have this kind of benchmark as to what you need for digital transformation. So it's easier for you to procure. No, you just have to choose which solution you need. Because the preliminaries like the market research, the analysis and the catalog for those kind of technology will be publicly available to the government units that need them. So it's easier for you. That's our goal here. And I believe that this is kind of the GovTech or digital transformation that we need, because it's easy to talk about technology and policy for one is very difficult. No? Sometimes I will hear challenges from other government agencies saying that I really want to be digital. We want this app, but we have the laws are not friendly to it, or the policies are not helping us. So this is a way for us to address those gaps. No, so for our friends in the government, so we're here to help you. So to digitalize your agencies. We're also looking at blockchain for transparency purposes. This will entail a lot of I would call selection of proper use cases, because there are things that in the blockchain processes and data have to be very very defined, because once there's an error it's immutable, so we cannot correct it. So but there are methods or like smart contract or putting your circulars in the blockchain, which I did before in my previous life. So we created the blockchain solution for our circulars. So they're public. So every time you have to access a circular, it's there. You can access it. You can search it, and it's in chain. It's blockchain. You can say that the one I'm reading is really the circular that the secretary signed because it's in the chain. Okay, so no one's faking it, and so on. So that's blockchain for you. So this is just an example, no. In agriculture, naman, for if there are friends from DA, no. So blockchain can be used as a ledger system to allow multiple parties to secure transactions, no. So for example, if you want to trace some foodborne pathogens, you can also look into it. If you want to trace the fertilizers, you can also see where your fertilizers go. So it can also be used against food fraud. Another one is on the GovTech solution that we're looking at is the machine learning, natural language processing. This is kind of tricky, no? Especially when we're talking about right sizing of the government. People will always, or government employees would have this fear that with digital transformation, I'd have my job will be removed or I'll be redundated and so on. But I wanted to change that messaging, no? Because digital transformation is here for you to be upskilled. And imagine you don't have to do the manual work. You can do something else. You can do more strategic work and think about how to better produce quality work, no. And hopefully you'll be able to do or improve our policies, right? So and with this kind of technology, it can help not just you as not just the government, but ultimately you, the government employee, to be better in your job. So there and And it's really a matter of perspective, no? I mean, if you have to upskill. And in fact, me, I'm a lover of knowledge. No? I always like to learn. Um, and people will, my family would always complain that, you have another graduation, and so because it's really a learning journey for us, for all of us, and with digitalization, it can enable employees to have that kind of mindset, learning new things, more things, and how to be better there. So in the different natural language processing is the technology behind chatbots. So when we're talking about call center or having service desk, and I was like, why can't we just create chatbot and so we can focus more on developing more things, no, for the public, because we don't have to dedicate a person to just answer the calls, diba? So we can just have an AI or an NLP to do that for us. Of course, there you have to do an escalation. We call it escalation graduation matrix. So there are times that the bot can only answer simple things. So if it cannot, you can just have to escalate it to something to a human being, which I call the warm body. So another one, dirty big data, satellite imagery and RPA, robotics automation. So in big data, it's really a collection of the data, or we call it unstructured data, that's out there in the public. And it's actually the job of the data scientist to curate them in a model or something, or if you need certain data for policy decision making, you want to know. I just want to have one example. There was a questions to we were servicing we were assisting a sister company that's into feeding like animal feeds, and then they want to build branches in certain areas, but they don't know where. So what we did was we used big data and geolocation data to determine how many animals are in a particular area. It was helpful. So they were able to map out, in this area there are a lot of poultry farms, there's a lot of animals here, so it's better to create a branch here of to sell animal feeds. So those are the things that you can actually do with big data. Satellite imagery is we're actually using satellite imagery to track projects. So if DBM funds or if the government funded a project for a bridge, you can just see what's the status of the bridge. So you can just see it in the satellite. We don't have to ask on the ground. Can you take pictures? Can you send us proof that this is 90% done, so we can already send you the rest of the or that particular money for that project. So it's easy to to validate whether the projects are really done or not with satellite imageries. And it's also being used for asset checking or asset mapping. So if the government would have lands, buildings, so you can just track them down using satellite imagery. RPA, as I mentioned earlier, robotics process automation. Don't freak out on RPAs. In fact, the ones who our digital transformation champions, which we actually usually call lean engineers, are actually the one who are doing the manual work now, because they know this. We have to get the data from this system, and then you have to upload it here, and then we have to download here. We have to upload here. We have to send this person. So imagine RPA can just do that in one sweep, and we can just focus on reading more policy strategy, or enrolling in a school to better your knowledge, or to have improved knowledge. So RPA is there to help us. And this was briefly asked earlier, on the agile and waterfall. At this junction, this is one of the secret sauce. No? It's agile. Actually, it's DevSecOps. Later I'll discuss why. Before it's waterfall. You have, before you do this, you have to do this. Before you do this, you have to get the signature of this person. You have to go to this USEC. You have to go to this for example, if you want to create a new organization, right? You have to go to CSC, to DBM, and so on and so on. But in agile methodology, it's on a per sprint. You can actually do things at once. You don't have to wait, or sometimes you have to wait, but for legal purposes. But for those who can't, or it's permissible to for sprint. You have to do it. And then DevOps means when you develop, you already deploy it. So you don't have to build the entire thing before you launch. No, you can build minimum viable products, and you can do releases. No, so that's an agile organization. Right now, just want to highlight DevSecOps, Development Secure Operations. So DevSecOps is it's embedding security in the development. Okay, so when you say it's the shift left, shift right principle, in the core testing concept and ensure software quality. So in the DevSecOps, when you, for example, plan, and then you code, right, and then you build, and then you test it, then release, deploy, operate, monitor, and then again. And the sec there is really in the middle of it, and everything that you do, there's threat management, you monitor, we scan, analyze, remediate, and so on and so forth. And that's the concept of DevSecOps. It's the ultimate agile kid. I don't know what name. It's the product of a really agile environment. This is what enables innovation during the pandemic. It's this concept. When I mentioned the cash out remittance with you guys earlier, it was this concept wherein security and regulator already talking with us how to develop it and how to properly release it, and then it's really that kind of mindset for us. And for those who want to be or interested in this, there are certain trainings for DevSecOps out there. So here are just some methodology on the shift left. You ensure that software meets the design, and then you shift right, you ensure performance and resilience, reliability. So when you're developing systems, you have this mindset, and this is something that we're going to implement government-wide. As I mentioned earlier, this is a whole of government approach. And in order to do that, we have now the blueprint, the enterprise architecture. We have the methodology, the DevSecOps, And now we have scaffolding, how you really do it. So scaffolding meaning you have to, it's like building a house, or building the crane, the everything. You put the foundation, you put the metal, and so on, the concrete. So one is first is we do first the data vault, warehouse. So because you have to make sure that the data is clean and standard anywhere. Then business process workflow, we the automate workflows, we build fast, So because the workflows are already standardized, it's just more of a plug and play mechanism. You don't have to build a new application and then start all over again. No, it's not. It's not the a more strategic way of doing it. It's having one single platform, open APIs, plug and play. That's it. That's the secret sauce. API, RPA. And AI is something, this is like the product of robust scaffolding. Because when the data is clean, when the workflow are working, APIs are everywhere. RPA, the manual routine tasks are done properly, then it's easier to deploy AI. But of course, this is like to be, it takes a lot of time. We have to first, it's really, it's a work in progress. And then here's the enterprise architecture I mentioned earlier. So I just wanted to dwell on this for a bit, when you say enterprise architecture, so we're talking about strategy, business, technology, and process now. So for strategy, that's your strategic objectives. Usually you can find it in the law that your departments are created for. Business is your business model principles. It depends on probably your head of agency. What's your business principles at a particular time. For technology and process, this is tech scaffolding that I'm talking about. And now, briefly, for the architecture, enterprise architecture, this is subdivided into four, the business, application, data, and tech, or the infra. So business would align technology strategy to business, and then for application, it connects enterprise and makes it consumable. So when you say application architecture, you can see which business or which agency would need this kind of application. So you'll be able to connect with that agency. Easy, right? Data architecture provides fit for purpose and easy to use applications. So when you say here in data, you need of course data architects for this. You can map out which data you need for your application or for your system, and then you can reuse it for other systems that you may need in the future. So, or you can actually share the same data architecture to other agencies that will need the same data. Like that's in most of the time I will call it RegTech, regulatory technology. In RegTech, because it's the RegTech principle is if you're the regulator or if you're the auditor, you can just get data whenever you need it, because you can have a portal where you can just get the data or curate the data that you need for a particular report and so on. Infrastructure architecture connects servers, networks, and the cloud. So yeah. And briefly, for the business architecture, you have to know the strategy, capabilities, value chains. No? But just wanted to highlight yung the design feature technology architecture, because this will enable like the new normal mindset. For you have to prepare for a future, and for a country that's stricken by multiple disasters on a regular basis, you have to have this kind of future technology architecture mindset in mind. and those are the things that we have to always take into consideration, that we're archipelagic, we are typhoons come and go, floods come and go, we have earthquake, we have volcano, you name it, we have them. And for application architecture, you have to consider the service design, who are the customers, what's the look and feel, how it will be consumed, and how it will be well documented. So meaning the audit logs. Integration. So you have to know which agency or which bureau that within your agency would have be integrated. So, and it's easily deployable. Yan. And then reliability, it's always there, secure, and so on. Data architecture entails a lot of data strategy and governance. So meaning from the collection, it's already clean, it's already good quality, and then there's data democratization, so you can know data whenever needed, wherever. Yeah. I will call it self-service data management. Anyway, but that's already a different topic. Technology architecture, you have to have strong foundation, reliability, resilience, and platform automation. It's in technology architecture, as I mentioned earlier, it's really the mindset for a platform. No? It's gone were the days that you have to develop system on a per system basis. Right now, you have to develop on a platform basis. And then you have to be futuristic as to who else can use it or how can it be reused by other agencies and so on. Especially here in DBM, that has to be our mindset, or my mindset as the CIO. No? Because eventually, in every time I would build something, I have to have a mindset that it's going to be reused by other agencies, because we're oversight for almost everything in the government for budgetary purposes, as you know. So there. And of course, higher availability, no single point of failure. And as I said, platform automation. My dream really is for every government employee to be able to create their own automation tool, because it's low code, no code. Promise, it's easy, just plug and play. You can have a dashboard that, what do you need? I need this data, I need to create a dashboard for this, and that we'll be able to provide you that kind of facility. So that's platform automation for you. That's no code, and democratize. And then these are some examples of architecture. Depends. The architecture is not standard for all. It depends on your organization. For example, field health would a different one, because they have this kind of different setup. SSS would have a different one. DBM has different. So it depends. But I just wanted to highlight that there are various architecture you guys can use. You can refer to like TOGAF. TOGAF is a go-to. It's very easy to use TOGAF. Zachman is the father of enterprise architecture. You can also use it for certain EA or mapping, EA mapping. But if you're dealing with a lot of business or data, I'd recommend TOGAF. That's what we're using. Also, just some examples on industry-specific EAs. In telco, I use ETOM for government. The frameworks out there are for federal government. So I haven't really seen something for our kind of government. So kind of I'm mixing BIAN, and TOGAF, because in a way, because DBM has a lot of financial transactions, it's really geared toward more on a banking architecture in a way, but taking away some of the items in the framework under the PN. Insurance also has a different one. So for those insurance folks, you can use Accord. There. Lastly, so on the dot, I was told my slot is until 2:15. The conclusion here is this actually came from the president last month. He said that we are committed to realize the vision of a digital Philippines. We will achieve this by enhancing the country's digital infrastructure, improving the regulatory framework for innovation, ensuring cyber security, and developing the country's digital workforce, among others. The government will also facilitate the swift passage of the e-governance and e-government bills. So there. With that, I end my presentation and I welcome any questions that I may have within my limited time.
All right. So thank you very much, Undersecretary Del Rosario. Truly, the pandemic has pushed us to rethink the way we do things and has introduced us various avenues for innovation and improvement. Undersecretary Del Rosario, we look forward to your additional insights later during the panel discussion. All right. To our in-person participants who are here right now at our venue, if you have questions for our resource speaker, you may write it down to the meta cards placed on your table, and then later on, one of our team members will go around to collect them. Okay. Now, the next topic, we'll talk about the challenges and appropriate measures that the public sector must adapt in the age of social environmental extremes in order to provide a seamless public service. Our next presenter has more than 10 years of experience in the area of public sector management, innovation, and European project management. To tell us more about public services in the age of social environmental extremes, let us all welcome Ms. Julia Bossa. Good morning, Ms. Bossa.
Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning to everybody.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, I'll just share my screen. All right. Okay, so yeah, very good afternoon to everybody, or good morning, as in my case. I'm connected from Europe. And I'm very pleased to be here and speak at your prestigious conference. It is a first-time experience for me to speak actually at a conference in Asia Pacific. So I'm very honored. Yeah, and I will dive directly into my topic, which is public services in the age of social environmental extremes. I will give a more general overview of this topic with firstly outlining the age of social environmental extremes. Asia is confronted with impacts on human environment, and then I go into government action, focusing on adaptation, and will finalize with disaster risk management as one adaptation option. So I would like to start with some impressions of the various disasters that Asia is faced with. As such, I mean, the region is tremendously vast. It has a tremendous variation in terms of ecosystems, economic development, cultures, and climate risk exposure as well. So this picture here, for instance, reminds of the floods that Pakistan experienced this summer, where 33 million people were affected, roughly 15% of the population, with 1.7 million homes destroyed and about 1,400 people killed. So Pakistan experienced in that summer really 190% more rain than its 30-year average, a devastating event. Then on the other hand, in 2020, so to speak about the vast variance in disasters as well, there was extreme winter in Mongolia that was a very big threat to the herders community. The thing is that roughly 50% 50% of Mongolia's population depend on animal livestock. These harsh winters are often preceded by droughts in summer, where animals already can't find a lot of pasture, where herders cannot stock fodder. And so in winter, when this ground is so frozen that animals don't get any grazing, any pasture, they'll die and put herders' livelihoods at a threat. So as we see globally, there's a stark increase in the number of disasters in the 21st century compared to the 20th century. During the last 20 years, actually, climate-related disasters have nearly doubled, which is affecting more than 4 billion people globally. And existing policies point currently to 2.8 degrees Celsius increase by 2100, so far away from the aim of 1.5 degrees Celsius that were aimed for the Paris agreements. And we know that climate change is already here. We know how it is affecting the frequency and intensity of natural hazards and increasing the vulnerability of countries, especially for small islands and developing states. In fact, over the past 50 years, natural hazards in Asia and the Pacific affected 6.9 billion people and killed more than 2 million. And 6 out of the top 10 highest average annual losses associated with multi-hazards were also located in Asia in 2017, namely Japan, China, the Republic of Korea, India, the Philippines, and Taiwan. Additionally, 7 out of the 8 mega cities most vulnerable to disaster-related mortality are located in Asia, with Tokyo, Osaka, Karachi, Kolkata, Manila, Tianjin, and Jakarta, and they all totaling a population of 130 million people. And additionally, Asian cities see a growing income equality and a move from rural poverty to urban poverty in many cases. It is also true that East Asia and Asia Pacific house the largest population of slum dwellers. So in fact, Asia is one of the regions that is most vulnerable to climate change. And on top of this, we do not only have single hazard events, but also multi-hazard events, as you'll experience during the COVID-19 pandemic, and as you already referred to, because on top of this pandemic, which provoked a standstill of the world, I would say, your countries had to cope with your regular sequence of other natural hazards, such as cyclones, storm surges, floods, droughts, heat waves, earthquakes, and volcanic activities. And the lockdown and the travel restriction and containment measures limited the established measures for prevention, response, and recovery, while at the same time these natural hazards hampered the response to the pandemic and facilitated the spread of the virus. So, in fact, we can say that the convergence of hazards increasingly drives vulnerability in terms of poverty and inequality, and also drives unplanned and rapid urbanization. So in fact, the future riskscape for Asia and the Pacific will include increasingly complex, overlapping, and cascading hazards that we have to prepare for. This is a map from the United Nations organization and outlining, again, putting into context COVID and the major disasters that struck in 2020 and 2021. Those areas that are dark red are those areas with the highest COVID cases. And in the circles, the different major disasters that hit at those time. So we see most of them were cyclones and floods, cyclones in Bangladesh, India, Fiji, Korea, the Philippines, and Vietnam, and floods in China, Iran, Japan, Kazakhstan, Pakistan, and Uzbekistan. So your countries had to cope with multiple hazards and multiple that could lead to multiple disasters. So an extreme situation indeed. Since I spoke so much about hazards, let me give a definition that is brought forward by the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. So an hazard is an event or a trend with the potential to impact a community in the form of causing loss of life or injury, or other health impacts, as well as damages to property, infrastructure, livelihoods, service provision, ecosystems, and environmental sources. In fact, the UN classifies 8 different types of hazards. So we have so-called natural hazards, which are meteorological and hydrological hazards or geohazards. So we speak about tropical cyclones, heat waves, earthquakes, landslides, tsunamis, and the like. Next to environmental hazards such as air pollution or soil degradation, biodiversity loss, and biological hazards. So let's say diseases more broadly. And these 4 categories are the ones that immediately come to one set when we speak about hazards in the current landscape, and also the ones that can be influenced and are affected by climate change. And naturally, this even drives the risks of poverty and inequality. But apart from these 4 categories, there are chemical hazards, like the release of chemical substances such as mercury or ammonia, societal hazards, civil unrest, armed conflicts, stampedes or financial shocks, technological hazards, which is industrial pollution or nuclear radiation, and even extraterrestrial hazards like UV radiation or meteorite impacts. So, in fact, the range of hazards that countries should take into account for the disaster risk reduction planning and for the development is very ample. I will mainly concentrate on the 4 first types, so the natural hazards and the environmental and the biological hazards in this presentation. And again, as I said in the beginning, Asia is a very diverse region with very diverse hazards according to the region. Like they range from permafrost thawing in the uppers north to sea level rise, floods, heat waves, and dust storms. In fact, Asia will see for sure an increase in extreme heat, flooding, sea level rise, and erratic rainfall. And climate change will have an effect on these hazards. So transformation of society is needed in order to cope with these risks related to climate change. So when we turn to impacts that climate change has on human environments, we can say that approximately 3.3 to 3.6 billion people live in contexts that are highly vulnerable to climate change. And vulnerability, of course, differs in terms of the location where people live, in terms of the socioeconomic development, on the use of sustainable or unsustainable ocean and land use, inequality and marginalization, as well, and very crucially to this conference, as well as governance. And naturally, across sectors, the most vulnerable people are those that are disproportionately affected by the climate change impacts. And these contribute to humanitarian crisis where the climate hazards interact with vulnerability and exposure. In fact, in the near terms, the climate risks to natural and human systems depend more strongly on the changes in vulnerability and exposure than on the difference in the climate emission scenarios. And as we all know, climate and weather extremes increasingly will drive displacements in all regions, with small island and island states disproportionately affected. And in fact, some responses to climate change that we have, the adaptation responses and the mitigation responses, can even lead to negative impacts instead of positively adapting to climate change and mitigating it through maladaptation if there's a lack of information or wrong information, and that leads humans to decide on the wrong adaptation options. So we see that climate change will slow the progress made already in poverty reduction and reverse some gains that were already achieved in overall development. So I want to dwell a little bit further on observed impacts of climate change. This is a list done by the IPCC in their report on impact adaptation vulnerability that was issued this summer, or well, this spring. And they classify according to 3 impacts on human systems: impacts on water scarcity and food production, impacts on health and well-being, and impacts on city settlements and infrastructure. So the darker the color, the darker the circle, the higher the confidence for the impact of climate change. Minus means reverse impacts, and plus and minus might mean that there are some negative impacts and some positive, depending on regional differences, for instance. If we look now at water scarcity and food production, for food production, water scarcity, there may be some positive effects in some regions, but negative in others. Animal, livestock, and fisheries will negatively be affected throughout. And then there are crucial impacts on health and well-being, with an increase on infectious diseases, which is easily understandable if we think about increased rainfall, increased flood risks, and with possible damages to infrastructure like water or disposal infrastructure, which may in the case of small island states, actually. So when I speak about key risks, and according to the IPCC, these are the most pressing concerns that are caused or aggravated by climate change, and they can result from direct or indirect effects. And here we see in red on the outside the different impacts that climate change has on the ecosystem. For instance, there are slow onset changes in terms of atmospheric temperature and change in rainfall patterns. These and then the changes on the ocean ecosystems, like ocean acidification, increase in ocean temperature, and these all lead to relative sea level rise. Plus the changes provoked in extreme events with increased storm surges, as we already said, marine heat waves, an aggravation of the El Nino and La Nina phenomenons, and increasing cyclones. So these all affect the system of small islands and drive their key risks, basically. So as we said, sea level rise will lead to loss of marine and coastal biodiversity. It will also lead to loss of terrestrial biodiversity, lead to submergence of reef islands. This again, and together with the extreme events on the right-hand side, will lead to a destruction of settlements and infrastructure, a degradation of human health and well-being, water insecurity, decline in livelihood, in economic decline and livelihood failure, as well as loss of cultural resources and heritage. And all these become drivers for reducing the inhabitability of islands. When we now look at government action against the background that I just pointed out, I would like to emphasize that climate change, ecosystems, and human systems are seen as coupled systems. This here is the current portrait of the systems where human society interacts with the ecosystems and climate change. So human society, through the, of course, drives climate change, tries to adapt and mitigate climate change, but not sufficiently enough, at least not in current scenarios. Climate change has huge impacts on human society, huge impacts on the ecosystem. And additionally, humans through, for instance, deforestation, impact on the ecosystem in negative ways as well. So this is the disequilibrium, the unequilibrium we experience right now. All this is driven by the risks of climate hazards, of course, and the increased vulnerability and exposure. And we should try to move to a system where adaptation and mitigation are significantly increased. So and prevent an aggravation of climate change, where humans increasingly conserve and restore the ecosystem, and where the ecosystem then has much more capacity to adapt within its own limits to climate change and to provide livelihoods to humans and to human society. So, and in fact, when we speak about adaptation, climate change adaptation, we speak about the adjustment of already existing systems. And this kind of adjustment, of course, depends on the capacity and effectiveness of governance and decision-making processes. I would like to briefly outline some of the examples of adaptation processes. So if we think about energy systems, for instance, diversifying energy sources might be an adaptation option. If we think about terrestrial ecosystems, sustainable forest management might be an option. For ocean and coastal ecosystems, mangrove and coral reef restoration. In terms of food and agricultural ecosystems, it would be irrigation and water management. For settlements, for urban settlements, it is flood protection measures and seawalls, for instance, also sustainable land use planning and regulation. Very important here, regulation, to prevent new settlements in flood-prone areas, for instance. And finally, in the area of health, adaptation options could regard reducing air pollution. And globally, luckily, we've seen an increase in adaptation planning and implementation throughout all regions. So at least there are 170 countries and many cities that include climate adaptation in their climate policies and in their planning processes already. And in fact, when we speak about adaptation, we have two ways. So there's the planned adaptation, which is through often direct government intervention, like for instance, changing labor laws to decrease the exposure to extreme heat, or the expansion of natural resources. And then there is autonomous adaptation, which happens kind of automatically and is a direct response of the population of people to already existing climate change experiences and to manage current impacts. So these examples might, for instance, be farmers that adopt the type of crops they plant, or that they adapt their irrigation practices. Or it could also be coastal communities that simply raise the height of the buildings they are living in. However, although it is positive that there are increasingly that there's an increasing amount of adaptation options, and adaptation is taken very seriously by governments across the world, many initiatives prioritize immediate and near-term climate risk reduction. And this reduces the opportunity for transformational reduction. So many initiatives are still fragmented, they are small scale, incremental and sector specific, and they focus more on planning than on implementation. Additionally, of course, adaptation mitigation options happen unequally across regions, and there's a widening disparity between the estimated costs of adaptation and actually the money that goes concretely into adaptation projects. So it is important that there is long-term planning and accelerated implementation to close these adaptation gaps. And in order to adapt, we actually need integrated and multi-sectoral solutions that address social inequities And we need differentiated responses based on the concrete climate risks a region or location experiences that cut across systems and across sectors. Health systems also have to be made climate proof or climate resilience, let's say, for instance, using health action plans that include early warning response systems. And there needs to be an increasing adaptive capacity of sending and receiving areas in order to enable safe and orderly movements of people within and between countries. And some of the cross-adaptation options are, for instance, disaster risk management, early warning systems, climate services, and also risk spreading and sharing, so insurance schemes. And when we speak about disaster risk management and early warning systems, I would just like to point out here that roughly 1/3 of the world is not covered by early warning systems. And that is why the United Nations, together with the World Meteorological Organization, launched an initiative to equip every citizen, or to have every citizen protected by an early warning system within the next 5 years, so by 2027. This initiative was announced at the COP27 actually. And such early warning systems, as you all know, should inform people about the hazards that are on their way. They also should provide information to governments and communities on how to act to minimize damage. Now I would like to look a little bit closer at disaster risk management and risk-informed governance for disaster risk reduction and climate change resilience. In fact, thanks to all the adaptation measures that have already been carried out over the last 20 years, fewer people have been dying, and there has been a substantial fall in the average loss of life per year throughout Asia and Pacific. However, most countries are still ill-prepared for multiple and overlapping crises. And as it was already pointed out previously, COVID-19 really highlighted the need for strategic planning and foresight, for looking beyond the expected and engage with uncertainty and complexity. And it also highlighted and underscored the importance of strengthening multi-hazard disaster risk reduction and risk governance. So the concept of risk-informed governance is actually at the heart of disaster and climate risk management. So when we speak about risk-informed governance, there's a focus on preventing new risks, on reducing existing disaster risks, and managing residual risks. This also means that this concept of disaster risk reduction has to be integrated into the disaster preparedness processes, into land use planning, into investment decisions, into urban development, and also economic development plans. So multi-hazard approaches have to be developed, especially if we look at disasters resulting from hazards like natural, environmental, and biological hazards. I mentioned before the need for long-term planning and the integration of risk planning into economic development plans, and I would like to give an example of the risk-informed development planning in Bangladesh as a good practice here too. This risk-informed development planning is part of Bangladesh National Resilience Program, and this is actually a partnership between various United Nations organizations and various ministries of Bangladesh government. And it is a strategic support project that was launched in 2017 and should be finalized by the end of this year, with the aim to incorporate disaster and climate risk in all stages of the country's development planning. So it was really about strengthening government's capacity to design and implement inclusive and gender-responsive disaster management development policy. Disaster management and develop policies in that respect. It is, as you can see here, the left-hand side pillars. They are clearly based on the Sendai framework for disaster risk management, as they take up directly the 4 pillars of this framework. And with this plan, Bangladesh moved from more reactive to a very proactive model, especially in the area of managing disasters in relation to cyclones and flooding. One important aspect here too is, for instance, in understanding risks and hazards, the development of a risk information platform, and the capacity building for civil servants and also for community organizations, which was crucial in this program. In fact, grassroots involvement and good governance at grassroots level were some of the key components that were highlighted in Bangladesh's efforts in this program and in related disaster risk reduction projects. It is extremely important to include the affected communities and to empower them so that they know what to do, how to react once disaster strikes. And additionally, Bangladesh also disposes of a very long-term development planning with their Delta Plan 2100, which sets out its goals until the end of this century, especially in terms of food and water security and economic growth. So this is a very ambitious plan which wants to lift up Bangladesh to the status of a developed nation by the end of the century. And it is indeed the first development plan that takes climate issues as a factor in account for economic development planning. So with this example, I would like to come to some policy recommendations for strengthening disaster risk reduction and resilience. They are based on the United Nations Department for Economic and Social Affairs. So on the one hand side, we do need and have to promote effective public governance and integrated risk-informed governance for including them into our disaster risk reduction strategies. So when we speak about effective public governance, we refer to the whole of governance approach that was already mentioned by the previous speaker. So we need also multi-sectoral and multi-dimensional approaches covering all hazards. Risk identification is crucial, as well as leadership. Resources have to be mobilized, but also to be allocated correctly. Transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness in decision-making are crucial as well under this dimension, as well as continuous learning, not only from science, but from experience. So in each recovery phase, actually, there has to be a kind of debriefing phase where actions are assessed that were carried out when the disaster struck, in order to be better prepared for disasters next time. Additionally, a sound policy making is crucial. So we speak about policy coherence, the strategic planning and foresight, using a regulatory impact analysis, and having monitoring and evaluation systems in place, as well as having data sharing platforms and science policy interfaces. Investments have to be leveraged for disaster risk reduction. So this could be like more innovative instruments, public, private, and people partnerships, green bonds, or even crowdfunding that was used in some cases for early warning mechanisms, for instance. Infrastructure has to be made more resilient through sound infrastructure management practices, for instance, such as adapting maintenance schedules, or actions such as raising the height of bridges, for instance. Human rights-based approaches have to be mainstreamed to leave nobody behind and to ensure inclusive development. And very importantly, I would like to highlight as well this fact that multi-stakeholder engagement is necessary, as well as international and regional partnerships and cooperation. So we really have this whole of society approach. And I would like to mention in this regard as well multi-level governance and the strengthening of the local level, because when disaster strikes, it strikes in concrete places, affects concrete people, and often it's first the community that is the first to help itself before national support, for instance, and national support arrives because of damaged infrastructure and the like. Additionally, government innovation frontier technologies have to be leveraged. So we already heard about artificial intelligence, big data analytics, interactive maps. Virtual reality can also be used in mitigation training, for instance. And government innovation, frontier technologies, and so on also have to do with the quality of data and data management processes and governance that have to be in place. Additionally, capacity training is important for the local communities and for the civil servants, of course, to enable them to integrate systems thinking and to understand risk-based approaches. And finally, risk of informed communication is crucial, and awareness campaigns. This is information towards the citizenry in general, and of course here again digital tools can be of a tremendous help in disaster communication. Notably, Twitter has been used on many occasions. Here I would just like to say that of course it is important to consider fake news and so on, so it is important that government knows how to counteract possible fake news and establishes right from the start the official channels. So I would like to conclude actually stressing again the need for strong and inclusive governance systems, the need for multi-level governance, as I said before, and the need for whole of society approaches. Because as I mentioned already in the last slide, when disaster strikes, the first one to help is often your neighbor. And as we saw as well, there is a need for linking climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction in order to achieve sustainable development. Okay, thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much, Miss Julia Bosa, for that eye-opening and enlightening talk. We have realized that new challenges are underway and that we need to be ready for disruptive changes in this VUCA world. And later, we will look forward to any additional insights that you have during the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now pause for a 10-minute break, for us to cool down for a little bit. To our participants in Zoom, you may turn your cameras off at this time, and then we will see you back after 10 minutes. Participants, please partake of the refreshments and snacks. See you after 10 minutes. Good afternoon. All right. Okay, welcome back to the conference on public sector productivity. We hope that you feel energized after that short break. Okay. Now we are ready to move on to the next presentation, which will talk about current practices and implementation of productivity improvement initiatives of the public sector, and explore new approaches to tackle the existing challenges in designing and implementing the initiatives for improving productivity in the public sector. Please give a warm round of applause to the co-founder and CEO of GovInsight and the co-founder and chair of the European Cities for Sustainable Public Finances, Mr. Alexander Heichlinger. Good morning, Mr. Heichlinger.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning,
sir. Can you
sir.
hear me well? I hope I can hear you.
Yes, you are audible.
Perfect. First of all, for me, it's a big honor to be here at this very exciting conference on the productivity in the public sector, organized by the Asian Productivity Organization, as well as supported by the Development Academy of the Philippines. I will share my slides in 1 second. Again, we have here the same. I cannot see. And change the. Can you see the slides? I think, but you can see not the full one. You see the double one. And here I cannot. Now I switch now. Now it should be okay. Okay. Thanks again. I was very much with a humor this morning when you said, please put after your name or before your name the country you represent. As you can see from my name, I am having, let's say, a German, or let's say, in a correct sense, an Austrian name. I'm originally from Austria, but I lived and worked already in many European countries, in the Netherlands, in Belgium, and now I'm based and work from Barcelona in Spain. So for me, it was a bit difficult. What country should I really put there? I'm a European, and therefore also my approach today, my perspective today will be the European, let's say, perspective. When we speak about designing, implementing productivity improvement initiatives in the public sector, what I will tell you in the next 30 to 40 minutes will come out of a real toolbox of projects I have implemented over the last 20 years. I had the chance to work in Europe with all European countries, or all European public administration, except the national level. That means I have a long list of projects where I can draw my experiences, knowledge, and know-how, and which will I try to, let's say, translate to you. In addition, of course, the work with the OECD, the work with the European Commission, which is in our case in Europe another level of public administration, so supranational public administration, is also, let's say, very rich in this context. When we start, and I liked a lot that you have an own Asian productivity organization, because we in Europe are not so much familiar with that term when we speak about in the public sector. We are more using the word of quality management, or the quality in the public administration, or the well-functioning of the public administration. If we have a well-functioning public administration in the European country, that means they produce really good services. People are happy, they're satisfactory, etc. But of course, all the efficiency and effectiveness. So productivity, what is it actually in the terms of the public sector? Here you can see a typical definition, which I took from the Cambridge Dictionary. We know perfectly from the private sector, and myself, when I studied business administrations when I was younger, we have here the output and input issue. That means what can be produced, what kind of output can be produced in comparison to what kind of necessary, let's say, input is necessary. Materials, human resources, investment into order to produce these goods. So productivity is a crucial factor in the production of performance. We also say that performance improvement instead of productivity in our daily life. So what I say in the next is we aim in Europe much more towards excellency in public administration, rather than calling it productivity. But you're fully right, of course, it's a matter of the terms. Most important is that all the issues are related to it. When we look at our public sector, we have done here several European-wide studies. What is the role? Many of them say a lot of things going to the private sectors. We are also having a strong, let's say, tendency using other kind of actors, the NGOs, civil society organization. I come also back to this a little later. To what extent are we going to use the citizens even to, let's say, provide maybe services? We saw that in terms, in the times of the COVID, a lot of citizens have taken over some of the services which could not be provided by the public sector due to whatever, let's say, issues. We have here also very clear trends or strong opinion in Europe that in the future, especially when we speak in our welfare system, I'm from Austria, we have a very strong welfare system, but also in Spain and in other countries, we need much more volunteers. That means people outside the public administration providing certain services. We cannot, also in terms of, and you will see some statistics afterwards, we do not have enough the civil servants inside. We do not have often the knowledge, let's say, available, or are too approximate enough to the needs or to the issues or hazards, as Julia said, and therefore we need, let's say, this partnership. Having looked at the public sector, in Europe, we have around 500 million inhabitants. Now, I include still the UK, also it's outside the European Union. And in terms of employees, or in terms of company, it is the biggest single industry. We have 75 million public employees working in Europe together. This you can see on the left-hand side, therefore, it is the public sector is the biggest single industry, what we have. So the biggest company, if you use that term. In that context, we have three roles there. It's the biggest investor, it's the biggest purchaser, and it's the biggest employer. In the terms of investing and purchasing, I also have seen that already what the colleague from the Philippines, the Undersecretary, Ms. De Rosa, she said, it's important to have a very good public procurement system in place. We are including the public procurement things like green, like the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. We're including the ESGs. All these different issues can be very much pushed thanks to a good public procurement laws and system in order to have the right services, the right products in our respective society. Another thing is, of course, to what extent when we invest and when we purchase, are we, let's say, buying on the right price? Public sector tends to have not so much or not always enough information about the market, about the different pricing. We put there, let's say, a call for a different service or call for proposal, and then you put a price there. But very often it's very difficult to judge to what extent is it too expensive, again, in terms of productivity, what kind of money do we need in order to produce that given output, etc. Another one is here the employer. I'm a big defender of a strong public sector. We know that it's there are different, let's say, sometimes also politically or from the ideology point of view driven opinions, but it's for us important that we need the talent, we need good people within the public administration, not only at the political level, I come also back to these also political leaders, but also well-trained, let's say, capable persons, young people entering. And for this point of view, we do have to change. We have to make it more attractive. A lot in Europe is going on in order to make the public sector more attractive. We do know that it's a very stable, let's say, field of employment. But for young people coming out of universities or, let's say, now being and looking also at the social media, the startup scene, it is not very attractive. It's very rigid still. It's very hierarchical still. It is very regulated, which comes then also to the next part. This has to change. We need more agility. It must be more attractive also for the young people and talent, and not only the salary as such. Some countries, they do have a rather similar, let's say, level of salary between the public administration and the private sector, but others, the private sector pays much more, and therefore young people are going into that area. The other two roles, what I said before, it is we need policymakers, we need regulation. This is an issue we can never in the public sector outsource, really. We can include via e-consultation or co-creation other actors, but it is very important that we have a strong innovation aspect there. What we have in Europe here, a lot of initiatives goes to better regulation. Better regulation means, and in the same time, impact assessment. The former colleague, also former presenter, she already made it. That means before we produce, discuss, or decide any policy and or law, we should already know what will be the benefits, what will be the impact, what will be the costs out of it. So that better regulation, impact assessment is very important, and therefore innovation at that stage is wanted. In addition, then, of course, the sixth role, which remains in our I said investor, purchaser, employer, policymaker, and regulator, so 5 roles, is, of course, the key service provider. We do have different tendency. You can see that afterwards in one of my projects as well, that some countries are tending to more privatization. It is okay. It can be done. I do not, let's say, avoid saying some private or public, let's say, enterprises having more managerial aspect inside to provide better services. But the big issues, the big, let's say, public goods issues such as education, health, maybe transport, etc., should remain, from our point of view, within the public sector. So in the middle, you can see the public sector's role now and in the future will be a catalyst for our well-being, competitiveness, and as we call excellence. And we do that together with the entire society. I will also come back to this other, and of course with all kinds of actors, the people, communities, and companies. Please allow me now then to go into the first project, which I would like to present to you when we speak about productivity. This is called EUPAC project. It's the European Public Administration Country Knowledge Project, which is a project I made from 2016 to 2018. and it is now still updated. What was the background in this context is that we, from the European Union side, from the supranational administration, wanted to know much more what are the different key characteristics, what are the key reform dynamics we have in the public administration, our member states. Why? In order then to better deploy the different funding. It's a very important issue. So you got a lot of money you get from international donors, you get it from the national governments, but very often we are not actually fully aware what dynamic characteristics, issues are, let's say, taking place or are changing in our member states. So that project from that point of view, I think was very important because we have analyzed all the 28 European countries, including the UK, so 27 right now. And based on that, they could take better decision in order the spending, in order where to allocate, where to focus on the different funding issues. The background of that project is, as we always say, it is important that we do not only invest money into the private sector, of course it is, into the citizens, but we have to invest also money in ourselves. Yeah. In order to achieve what we can call here the quality, a high quality in our government, in our public administration. I mentioned already before, we in the EU countries, we have 75 million employees, which is 25% of the total workforce in the entire European Union. But in this context, we are responsible for almost 50% of the GDP. So this is a huge, let's say, responsibility. For that point of view, we need quality. Because, let's say, efficient, effective administration, quality in government matters for the economic performance, has a direct link, and I have, in this context, also then some very nice graphs. It also helps to shape regional competitiveness in the countries, but also as Europe, as our continent. And of course, it helps to achieve the best value for all these different public funds and create a very good regulatory environment. Regulations are very important. But as I say, there should be enough room for maneuver in order to move yourself. I've seen in the chat already one of the questions saying, we have such regulated, let's say, environments. Everything is based on a norm. How can we then better use our technology? I will also come back to this because this is very important that we have the right regulatory framework in place. When I say quality, productivity, or excellence in government matters for economic performance, I'm always show this graph. Here you can see on the two axes, the bottom line is the government effectiveness, and on the same time, to what extent is it translated into competitiveness. You can see on the top right side, here are the top players, the key players, if you call like this. We have Sweden, we have Germany, we have the Denmark, we have the Finland, we have the Netherlands, which have a very well-functioning public administration. And this is the basis in order to translate this into competitiveness for their companies, not as a public administration as such, because we do sometimes compete with other countries, but at least we provide, let's say, this environment. You can see, for example, I live in Spain, and there you can see on that part, the administration as such is rather effective. It's not too bad. Also, we always have that image that the Southern European countries are not so good or they are not so, let's say, efficient. But what they cannot achieve, or it's one of the bigger challenges, is to translate this into competitiveness. That means the function is pretty good, but the entire country has not, let's say, reached let's say, the competitiveness they would like to have or should have in this context. When we look at the common trends, when we speak about the different reforms and about the different innovations in order to increase quality, performance, or productivity, we have some common patterns very clearly. We opt very much now in terms of open government transparency. I've also heard already from previous speakers that the mistrust is it's a wide, let's say, image, a wide issue which is still in place everywhere, also in Europe. Therefore, a lot is being done in order to have open data, open government portal, also in procurement, that all these different processes are very transparent. We are establishing and have created anti-corruption authority, which are working close outside the normal administration, but can, let's say, control, can intervene, and can even give penalties if there's something going wrong. If another trend is very important in this context is the different professionalism, the civil service reform which is going on within the member states. We have been, let's say, public administration very strongly in Europe had previously the status of fonctionnaires. That means civil servants for a lifetime. But this is changing a lot. For example, in Austria, we have now 50% of all the workforce in the public administration are the standard, the traditional civil servants, but 50% have a normal, under brackets, labor contract, doing the same job, but having a labor contract with objectives, with the possibility, in case, it's normally not very often, that can be fired, in order to have, let's say, there a better mix in not only having people there in case they cannot be fired at all, they cannot be punished at all, etc. So we have a lot of instruments, let's say, being introduced, like performance appraisal. The majority of our European public administration do have objectives now for the civil servants. They have appraisal and monitoring system in place. In Spain, this is not yet the case. It's one of the few countries, for example, we do not have civil servants having an objective or let's say, what is your planning for the next year talks, as well KPIs in order to perform and measure this performance. We do have very strong code of conduct. That means that you have to comply with a certain number of values in order to do your job. I will also come back to the afterwards. And what we also already said before, another trend is digitalization in terms of e-government. Everything is online. The one-stop shop is one of the most, let's say, key elements in our governments, that you do not have to provide your information to several ministries or to several levels of governments. It should be done and if electronically, if possible electronically. I will also come back with some statistics on that. Where we do not have at all a real, let's say, clue what is better or not, there are not really trends to say this is a better issue or the other one, whether to merge. That means, should we merge maybe local governments? Should we, let's say, make bigger administrations, or do we have better or more productive, let's say, administrations at the national level, regional or local level, or agentification? Because we do have also in some European countries, or even some cities, like the city of Hamburg, having more than 350 public agency doing some of the public services. So this agentification or centralization, it's not a really, let's say, studied, or it's no real evidence provided what is better. We also have not a really full, let's say, opinion or clear trends in terms of what is functioning better or what is more effective. Is it a centralized country? We have some unitary countries still in Europe as well, or a decentralized, a very federal country like the German country, like Belgium, etc. We find innovation, we find productivity increases in all different, let's say, systems. This is not, let's say, in our case, still fully clear. Look into a bit of comparison now. And there you can see one country is already circled in green, it's Ireland. We still have in Europe a high, and also not only in your country, high regulatory intensity. Cutting red tape is very difficult. We need laws, we need regulations. We have, when we started to develop our public administration, also very often only recruited lawyers, those coming out from the legal background. But now recently, in many, many countries, we are, let's say, also contracting, of course, business administration, so economics, architects, psychologists, all different kind of, let's say, future civil servants. But as you can see, a large number, Austria, Bulgaria, Hungary, is still very highly regulated. On the extreme other side, it's Ireland. This is the lowest, let's say, regulated country of Europe. That does not say we have no laws there, but you can also see it is a very open. You can see then on the top right, you can see how open our administrations, let's say, are in Europe. Is it very open? Like on the left-hand side, we have here Estonia, we have here Finland, we have here Denmark. On the right-hand side, a lot of information, even if we have transparency portals, even if we have online systems or services online provided, the decisions are many, let's say, often taken still behind the doors. Yeah, this is therefore we call it here closed public sector. And Ireland is also one of the very few countries when we look at how agile, adaptive a public administration is, we still are dominated by a very procedural public administration. So procedures are very, very strong. You can see that here on the bottom of that graphic on the right-hand side. All these countries are very, very strongly focused still on processes. Where we have on the left-hand side, we have 3 countries, the UK, Netherlands, and Ireland, having a lot of managerial aspects. They are managed with principles coming from the private company. Of course, not as a private company, but having a more managerial approach, more giving confidence into the employees, delegating more trustworthiness, information, communication, etc. And here you can see here, regulatory density, Ireland is low, has therefore, in relation to it, a very strong managerial, let's say, public administration country. In addition, is open, and this makes it, as a consequence of it, here also on the left-hand side, a very, very professional civil service system. They are very, very professional civil servants working in the public administration. They know they can, let's say, by their own, under supervision, together with others in partnership, provide all the different, let's say, services, which at the end of the day is very, very productive for the public sector, in the same time also for those who benefit, which is the company as well as the citizen. When we look here from the UPAC, in Spain now, it's the second. Ireland, I give a little bit of an overview. Spain, where I live, it's a big country. We have a lot of, let's say, levels of governments. These are the typical fact sheets which are produced under the UPAC, and they are, let's say, gradually also updated. The last one has been now launched last year with the figures of 2020. So just when we had already the COVID-19. You can also access, and I think I will also provide your colleagues in the link where you can see all the different countries. Let's have a look quickly on Spain. We figure out here that in Spain, the level of distrust is very high. It has to do more with the politicians because we have a continuous change in the, let's say, in the political sphere. Ministers are changed, mayors or city councillors, other politicians are changed on a current, let's say, continuous basis. Therefore, the distrust at the national level is very high, 75%. In regional local authorities, 57%. And when we speak about the corruption, which I also heard before, which also do exist still in Europe, in Spain as well, it's particularly directed towards the local authorities and the regional administrations, as we have here the Länder, or we call it here the, let's say, the autonomous community. But surprisingly, when we look at the service delivery online now to a large extent, citizens value considerably well individual public services. So 70% of the citizens are using, let's say, electronic or normal services, are very satisfied or quite satisfied, which is a contradiction a bit because we don't trust the government, the politicians at least, but at the same time the service they provide, it's okay. When we look at them in terms of productivity, it's always how much do we have to invest? How high should be our labor force? Spain has a rather low let's say, labor force in the public sector. So 70% of the entire labor force is working in the public sector. This is lower than in the EU average. And in addition, Spain is the third most fiscally decentralized country. That means only at the national level, at the central level in Madrid, to say it's less than 50% of the expenditures available. All the rest is under the competences or is in the budget and also spent at the regional or local level. A big, huge trend, also as we have heard also from our colleagues from Philippines, is the e-government by default. We do have here a strong push, also in order to fight this possible corruption, that all the different services are, let's say, provided and now used. Businesses, for example, in terms of invoicing and taxes, are compulsory, let's say, and obliged to use electronic services. In the terms of the citizens, we do have still several chances, but it goes very strongly in this direction that we are, let's say, using these electronic services as it stands. Last but not least, we have the users are increasing, 75% now in 2020. Online completion, let's mean all the services having all the full steps. As you know, there are different steps of this famous e-government model by the UN or by the European Commission, is over 90%. But we do still lack here because every administration tends to make the architecture and provide the digital service themselves. But the interoperability and this penetration or this, let's say, working together and share dating, this needs to be done more. To integration of the different that I don't need to know whether I go to the local level for this service or it's at the national level, if it's to pay my taxes or if I have to ask for a construction permit. I don't need to know whether this is the competence of the town hall of the national level. I only want to have that done quickly. Let me move now to a different project and to a different country, my home country. As somebody, and as I said also in the introduction, I'm forming very often part of juries of, let's say, national or European public sector award schemes. Have developed, designed, and also coordinated several of these public sector award schemes. Recently I've given advice, thanks to the OECD and the Regional School of Public Administration, to the Public Administration Awards 2022 in the Western Balkan. So all the Western Balkan countries having been there. In this case, I am also a jury member now of the Austrian Public Sector Award since 2017. Here you can see what are the tendency or trends in 2020. Now the new call for 2023 has just been now, let's say issued. But here you can see, I want to focus on one specific element in that, and then I give you also some concrete case before then I'm going to finish. We have heard about the security. Security issue is a big issue also in Austria because of all the different threats. Demographic change, I will come back maybe then in our panel discussion afterwards. It's a strong challenge and a strong issue in the Austrian government because we experience in the next 4 to 5 years the retirement of almost 25% of all the civil service employees. That means in the health sector, 25% of doctors will retire. So it's a huge issue, and maybe then I come back afterwards. What I want to say, a strong trend is the language integration. You may say, what does this mean? Yeah, we all speak Germans, okay. But the issue is, there is a tendency, and when we work in the public administration or with the public administration, that we use a very strong elite language when we draft our laws, when we draft our regulations, when we have our public service forms online or whatever. That means there was a study done. There are several projects in the sense that the employees in the public sectors, comparison to the average population, have a higher IQ. I want to say they're more intelligent. I don't always say they're perfect, of course. Why they're coming out of a better educational background. Many come out of the university, enter to the public sector, as I said before, lawyers, economists, whatever. So their language when writing laws, regulation, and or, let's say, online public service forms is different to the normal users. What has been done there? We have to simplify it. We have to make the language more user-friendly. It's very, very important in that sense. That means this gain, you have a win-win situation. You can have a lot of gains in that and productivity. Project shows that if the language is in the average, that means simply and not only referring to different laws and the different articles or using a jargon, a terminology which nobody can read as a normal, like my mother, then you, let's say, first of all, satisfaction is higher. You get 20% less calls or complaints from the citizen if she or he would like to, let's say, make a service or tries to do a service because he or she doesn't understand it or cannot continue to do it. And it means time saving also for those who are in the back office, those who will provide the service, and they can use it differently. So this language issue in Europe is a strong issue. And I think it is a soft issue, but can influence and can contribute a lot to productivity if you call that term. But especially also for the satisfaction of the citizens, they are valuing more, and therefore also the trust, again, what I mentioned before, is increasing. My favorite project, and here you can see a beautiful picture, is the ALF, Child Benefit Without Application. It is a project which is initiated by the Austrian Federal Ministry of Finance, but together with the Austrian Ministry of Family and Youth. What is here the specific issue? We are often, let's say, confronted with, especially when I'm a father of 2 children, when we are then finally, my wife gave birth, we are at the hospital, a lot of the life completely changes. And then in addition, my little son or daughter, she or he needs a lot of, let's say, government, administrative issues. A lot of things need to be done. And we are, of course, anyway already stressed. You have a little baby there to care of. It's a completely new human being. And at the same time, a lot of things. You need to register it. You have a birth. You need that and that and that. What the Austrian government has done already for many, many years, they worked from this one-stop shop, which is already a very big issue, to, as we call it, no-stop shop. That means we do not need to go anymore as parents to the government. Because once the baby is born in a public hospital or in the hospital, automatically the name, the date, the time, the parents' names, everything is available. This is then transferred from the hospital to the national registry, and automatically this information by interoperability to the Minister of Finance, and then let's say we have a lot of allowances. We got a lot of, let's say, allowances for children, when they are born, when they are going to school, when they're going to study. And this is done in a completely new way. Here you see the visualization of it. From the hospital, the data is transferred to the registry office. When we had the COVID time, in addition, then there was, of course, very difficult to connect all that. So we have even civil servants in the different public hospitals coming to the, let's say, to the hospital, and doing this job with an iPad, with, let's say, a device, electronic devices as support, and then all hours automatically done. It's a very, very, very strong issue. The data is collected, comes to the Central Civil Register, goes then to the ministries, and then the payment for the often very much needed subsidies or allowance for families, which they just, let's say, when they finally come home with their little child, is, let's say, already in place. What are the benefits of it? Productivity, if we call it like that. Saving times and costs. We have, let's say, an average saving time per year of 40,000 euros. Because normally, previously, 30 minutes it took to apply for that, let's say, allowance at the Ministry of Finance. So no travel time, no waiting time, no, let's say, application needs to be submitted, nothing. For the administration, equally a win situation. Saving and reduction of a lot of workload because of the automated data collection, data check. Yeah, it's very important. Previously, it was done all manually. No application handling, no citizen contact. For COVID, also very important when we had still this issue of congestion. As well, therefore, a lot of time saving, which can be, we call it often now in our civil service, used for more relevant issues. That means no-stop solution is a very, very interesting concept. In the sense of one-stop shop, this means you have to go yourself or you have to search yourself, let's say, the service. But the no-stop is that when the administration works for you automatically using AI, using blockchain, using the data, and you automatically are getting benefited from it. In summary, before then I think I have to close down. What are the key drivers in our context? We have heard that before. First of all, we need a good organizational architecture. We need a solid architecture. It's very important. But at the same time, it must be agile enough, must be adaptive enough in order to become more flexible or flexible enough when we have these very often surprising, quick, and huge challenges or changes, like the COVID, like the war we have now in Ukraine, etc. So it's one issue. Another big issue, there's no doubt about it, we continue to use digital transformation. We need to build capability. An important issue, especially in the public sector, the digital skills needs to be upgraded. I've also heard that before, very, very important. Digital transformation is critical in driving continuous innovation in the public sector organization. But we have to be very careful because we also know about private companies. They are very good in the development of all kinds of electronic products, services, and sell them very wisely. We have to be conscious that we have, of course, e-health, we have e-government, we have e-justice, we do e-consultation, but be aware or be careful because it may arrive to enough, as we call it very often, because people are getting lost in their own, let's say, administration with insight, with all these digital changes, but also at the citizen side. So the citizen perspective is user-centric issue that we do not arrive to this enough. I use that word very often because I like it because everything is so E. And last but not least, the people. People are most important, and this brings me also then to my last slide. I think it's the last slide, and I hope you will like it. We need to build up a strong, talented, young administration, for them, let's say, attractive enough to be able to use the digital technology they know anyway, yeah, because they are grown up. This is the digital generation we have. But what they do not have very often, this is where we, I think, from the older generation, are the soft skills, the communication, the information provision, because I come out from an administration where always a strong term, information is power. I have the information, that means I have the power. It's very, very strongly embedded in many, many European administration. But this is over. We have information everywhere. I often, if you have a superior, said, I have the information, therefore I can decide, I have the power to decide. Many, many other people, thanks to the different Google, Amazon, other sources, social media, the information is very, very quick. So we need an agile workforce, yeah, to generate, let's say, this employee satisfaction, yeah, and the same communication as a manager, those who are in the senior position or the politician. Communication is very important, not only top down, but also bottom up, in order to be, let's say, productive, effective in the future in the public sector. Let me stop here with my last slide. I think the time is over anyway. I give you a secret, some sort of secret success criteria in productivity, in excellency, in success from a famous actor. You will, once the pictures are there, you will be laughing because I like it a lot. It's also because I live in Barcelona. I think you know, yeah, those who like football, they have the Barcelona football team. Always searching for excellency, always looking for the best. We had a very difficult period. But here, what is very important, and we do not find it very often in the public administration, they have 5 set of values. Yeah, this is like written in the birth certificates. Those who work or play for the club have to be ambitious, have to respect, in that context, the club. This is the logo or the scooter. The teamwork is very important, effort and humility. And when we speak about that, all these players, all the trainer, all the organization is, let's say, going into this direction. Not much European administration have such a set of value. If you go now, I say, to the Romanian or to the Portuguese administration, saying, for us, these are 5 or 3 or 4 values. And what is important, this picture, you probably know all of the 5 pictures, but the top right, where all the arrows are coming out, this is the Masia. The Masia is the Barcelona school, like the School of Administration, or as you have the Academy for Development of the Civil Servants. Therefore, I'm always very much in favor, because I worked 20 years in the European Institute of Public Administration. You need a strong academy, you need a strong school, where you come all these young people in this case, very young people at the age of 14, 15, in order to be, let's say, learn, in order to be educated with these values, with these principles, which at a later stage, in your case, when you are working in an administration, in their case, when they are entering the soccer field and when they play. So this is a bit my, let's say, message. This is a bit what I wanted to say today, how to improve or make agile, productive public sector, the European perspective. If you're interested, I have published together with many colleagues several books. You can, all of them are in English or in other languages. The most of them are also online available, free of charge. I leave it there. I think my 40 minutes is over, and I thank you very, very much for your kind attention. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Heiklinger, for sharing new methods and techniques in improving public sector productivity. I'm sure most, if not all, of our delegates are now contemplating on how to apply the key drivers of productivity and your secret success criteria for productivity improvement in their respective organization. Mr. Heiklinger, we look forward to your additional insights during our panel discussion.
Thank you. I'm there.
Right. Okay. Our last presentation examines the effect of current policies on a macro level and identifies ways to effectively balance environmental concerns with economic progress and productivity. To share his insights about the effects of environmental regulations on innovation and productivity, please welcome the Associate Professor in Sustainable Finance and ESG at Kyushu University and an Honorary Research Associate at the University of Oxford, Dr. Kim Schumacher. Good afternoon, Dr. Schumacher.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And yeah, it's great to be here. So today I will talk a little bit about what environmental regulations actually mean, or what is the impact of environmental regulations on innovation, on productivity, because there's always a misconception, or that there can be a misconception that environmental regulations can hurt or might have a negative impact on innovation, on productivity, on growth. So it is good to also acknowledge that it can have the exact opposite effect. But it's always very important to understand the context and also to have a little bit more insight. So today I want to first talk a little bit about in what context we actually operate. So it is the contextualization of environmental and sustainability risks. Then I want to talk a little bit about transition risks, what they are, and how they relate to innovation, and how innovation actually has an impact, or how environmental regulation can foster innovation. Then we'll look at some concrete examples where environmental policies and economic performance are sort of influencing one another. And then also finally just some regulatory initiatives that are currently planned, which will likely have also as an at least as an subsidiary goal, have the objective to also foster innovation and productivity. So first I want to talk about contextualization of environmental and sustainability risks. So we're currently in the midst, we're almost at the end of COP27 and at Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, and the conference of parties in order to find solutions to mitigate anthropogenic climate change or global warming. And in order to do so, that is one of the key risks that we see, a risk driver, and that is a challenge that humanity is facing, and also that we need to address collectively. Some countries, obviously also due to historical responsibilities, might have a larger share to carry, which makes sense. But everyone needs to respond to this change that is happening. And unfortunately, there was the announcement that probably 1.5 degrees of warming has already been locked in with the current trajectories and the emissions already in the atmosphere. So we already need to change, we need to adapt, but also that does not preclude us from doing everything to mitigate an intense global warming to a catastrophic global warming, because now it already have very significant impacts in different regions, and that is climate change as a whole. And also these conferences, that is where a lot of policy instruments and policy are basically decided. So it's very important to have that in mind. So the Global Risks Report, is sort of a reflection of that. It's always published by the World Economic Forum. And here we see in 2020, that was before COVID, we see that the 10 top risks, or top 10 risks, 5 of them are of environmental nature. And then also in terms of impact, you have 3 that are directly of environmental nature, but water crisis, it's listed as a societal one. One could actually say that it is also indirectly an environmental one, because it is intensified by climate change. Also sea level rise sometimes contributes to certain freshwater reserves being transformed into salt water, or contaminated with salt water, and therefore not fresh water anymore. Then in 2021, there was still top 10 global risks were still environmental in nature. And of course, COVID, went up the list, or infectious diseases because of COVID, which is understandable. And then in terms of impact, like on a short-term basis, of course, infectious diseases, but again, a lot of environmental risks. And then in 2022, in the newest edition, we again have, in terms of impact, we see climate action failure, extreme weather, biodiversity loss, and now infectious diseases only at the 6th spot. And then also human environmental damage and natural resource crisis, we see them basically being among the most urgent risks that business leaders, politicians, and other global stakeholders identify. And that is very important because it's often based on these types of perceived risks that governments and regional governments, national governments, or international organizations propose and implement policies to address these issues. So we come to climate change, and also just to identify, first we need to, if we want to have a policy, we need to know what we're actually facing. And that is where I would recommend everyone, some of you might already be aware, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, where I'm also one of the lead reviewers, they basically outline what we can expect. And if we know roughly what to expect, then we can develop policies and regulations in order to address, ideally mitigate or adapt to this new situation that is caused by global warming and climate change, anthropogenic climate change, so caused primarily by greenhouse gas emissions, deforestation, those are the main catalysts. And that is important to know. And these reports, which sort of summarize the most recent and most up-to-date scientific knowledge around climate change, I take climate change as representation of environmental issues because it's simply currently with COP, it's the most urgent, and a lot of environmental issues are actually exacerbated by climate change. So, as I said, greenhouse gas emissions contribute a large, the largest contributor to global warming, and that we are likely will see 1.5 is already more or less locked in, much earlier than the expected trajectory. And then also we are moving steadily towards 2-degree warming, and there's more recent expectations that we will probably land between 2.5 and 3 with the current reduction targets that governments have. And that of course will have very severe impacts on our lives. And as we see here with the planetary boundaries, humanity and the boundaries are basically what the planet and the main systems of the planets can actually carry, the carrying capacity of the planet in different areas for climate change. And you need to not mistake, just because climate change, it is already above the safe operating space, but you would say, oh, it's not that bad yet. The problem is, if you look at biochemical flows, those are the emissions in the atmosphere. And those are already far beyond. And also biosphere, so deforestation. So the planet, even if we would stop emissions to zero right now, which again, does not mean we should not try to mitigate as fast and as much as possible. But even with the emissions that are already, right now in the atmosphere, we already will experience climate change and the impact of climate change in a very severe manner. So, for example, it affects all types of ecosystems. So from warm water corals, mangroves, small scale fisheries, Arctic region, terrestrial ecosystems, coastal flooding, floods, river floods, crop yields, tourism, and heat-related morbidity and mortality. All of those will become worse, and some more than others, like coastal flooding, terrestrial ecosystems, the Arctic, which again is linked also to coastal flooding. So all of these are and also in Southeast Asia or in Asia, corals and mangroves are also very important ecosystems, and it will be very severely impacted. And once you see that, then you know what you need to think about policies that can help us adapt to it, but also at the same time, mitigation is key to not make it worse, because at some point, the capacity to adapt might, or the changes that will occur in like higher global warming scenarios, like might outpace the capacity of humanity to adapt. And so it is always important to also like have a large focus on mitigation just as much as adaptation. So, and here you see, for example, the concept of tipping points. So these are like regions in the world, and these are like certain biosphere and atmospheric elements, and also oceanic, like marine ecosystem level, like processes, and flows. And if those are disrupted, those tipping points, if those climate tipping points, if they're disrupted, we will see kind of a domino effect. So, and we do not really know yet, as climate scientists, we do not really know yet, or environmental scientists, we do not necessarily know yet exactly what would be the consequences if one of them collapses. And the consequences would be dire, and there would be radical changes like that we would likely experience. And it's just like they have been identified as stabilizing elements of our global climate and environments. And we need to do everything. So mitigation is just as important as adaptation. So global mitigation and local adaptation, they need to go hand in hand. And again, because at some point, maybe the capacity of humanity to adapt to ever-changing environments might be very limited if we do not also reduce carbon emissions. As one of them, like the Amazon is one of those tipping points that we identify, and the Amazon is at risk of becoming a savanna. So, and it can carry much less carbon, store much less carbon, but also its capacity to retain humidity and moisture will be gravely reduced, which will probably influence global global cloud coverage and global atmosphere and cloud systems. And that is something that is very dangerous, because as you can see here, if at some point the Amazon is reduced to a certain point, it cannot really retain a certain level of moisture to keep the rainforest, to keep the humid element of a rainforest going. And then it would collapse into a savanna, which again can store much less carbon, which again, then that would be the tipping point element. And I would be very cautious about those scenarios, because what we have experienced in recent years is that most of the worst case scenarios have actually been reached, or sometimes even passed. So that is very important to bear in mind. So I wouldn't necessarily rely on this, saying, oh, that is far into the future, that will not affect me. And here's one of the things. So where policies need to intervene, because at this stage, a lot of the global or historic socioeconomic growth, which is good, the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, humanity becoming more prosperous, has unfortunately been at the expense of what we call Earth systems. So basically, it went beyond the regeneration capacity and the carrying capacity of the planet. And that is where we need to decouple that. And that is where a lot of policies need to act, because we also need to become more productive. We need to achieve the same the same results, or even better results, with less input in terms of especially natural resources. And that is very, very important in terms of where the element of productivity and efficiency comes into play. Because we rely, as humanity, rely fundamentally on ecosystem. If, for example, for food, for just climate regulation, water, for our food, photosynthesis, for the soils, and even for spiritual and for recreational purposes. So if those collapse, it will impact the economy, it will impact growth, it will impact our daily lives. And right now already, a lot of people struggle, for example, with the inflation around food prices going up. If really soils and ecosystems collapse, then we will see that more and more. Droughts, heat waves, floods, coastal, sea level rise affecting coastal areas. That will all just happen, and then much more common and much more often. And that is something we need to bear in mind. So now we have the physical climate risks identified. So on a physical level, or environmental risks that come with it. And then now we have regulators. So as said, if we identify the issue, then we need to come up with first properly mapping it, framing it, and then at some point also develop strategies and policies in order to address it. So for example, the European Central Bank, one of the main supervisory authorities of the EU, mentioned first framing, mapping the risks. So extreme weather events, chronic weather patterns, water stress, resource scarcity, biodiversity loss, pollution. But then on the other hand, it also mentions something called transition risk. And those are policy and regulation, technology, market sentiment, and that is where I want to go a little bit more into that. What do they mean by that? So there's something called the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. It was created in 2015 as also reaction to the financial crisis of 2007 to 2009, the Lehman Brothers shock. Because if we have all these risks, they could really seriously impact the economy, because if they're not addressed and companies and societies are not ready to deal with them, that could severely lead to depressed growth, but also in terms of productivity. If we do not adapt to it, it would also affect productivity. For example, think about rising temperatures in the construction sector that could severely impact how we operate in the construction sector. So here it is, their conception, their assessment of policy and legal, technology, market, and reputation. Transition risks are sort of they basically are another element of physical risk, because the physical risks are the physical manifestation, whereas transition risks are how we as society respond to those risks. How do we transition as a society to a more resilient, more adapted, and also ideally more productive and efficient society in order to also mitigate the physical risks that come with environmental destruction and climate change. But at the same time, and that is where we come to productivity and innovation, there's also opportunities that basically come with it. Because there's always different levels of how you can react, how you can adapt to a situation if you perceive a risk. And then you can either react more quickly, more energetically, more decisively, or you can also see the warning signs early on and then prepare. And that is where, for example, resource efficiency, energy source, product markets, resilience, all of those things come into play. And if you have the risks, some of the risk you cannot fully avoid anymore with climate change. So you identify the risks, you map them, and then you build strategies. And once you do that, if you do the right steps, they can develop, the risks can also transform into opportunities. And that is where regulation comes in, because smart policies and regulation can actually foster innovation, and they can actually make societies more resilient. They can make companies more competitive. They can make reduce resource use, so become more sustainable and less resource intensive. So those are all things that can happen. And the same was also, for example, a grouping of the financial supervisors and central banks. They identified the same thing. So we have the physical risk drivers, extreme weather events or gradual changes in climate, like sea level rise, that impact the economy, which then can also impact the financial system, which then also can impact the economy again. Because if the financial system is in trouble, that always impacts society and companies directly. So the economy at large is also impacted by climate change. by physical and by transition risks. So for example, climate policies, technological shifts, consumer preferences. So for example, to give an example, carbon taxation is one of those climate policies, and I will outline it a little bit more. Technology as well. So for example, some companies who early on innovate and basically adapt a technology, a winning technology, they can outpace. So electric vehicles, for example, is one of those that I would think of. And then also consumer preference. For example, some people, they shift to veganism or vegetarianism in order to respond to climate, or just because of prices as well, inflation. People might also just shift because it becomes unsustainable to maintain a certain lifestyle or certain habits. And that would also mean that some companies might go out of business, which then can also make the economy as a whole more vulnerable. And that would lead to what we call stranded assets, like real estate near the ocean, infrastructure, certain vehicles like internal combustion engine vehicles. All of that might be impacted, which again could impact the financial system, which then again could impact the economy as a whole. And to see a little bit what is meant, for example, market and technology shifts. It's, for example, reduced market demand for higher carbon products or commodities, then increased demand for energy efficient, lower carbon products and services, new technologies that disrupt markets. For example, a lot of existing car manufacturers, they didn't consider electric vehicles like a real competition until Tesla came along and basically really disrupted the market in a large way. And that is what is meant by that, or reputation. So example, some companies that even though they advertise themselves as very climate friendly, they're often being sued, or they often have a lot of scandals, a lot of lawsuits that might disrupt their consumer confidence. For example, the Volkswagen diesel scandal is very, very known, and it really chipped at the reputation of not only the brand itself, but also the manufacturing sector as a whole, because a lot of companies used similar tactics. And then policy and legal is just increased costs, tax increases, things like that need to be implemented to respond, for example, in order to fund infrastructure investments, things like that. Or, for example, if your company, because you cannot comply anymore with certain regulations, for example, because it now constitutes a health hazard, for example, due to increased temperatures, increased temperatures, global temperatures, if you do not have adequate cooling capacities, it might be a hazard, considered a hazard. So if you do not have those capacities, you might have to go out of business. Or, for example, if your car emits more emissions than are allowed, those are very severe policy and legal risks. And again, here's just a little bit more in detail. So policy and legal: increased pricing of greenhouse gas emissions, mandates and regulation on existing products and services. A good example is, for example, global bans on single-use plastic. For example, plastic bags, or now also PET bottles. Those are considered in a lot of countries, they consider bans or at least additional fees on those products, because there's a severe environmental impact, and also they're mostly made out of fossil fuels, so they also contribute indirectly to climate change. So that is probably one of the most significant ones. And then technology, just advancements in technology, cost of transition to lower emissions technologies. For example, recently there has been talk that solar, or production from solar panels and also wind turbines, has really dropped to a level where it's competing with other more conventional technologies, and that is important to bear in mind. And just market shifts, for example, I mentioned veganism or vegetarianism. If you're very involved, for example, in marketing, for example, of animal products, animal meat, that might be something that can constitute an issue. For example, you see some fast food chains switching and offering much more healthy options, much more vegetable and fruit-based options. And then just reputation. If you're always in the news for violating certain environmental agreements or always being the last in your group, that also might be a bad issue. And then I talked already about the physical risks. This is more just like, in terms of additional information, but we see. So for example, if you become more in terms of opportunities, if you seize those, becoming more efficient, using, for example, less plastics in your products, for example, using less fossil fuels in your products, those are things that can make a real difference. And that, in terms of innovation, can be something that can also be achieved via regulation and via policies. So I'm just talking about that. So, or if you're a company that now is much more active in terms of accessing new markets and realizing, for example, digitalization is something. If previously you were very reliant on physical supply chains, if now you can take a lot of your product or your services online, you might be in a better position than those who rely still on traditional supply chains and traditional distribution models that rely a lot on physical movement of physical goods. So that is something. And here we see what the risk actually is. So prudential risk management. So this was a study that was done by the Dutch National Bank, and they looked at technology shocks. So a new technology comes along and disrupts the market, or a confidence shock. Customers are not really convinced anymore. So for example, Volkswagen is a good example where it really dropped after the scandal, the diesel scandal came out. Or a policy shock. So for example, a carbon tax is implemented. And what they found was, of course, carbon intensive sectors or sectors who rely a lot on physical activities, physical assets, they are most affected. So mining, petrochemical, utilities, air transport a little bit less, but they didn't really expect COVID. This is a study that was done before COVID, so that would be a confidence shock primarily also, and also policy shock, because just due to policies that were implemented to maintain public health, a lot of planes could not fly anymore, and that really severely impacted the air transportation sector. And telecom, I think that has held true. One of the sectors that has been least affected, especially I'm now talking via video conference, via remote software. So remote chatting or remote conference software. So those has been probably the least impacted by climate change or by physical impacts, and so they have been less. So it shows that some sectors they require innovation because they are also the most at risk if, for example, climate change does materialize and the effects of climate change materialize. And there could be significant loss, and as we saw earlier, that could disrupt the economy as a whole, and which also could, for example, erase productivity gains that have been made in the last years if, for example, certain sectors just collapse. Because, and I do not want to be alarmist or so, no, not at all, but these are just projections. But what I do see is that some of these already, they already materialize. So some companies, especially, for example, in electric vehicles or in the energy sector, there are already those disruptions happening. And also, for example, sea level rise is already impacting the real estate market. So, for example, there was a large hurricane recently in Florida, and a lot of these houses were built based on old, for example, zoning laws. And a lot of value has been destroyed. And it basically it creates this constant catch up instead of being ahead of the issue and trying to lead and trying to innovate so that the impacts are better absorbed. So why am I mentioning this? So here's one of the policies that we see, and I will talk a little bit more about current ones. This is a little bit an older one. So the EU wanted to talk about what do they want to do in terms of mitigating climate change. They wanted at least 40% cuts in greenhouse gas emissions from a 1990 baseline, and then the share of renewables at a certain level, almost more than 1/3, Now they increased it also recently, and energy efficiency. So just doing more with less, like more output and more like a carbon neutral output, and then maintaining roughly like the same level of like electricity output. And recently they even increased it. So they went from 40% to now 55%. And it is important to know that that is a policy that will have significant impacts, because if the EU is already aspiring that, if any government, any region is aspiring that, that means with that you have like companies that will struggle to implement it, and you have other companies that will like probably have less issues doing so. And here's where CO2 emissions need to go. So here's the 2-degree like limit, and we need to radically reduce it in order to at least stabilize it roughly around 2 degrees, which in climate science consensus is where we hope to avoid most of the tipping points, and where we can go from a bad global warming, at least avoid a catastrophic global warming. So if we know that, so what are some of the policies that could occur? Coal phase outs, internal combustion engine bans, sales ban, and some countries already did. The EU also by 2035 is planning that. Then carbon pricing, so basically taxing the carbon content of certain commodities, especially fossil fuels, and to properly take account of the negative externalities that they have, especially in terms of accelerating global warming and anthropogenic climate change. Then also technologies in order to store carbon, offsetting is also like planting trees is also now considered by many like policymakers and companies. Then zero carbon power, like renewable energies, or in some countries also nuclear is considered a carbon neutral technology. Then increasing energy efficiency, of course, for example, retrofitting old buildings to make them more resilient against cold or against new heat, like in some regions, like to rely less on air conditioning, which is very energy intensive. And then also in agriculture and in terms of land use, like how can we structure urban spaces to have more like green spaces, or agriculture to have like less land intensive agriculture, monocultures, to make it more diverse, and also to switch to probably like more sustainable methods like organic methods, or in order to also maintain biodiversity, which again, a healthy soil can store a lot of carbon. So those are some of the things that governments already in some parts or could be planned. However, it is very important to know, because why does there need to be more action? Because the current status quo is not generating the results that we need. Because, for example, a lot of electric utilities, they do not spend enough on renewable energy. So most of their operational expenses, OPEX and CAPEX, capital expenses, are still either to maintain existing infrastructure or to even sometimes still expand fossil fuels in some cases. So if we see, for example, global fossil fuel reserves, they far outweigh the carbon reduction targets. So what it means is there's still so much fossil fuel in the ground, and a lot of it needs to stay in the ground if we even want to have a chance at stabilizing our climate. So that means that we need to innovate. We need to have also policies that either make it much harder or much more expensive to utilize fossil fuels, because ultimately it is basically in our self-interest to reduce it, and also to find alternatives, carbon neutral alternatives that actually can be implemented, not just in the far future, in 100 years or so, that are available right now, and also to improve those. For example, storage capacities to have also electricity from renewables when there's no sun or there's no wind. So that is very important. But for example, as I said, utilities are not investing in much. The same is with big oil companies are not spending much on renewables. So they have sometimes marketing campaigns or so where they show that, but when it comes to actual capital expenditure, they do not invest like material, like significant parts in order to actually transition to lower carbon business models. And still they invest a lot in, like, for example, exploring fossil fuel reserves. A lot of their capital expenditures actually go towards that instead of, for example, expanding renewable energy capacities and infrastructure. So with that in mind, so that means the policies currently are probably not enough yet to incentivize them to switch to renewables or to carbon neutral production methods. I use the energy sector because it's probably one of the ones that is most responsible for carbon emissions and has probably one of the largest environmental and climate impacts. So then we get to carbon pricing. So carbon pricing, as I said earlier, is basically taxing carbon and carbon intensive commodities. And here we see, for example, globally, where there's already either carbon taxes in place, both, or an emissions trading scheme. So basically, measures to make carbon or to price carbon, to give a price to carbon, because currently in a lot of, we were used to just emitting it into the atmosphere and without thinking about the long-term consequences that it could have and putting a price on that. And if we see now, so for example, several countries or regions have it, and among the highest ones are, for example, interesting in South America, Uruguay, Sweden, Liechtenstein, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, Norway, the EU, they all have carbon prices in place, either sometimes for all types of fuels or sometimes just for a few. Often what is excluded is gas and heating for for domestic heat. So in the winter that no one needs to freeze just because fossil fuel or gasoline became more expensive. So there's already prices in place, and sometimes they're quite high per ton of CO2. However, why do I mention that in terms of how policies can impact companies and how innovation can be a way of addressing these issues? So here we have a carbon price in the EU, and it was always hovering below 30, which did not provide a lot of incentive to reduce carbon emissions, because a lot of governments in the EU actually to protect their own industries and prevent certain businesses or activities to leave the EU to go to countries that do not have such strict carbon pricing policies. It was very low. They did not really want to hurt their own industries. And what that meant was, and I gave a very concrete example. So here we have different steel companies, and we see how much revenue they actually make from steel and how much it was in terms of percentage of their total revenue. So we see ArcelorMittal both makes a large part of their revenue comes from steel sales, and also as total percentage of their steel revenues is coming from the sale of steel. And then we see, for example, the total emissions, they went down. Total emissions under the EU emissions trading scheme, which also tries to put a price on carbon. But in the iron and steel sector, they actually went up recently again. But then the EU said, obviously the EU emissions trading scheme is not working because the price for a ton of carbon is too low. So we need to increase it. That also means by reducing the amount of certificates that can be bought so that the price will go up, so to make each ton of CO2 more valuable. And therefore make it less attractive to emit a ton of CO2. And they want to do that between 2021 and also leading up to 2030. What would that mean for a company in actuality is, for example, here we see ArcelorMittal with its current emissions and its current energy intensity or carbon intensity, it would actually be above the limit that we need to be at in order to limit global warming to 2 degrees Celsius ideally. So ArcelorMittal would be above. So it would mean they kind of have to have a lot of emissions certificates to emit carbon. And here we see, for example, ArcelorMittal, which is headquartered in Luxembourg, they got a lot of their certificates or allowances for free. They didn't have to purchase any, whereas some of their competitors had to. But if now ArcelorMittal would have to buy all of their emission certificates, it would also almost increase the cost by 1 billion euros, which is a huge amount of money that they would have to spend just to maintain their current production and their current emissions, to be permitted to emit as many emissions as they do now. And that is like, a huge amount of money that could be spent on innovation to actually reduce emissions. And that is where companies who are capable of reducing their carbon footprint, they would be more competitive comparatively, because they could spend it on R&D or on capital expenditures for innovating, than having to spend it just on maintaining their current emissions level. So therefore being less efficient, being less productive, because they can do less with the same amount of input, the same amount of fossil fuels that need to be input. And since the price recently went up almost over $100 in the EU, we see that that is a significant risk to companies, especially companies that emit a lot of CO2 emissions. Now we get to the parts, and I want to keep it short. I know I started also a little bit late, so I will go a little bit over time. But the environmental policies. So there's the assumption, and there has been studies that say that stringency of climate policies, so the more strict climate policies are, and if we take the EU as the emissions trading scheme as a benchmark, it has become more strict because, and it has been made more stringent. It also led to innovation, because the more they need to reduce their emissions, they also need to find ways to do basically the same with less fossil fuels, with less carbon intensity. So to reduce their carbon footprint and to have less extra costs from just buying certificates because they were not able to reduce their carbon footprint. And at some point it just becomes too expensive, because then their competitors who were investing in carbon reduction technologies would not have that extra cost. And for example, through the innovation, they could offer their services or products at better rates. So here's a direct correlation. This is from a study that was commissioned by the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. And if we see how environmental law or how environmental laws and regulations have evolved, here we see, for example, countries with framework environmental laws in 1972. Those were just a handful. But then we see already by 1992, the year of the Rio summit on sustainable development, basically, or the Earth Summit, it was also called, we see already a significant amount of countries had framework environmental laws. So acknowledging that environmental destruction and environmental pollution are severe issues that need to be managed at the national level, ideally also at the international level. And by 2017, most of them had it, or for example, some countries like Spain, for example, they did it under the under the EU framework. So they didn't have necessarily a national one, and they just translated EU law into a national applied EU law. So most of the countries were covered by environmental frameworks, or countries with environmental ministries, agencies, or other bodies. Most of the world now has those. So that shows that there's an awareness around it, and also there's also willingness to implement and supervise and enforce some of these environmental laws. One of them, for example, is in the ESG space, environment, social, and governance. Everyone knows the 17 SDGs, I hope. So they are on the environment, life on land, climate action, social, no poverty, zero hunger, quality education, gender equality, and governance, which also pertains to decent work and economic growth. So what do we do to have productivity? And at the sovereign level, for example, some are measured, or we measure, or we try to evaluate good environmental performance, for example, by looking at energy, climate, and resources. And then also in terms of social performance and governance, we also look at that. But especially energy, climate, and resources are looked at. And then there's a study, and now we get into the innovation part. Why should we innovate? What impact does innovation actually have? So it showed that this study from 2015 showed that, and it's the most referenced ESG study, academic study at all, like in the world. They looked at all the laws that were passed where companies were either forced or voluntarily integrated these environmental, social, or governance, but especially environmental considerations into their frameworks, and how did it impact their economic performance. And they showed that it actually led to a positive financial performance. So companies, be it multinationals or even like smaller companies, that were like adapting or like being more aggressive around integrating environmental factors, either because they had to respond to like national legislation or sometimes voluntary industry initiatives, or because of opportunities they wanted to seek, actually performed better. And another study also by New York University and the Rockefeller Asset Management and Asset Manager, they found a similar, so this is a study that was published in 2020, so with more updated data, they also found that in most cases, ESG integration or like looking at considering environmental factors in how you operate your business and trying to be better in integrating them actually had positive impacts on financial performance. And that aligns with what the OECD found. So basically, they have what is called the Environmental Policy Stringency Index. And basically, it looks also at different things like especially environmental, greenhouse gas emissions, particle emissions, or like R&D expenditure, adoption of support of solar or support of wind in terms of technology. And here comes the transition part, because earlier I mentioned we have the risks and then you have solutions, and technology can be a solution, or policy like a carbon tax can be a solution to certain issues. And they found also again that the stringency went up, and also that the stringency in recent years intensified. And that is a steady observation. So more countries have environmental policies, and also the policies that they have became stricter, and also the enforcement of those policies became stricter. And here's for example, Brazil, South Africa, Iceland, New Zealand. It's interesting that New Zealand is very at the bottom, but a lot of that in New Zealand is done more informally with indigenous policy councils. But it is important to know the level throughout on average went up, and also here we see then that you have some countries who became very ambitious, but some countries still remain similarly at a similar low level. But the divergence between those who are very ambitious and those who are less ambitious became wider. So you still have some countries which are less ambitious in terms of environmental regulation, environmental policies, but the gap has widened. But throughout, basically between 2000 and 2020, for each of them, the stringency went up. But from 2010 to 2020, especially after the financial crisis, it went a little bit down for technology support. So that was the reduction of subsidies, because it was very hard to provide, because a lot of funding had to be used to basically have bailouts, support systems for society, for banks, for financial institutions. So that's went into subsidies. But overall, all policies are on an upward trend. And for example, that is for non-market based. So for example, for pollution control, direct pollution control, like emissions, especially for example, sulfur or nitrous oxide or PM, particle matter. The same is for market-based policies. These are diesel tax or CO2, certificates, CO2 taxes, and also for technology support policies. They were higher before the financial crisis, you can see, but then with the financial crisis, they went down right after, because a lot of governments struggled. Also, there were economic recessions. Greece was a good example where they struggled with deficits, and then now it's going up again. And we see that there's a direct correlation between the stringency and also, for example, how energy prices evolved. The more stringent the policies came, it went along with an increase in energy prices. And I will finish soon. Just all these graphs, what they show is that there's between environmental policies and how well they do in terms of sustainability, they're directly linked. The more strict and the more strict in enforcing policies a government is, usually the more sustainable they are. And as we saw earlier, usually that also translates into a better economic financial performance. So it does pay because the people are more healthy. They usually also, the companies are more innovative because they are acting in a more stringent policy environment. And they become more productive. They need to do more or at least maintain the level with less. So usually less fossil fuels, less resources, less water consumption, less water waste, less food waste. And that goes to show also in terms of innovation, it's directly linked to patents. So intellectual property. The more strict and regulatory stringency a country or a jurisdiction is showing, the more innovative the companies and stakeholders who operate in that regulatory environment need to be in order to adapt to the change. And we found, there's a study that I also participated in when I was in Oxford, we also found that that is the case for emerging economies. And even for developed economies, even though here we found a negative correlation, because that also means replacing old infrastructure. And that usually means that some value is destroyed, but at the same time it's replaced. And it would even be lower if there was no innovation. So innovation can actually foster, because at some point, all these assets, because developed countries already have more infrastructure, more assets, like power stations or so, old power stations that need to be replaced, which requires capital. But with innovation, actually, the score is better than it would be without innovation. And again, all these studies have found a clear correlation between environmental policy stringency and the Porter hypothesis. The majority has found a clear correlation that it leads to more productivity, it leads to more innovation, more patents, and that is where I want to stop. I have a last one. These are just some examples of the EU and other countries around sustainable finance and greenwashing. Finding companies who say they're doing a lot, but actually find there's no evidence that they actually do something, and also financial institutions in terms of investing. Now there's policies created to find greenwashing, to first of all frame it, and then also to fine it, and also make it harder to do greenwashing. So companies need to become more transparent, and there's a lot of policies all over the world that are being created to do that. So now it's becoming harder to basically fake your positive impact. So even if you claim you're doing good, now it's becoming harder. So you even need to be more innovative, because a lot of jurisdictions around the world are planning policies around that. Yeah. And that is basically it from me. So I hope, I think the slides will be shared with all the participants. So please do have a look. And if you have any questions, please do reach out.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Schumacher, for an informative presentation on the effects of current policies on environmental sustainability and innovation. And also, thank you to all of the resource speakers that we have earlier this afternoon. Now, at this point, we are now opening the floor for a panel discussion about the new challenges faced by the public sector. Joining us through Zoom to lead the panel discussion together with our resource presenters, we are thrilled to introduce the Development Academy of the Philippines Vice President for Corporate Concerns Center, Dr. Alan S. Cajes.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome to our panel discussion with the theme New Challenges Faced by the Public Sector. And these challenges include ensuring a better quality of public services delivery and enhancing public sector productivity and its sustainability under and beyond the new normal situation through productivity improvement initiatives, use of new technologies, and innovation. So we are joined this afternoon by our distinguished speakers Undersecretary Del Rosario, Ms. Julia Bosa, Mr. Alexander Heiklinger, and Dr. Kim Schumacher. So we can start immediately. This is a question that is addressed for all our resource speakers. The question is, what role does a productive public sector play in addressing the interlocking challenges posed by the new era of governance, not to mention the age of the Anthropocene and the age of extremes, as Ms. Julia was discussed earlier. So maybe we can start with Yusek Del Rosario.
Hi.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead, please.
Yes. Yeah. I think it's really the paradigm shift going to citizen-centric approach in not just in policy making, but in terms of strategy, setting the business objectives, especially right now. We're also geared toward green procurement planning, green procurement, green, and also in terms of in the climate change budget tagging, we have already implemented that, and it's just that it's the beginning of having that kind of perspective that it's not just based on the climate change, but having that kind of citizen-centric mindset in terms of planning everything that we do, in whether it be policy or digital transformation. So that's right.
Maraming salamat, Yusek Del Rosario. We can hear from Ms. Julia.
Yes, of course. So I would actually like also to refer to Alexander Heichlinger, what he said when he spoke about quality in public sector organizations. And that is what I would like to relate to. Actually, what we need here is the administrative capacity, and it is about good governance, that I would say. So the citizen-centric mindset is definitely one of the perspectives. And then we need the strong governance systems and strong institutions. So we need the strong laws and policies, coordination mechanisms, leadership, clear roles and responsibilities, as well as the adequate resources, and they have to be mobilized, but also allocated adequately. Monitoring and accountability mechanisms, for instance. We spoke about involving all sectors. That is important, having a multi-level governance approach. Yes, so a lot of things I mentioned, I think, touch upon what Alexander Heichlinger actually said, and I think it's emphasizing aspects of good governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Heiklinger, your thoughts, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I see myself twice on the screen, which is very nice, but you can still hear me very well. I will not repeat what are these challenges. I would like to point out to the leadership issue. We have experienced, unfortunately, in the recent times, and therefore also this mistrust has increased so much, a lack of leadership or clear leadership. We have a lot of leaders there, but they have not performed, let's say, in all these aspects when it came to the COVID and pandemic crisis very highly. This had also a very strong internal issue. When we now look at the public employees and the civil servants in our administrations, they had to work now 2 years remotely. They have been at home. They have been not back in the offices. And this has also created mentally a completely different set. A lot of these people are now returning partly or fully to the administration, and some of them are lost in their own organization. They have, of course, changed because the norms, they cannot, let's say, react. Then we have e-meetings all the time. There must be a new leadership inside with a lot of communication. Again, delegation to create this co-ownership that those public employees who were 2 years away from their offices, away from their doing. Of course, some of these things has been substituted by digitalization, but not everything. So this is a big issue, that all these employees come back with more firmness, also with proudness, and this has then a positive effect and to trust. The second issue is the governance part, as multi-level governance, when you speak about, let's say, public and public, but also public and private. We have seen very often public-private partnership. This is what the public is going to do, the role of the public, and the private is going to do. There's always, you have two sectors. I'm working now a lot here in Barcelona with a colleague at the university, what we call a shared sector. When we have a city and all its needs, all its problems, all its challenges, it cannot be that the private end or the public does, let's say, separately. There's a set sector, there must be a commitment, a common understanding, and a common, let's say, delivery of the services by both sides. Of course, we are different constituencies, the private and the public, but this shared sector, that means overlapping. It's not only one on the one hand side, it's always nicely visualized, and then we have a little bit of a gray zone, but it must be a shared sector. I think this would be two main statements on that issue, probably.
Thank you, sir. And Dr. Schumacher, your thoughts, please.
Thank you very much. I fully agree with the previous ones. I think a strong public sector, and also like in terms of governance, is key, because I talked a lot about like policy, the political framework. Like there's like always, like even in at COP27 right now, like there's lots of talk, but at some point it needs to come down to like actually implementing it and making it happen, and that requires a very strong and qualified like public system, like in terms of public servants, public governance. And unless you have that, so that also means that the innovation also needs to happen at that level. So I think one of the things that I, as an educator, so as a professor at the university, I think we basically never stop to learn. And I am very much of the conviction that, like, I'm an environmental scientist, but I do not even know a lot about all the aspects of environmental science. For example, I focus mostly on like energy and environmental impact assessments, but I'm not a hydrologist. If I need someone who knows that, I need to go to someone who knows, because I am not the expert on that, and I should not like pretend to be an expert in that regard. And I think that is where it's like a well-functioning machine. You need to have people with the proper expertise, and that does not mean that everyone needs to start like be born a genius. No, that is over time, but it's also like identifying individual skills, and then like basically like scaling them, and at the same time working like in tandem. And I think that is often what we miss, and therefore, for example, here in Japan. And it's always like different elements to it. They have a rotational system. So they basically like, public servants start in one department and then they move over to another department. And dealing with the environmental ministry, I have found that sometimes that can be of use, because you get to know everything a little. But the problem is, on the other hand, no one is really an expert, because if I need to discuss biodiversity issues, who do I address? Because everyone is sort of like a jack of all trades. They know a little bit of everything, but not anything in depth. And I think that is where we need to have a good framing. But because without a good public service and without the proper enforcement and the application of the rules, every rule is only as strong as its enforcement and its implementation. So that is what I would retain.
Thank you, everyone. The next question is for Yusek Del Rosario, and the question is, what are the factors that you considered in choosing technologies and tools for the productivity improvement of your organization under the new normal? Yusek?
Hi. Okay. I like that question because I always say that given the technology, you have to understand first the problem that you want to solve. So it's not about the tech, it's about the problem that we want to solve. And my approach here, which is a playbook that I've been using for quite a while, is single platform, plug and play, and open APIs. And once we do that, it's easier to map out the business requirements, the data requirements that the business would need, or the agency would need. And those are the factors that I'm taking into consideration in terms of getting the right technology, because it's not just about having the right technology, but also having the right solution to the problem that we want to solve.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a follow-up question for that. How can we make these technological innovations available, accessible, comprehensible, sustainable, and pro-poor?
Yeah, we can do that by making the applications lighter. So I would call this and the new emerging way of developing applications. No, gone were the days that were monolithic architecture, wherein the data and the presentation layer just in one. So right now, what we're doing is we're chunking out the data needed for the applications to make it lighter, so it's accessible all over the country, even though it's the bandwidth or the internet is not that good. So we're using we're leveraging on cloud technology for that. So it's not concentrated in just one location, but it's also available in various locations whenever the nearest data center is available in that area, or when it's in cloud, it's more latent and it's more accessible. So and that's the approach that we're using in terms of cloud I would call infrastructure architecture, to make them available and sustainable and pro-poor.
Thank you, ma'am. The next question is also addressed to you and to Mr. Alexander Eichlinger. So the question is, how do you involve vulnerable groups in designing digital services and adaptation strategies in low-income or developing countries, based on the experience, of course, of Mr. Alexander? Yusek, maybe you can start.
Yeah. My experience here is we go to the places, we follow the customer journey. There was one product that I was part of, and we were just hanging out in a rural bank, just so for us to know what is it in the day of a life of a rural banker or customer of a rural bank. So we got to know that it's very special for them to get their remittance from their families abroad. So it's that kind of experience. So we really have to know what's out there in the grassroots. So we need to know how to properly address this gaps. No, and there are also. I forgot to mention earlier that I'm also in talks with with the telecoms company, wherein they can actually whitelist the certain applications from being consumed for data services. So they can provide, Filipinos can access certain websites for free if we can arrange those. No? So those are the kind of partnership that we're looking at. So Filipinos would have to spend a lot for accessing certain websites that are needed, for example, for education, for financial inclusion, and the likes.
Thank you, Yusek. Sir Alex, any thoughts?
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, what my colleague just said, I fully subscribe, of course. In this context, the first thing is, of course, conceptually. When we speak about the new technology, whether it's AI, cybersecurity, or whatever, we have to have, let's say, a clear, transparent, and citizen involvement approach. Yeah, and this is not always happening. in the case of vulnerable groups or marginal groups, I would very much stress always the usage of NGOs and civil society organizations who work or represent those groups, who can be, let's say, included in the co-creation, etc. The second part is legislative. Because when we speak about, let's say, designing digital services, we have to understand, in our case in Europe, but I think in the rest of the countries as well, developing countries everywhere, that the legal framework needs to understand cities not only as an end user, once it is done and when it's developed and then it's delivered, but as a deployer. That means, therefore, again, how we include their, let's say, specific needs, their specific concerns, etc. And then in addition, finally, also for developing countries, you have a lot of access and a lot of support from international donor organizations, whether this is the UNDP, the IMF, EU money, etc. You have to geostrategically think, and we tried it in Europe as well, that to develop your own industry in the specific issues. Not only thinking of integrating or regulating technology coming from somewhere else, which is, of course, very often seen coming then from the USA, which, of course, they are front runners. I know that because a very good friend of mine who is a digital professor at the Copenhagen Business Schools, he always says at the end of the day, referees do not win the matches. And I think it says a lot about that their own development, basic to proximity, etc.
Thank you, sir. The next question is actually related also, but this one is addressed to Ms. Julia Boss. What public sector innovations were instrumental in helping vulnerable sectors like the farmers, fisher folks, women, youth, and children in terms of building resilience from climate change and socio-environmental hazards? Miss Julia?
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, I got your question. So in terms of innovations, of course, if we think about farming, it would be about more resilient crops, for instance, that can be used. Or if we think about, now I'm just thinking about the textile industry, for instance, and the Better Cotton Initiative. So this is also invention in the seeds in the crop as such. So that is, I guess, for agriculture a very, very important sector. This is the prime invention that comes to my mind, innovation that comes to my mind right now for this specific sector.
Thank you. The next question is very specific also for Yusek Del Rosario, but maybe we can hear also your thoughts on this topic, specific question. This is about the design and development of digital technologies in the public sector. And this requires highly technical expertise, not only in terms of information technology, but also solutions and process engineers. And currently, we have limited in these areas in the Philippines, particularly in the public sector. So sometimes we resort to outsourcing from the private sector, among others. So how do we deal with this? So not just in terms maybe of digital services or e-government solutions, but also those innovations that we need for environmental, including governance and productivity and sustainability concerns. So maybe we can start with you, Sek. Ma'am, would you like to begin?
Yeah. For the question is worded as were, so it's on the past tense. I think it's the current effort on the national broadband plan. It's in the rollout, so we're getting there. And what I think is very relevant for us in terms of policy and planning in terms of the establishing or building the digital infrastructure is to recognize that we are an archipelagic country. So it's quite very difficult for us to really tap the rural areas. And with that, I believe we need to pivot to not just to fiber, but also to satellite, to creating or building sensors, in, especially in the rural areas, because they are the ones very affected of typhoon. First is they don't get the proper information when there's disaster coming. It's only the folks from the city or in the urbanized area that get the warnings. But if you're a fisher folk from far side, I'm a diver, you know, in I always dive in Batangas, so I get to hang out with the folks, with the fisher folks, and I can understand their daily life, and that's their concern. They don't have phones. They don't. Most of them, they share cell phones, and the proper way for us for me to initiate or to address this concern is to tap the communities, having a proper information dissemination through the barangays, creating hubs there, or information hubs wherein they can get information anytime, anywhere, especially with regard to disasters, typhoons, and in tsunamis, if that would warrant. So those are my ideas on it, but my colleagues might have more more ideas because they have a more vast perspective globally.
Thank you, Yusek. Maybe Dr. Schumacher, because you mentioned earlier about different expertise that are really needed, no, to address the planetary challenges that we are facing right now. So, any thoughts, sir, on this?
Well, I do agree, but that I think for me, on my perspective, is like, yeah, like competence and like expertise are things that like, yeah, take time. But on the other hand, I think they are essential to, like, yeah, doing the transformation and becoming more efficient, and also implementing these highly complex, like, yeah, like tasks. Because, for example, I of course, due to my background, I focus on climate change, and it will require a lot of different, like, yeah, efforts and stakeholder engagement, and different, like, yeah, working with different, like, yeah, like, yeah, parties, and I think there, like, just the importance of expertise and competence, and as you said, sometimes it depends on external, and I do not see that as a bad thing, because what I think we also need to become more interconnected, in the sense that before there was a very siloed approach always. It's like academic institutions do that, companies do that, public sector does that, and we do not really interconnect. Sometimes we have like a joint roundtable, or we have like, yeah, like some form of, like, yeah, exchange, but at the end, like, everyone goes back to their own, and I think that is where expertise needs to like, yeah, happen. So, for example, in my field, ESG, so I always say that scientists and business people need to work together, and I do stand behind that. Like, yeah, in any shape, we need to become more interconnected, and that will depend on, like, yeah, technology is a way, but that is how expertise actually flows. And I think that is one of the key things in order to scale expertise and also to adapt to these, like, yeah, more challenging environments. As you said, like digitization, just the complexity can be overwhelming, but in a lot of times, even in the Philippines or in other countries, a lot of the expertise is already there. Just sometimes it's not properly accessed because everyone is working in a very compartmentalized environment. And I think we need to break that down, and that takes time. Even me, I'm originally from Luxembourg. They try, but in the end, it also has to do, like, yeah, with the willingness to sometimes, like, yeah, acknowledge that even me, like, yeah, I also have to sometimes acknowledge my own limits, and not say that, oh, that is like digital. I can just like watch a few YouTube videos and then figure it out. No, that is where it starts. Like, yeah. So for example, just to give you an example, I was a postdoc in Oxford, and I was asked to develop a website. I never had developed a website before, and I felt like, is that the best use of my skills? Cannot someone like, yeah, someone who has those skills, they can do that in 5 minutes. I need to go online. I need to read all these like tutorials, manuals to figure it out. And it's a very inefficient way of my skills, of the use of my skills, whereas someone who has those skills, they do it in a second. And I think it is really knowing, like, yeah, mapping who has what kind of skills, and that is doesn't mean that that person is better. It just knows that everyone has different skills. And then you also learn. I also learned a lot of things from other people that know much more on different topics than I do. And now I at least know, like, yeah, where can I go? Where do I need to go? And sometimes that is the important part. Sometimes also looking outside of the organization to find that talent.
Thank you. Sir Alex, would you like to add? Based on your experience.
I do not have a lot to add, actually. I fully subscribe what the previous said. The reskilling, the upskilling, the digital skilling is very important. It has to do also when we develop our digital services. The privacy issue is a big issue because now we are confronted with much more, let's say, cyber crime. That means when we actually design and develop our digital services, it should be secure by design, not as a response. We have very often we are not often thinking in the end use in the sense of what may happen. And now we are offering much more digital services. That means also the cybercrime will increase because there are more services and they are more accessible or attackable, or hacking can be done. Then, of course, the data issue from the point of view of the citizens, it's very important because we always say public data is open data, but in practice is not always an open data. Here also we have to have a very clear, let's say, issue on the citizens. They need to access much better their data. It must improve, actually. Everybody should have this right as a citizen to look at the data and to manage the data themselves. And then what I said already before, the best solution is from all this kind of digital, let's say, bulk of digital offers or products we have, that as a citizen or as a company, you don't need to search for it actively, that it comes automatically. For example, in Spain, we have a very good and very digitalized tax authority. I don't need to do anything every year when it comes to my tax declaration. They provide me with a fully fledged tax declaration on the date it is according to the law. I only have to open it, I have to look at it, I can agree or change things. But all the data is available, everything is connected with the banks, whatever I've, let's say, earned, whatever property I may have. And this is what a fully functional quality and a fantastic digital, let's say, service from that point of view.
Thank you, Sir Alex. Ma'am Julia, there is a related question, and maybe you can also respond to this question. You have mentioned several areas where governments have to take measures. Could you please identify or propose or discuss a unified strategy that should be taken to cover all these areas?
Yes, thank you for this question. I saw it actually and thought about it because it's true. No unified strategy as such comes to my mind, but I would like to refer to the national adaptation plans that are here since 2015 pushed forward by the United Nations, and that help countries in developing their adaptation strategies, together with donor organizations and with external expertise in that respect. And it all starts, I think, from pulling in stakeholder views in order to formulate or find out the hazards that are relevant for the region in question, and the risks there too, and then develop together strategies here too. So this stakeholder inclusiveness is extremely important to pull in all the expertise across across the different ministries, but then also go to the ground, go to the potentially affected populations, and talk to them and combine this with scientific data and climate scenarios. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boss. Before we go back to you, ma'am, for another question, I'd like to state this question for Sir Alex. You mentioned about language being a barrier to productivity in the public sector, and that there is a tendency to use complicated language that is reflective of its nature as an institution and can cause communication gap with the clients or citizens, especially in this era when we are introducing terms such as digital transformation, VOCA, big data, or future readiness. The question is, what are your recommendations in communicating these concepts or principles in such a way that would not alienate our audiences or stakeholders?
Okay,
how do we
thank you.
simplify government communication? Yes, sir.
I can only bring in this experience we have in Austria when we made when the study was done, and then we found out that the intelligence of the public sector is higher than the average intelligence of the citizens or user of the services. They involved, let's say, script writer from theaters. They involved kids when they speak about certain issues to reformulate, to write new text for the different services, whether this is health, whether this is on an environmental issue. They have shortened a lot all the text which is normally in a service, let's say online, take out all the text, all the legal references, because whatever you provide, I take it as given that you comply with the different laws. I don't need to read it in the first 5-10 pages, all the different laws, all the different decisions and who is behind, etc. So this needs to be shortened as make let's say the entire text simpler, shortened as a language easier to understand. What we also find out that is very funny when you have a regulation and or let's say a online form or paper form, that what is actually to be done and what is needed from the user side is at the very end. Yeah, we always, when we write a master thesis or when we have a PhD or when we look for academic papers, you need to have an abstract. You need to have the let's say a synopsis or the key elements at the very beginning, so you can read and then you read the rest. But in our case, in the public sector, it's always very in between. It's not clear. So when I have to do something, I want to have in the first page everything what I need to do. The rest I don't need to. It's important, but I don't need to. We have also a very funny situation. For example, call for subsidies in EU countries. When you look at, for example, at the Spanish text, the same call, and you compare it to, let's say, an English written text, it's the double pages sometimes you have to read in order to get the same benefits at the very end. We always have that. It's a very nice, it's a very anecdotal thing, but it's not only the translation into English from English or from German into Spanish, because they add much more text which actually for the end user is not needed. So this is a very important issue. The testing is also important. Involve the citizens, what they can understand from all different ages, like the elderly, my mother, to the kids, and then make it in that sense more straightforward, shorter. And of course, we have terminology or jargon. We have our, let's say, terms we have to use. It's date or whatever. It's important. But try also to provide definition for it, what is meant for it. So then people can, from my point of view, it's more comprehensive and much easier to understand. And the benefits are huge, very huge.
Thank you, sir. So we have another question, and I'd like to get your thoughts, all of our speakers, although this is identified for Ms. Julia Boss and Dr. Kim Schumacher. So Dr. Kim and Ms. Julia, maybe you can start. The question is, what would regional cooperation look like in the context of adapting to the ongoing climate crisis? And if I may complicate it a little bit, how can governments, especially those from low-income and middle-income countries, fund these initiatives for climate change adaptation, mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions, etc., at the regional level. Dr. Schumacher, please. And then Miss Julia, and then Sir Alex, and then Yusek.
I do think, first of all, in terms of climate, I think regional, like in terms of collaboration, it is also like first finding your strength, because I think one of the key things is always that is always repeated infinitely at all the COPs is that those who are least responsible for climate change are the ones who are most affected. However, what I want to say with that is that also needs to come with an acknowledgement that regional powers do have leverage, and they are often also like, yeah, they are some of the exporters of very sought after commodities or very thing, because it is hard to coordinate in terms of just responding, in terms of just adaptation, because at the end of the day, you also need to kind of fully realize your potential as regional, as Asia, Southeast Asia, East Asia. I think that is first and foremost, because I come from originally from a developed country, but I obviously have roots also outside of Europe, and now I live in Asia and I've been all over the world, and I do think that is something that requires the collaboration, is a mutual understanding of what we want as a region. Where do we want to get? Because I think it's probably some of the areas are the most vulnerable, like Philippines, Indonesia. A lot of them are like threatened by sea level rise, by others by drought and things like that. And I think with that, it is always like, yeah, in terms of like, yeah, defining what to do, it always requires defining what we agree on and where we want to go, because climate change is a global issue. And that is, so Southeast Asia is impacted by the negative externalities that happen in other parts of the world. And that is very clear in terms of coordination. And then we get to the part that I mentioned earlier at a smaller level, is then to identify the strengths of each of the countries, so that maybe one country is very strong, for example, in the public sector in this area. One country is very strong in this area. So not necessarily all of the countries need to have everything, but if they all pulled together, they can have like, yeah, the best possible outcome and very complementary to each other. And I think with then, if you use the talents of each individual country and region, then I think you're much stronger than the individual sum of the parts. And then you can also speak with a much comprehensive and stronger voice. Because sometimes that is like, yeah, I see like there's always like pledges and announcements by developed countries. Oh, we want to reduce, we want to do this. And then in the end, at the next COP, it always says like, oh, they didn't fulfill their pledge. And that is always like, yeah, they failed to do that. They failed to do that. And I think that is very important, like, yeah, to fully realize your potential, identify where the strengths are, and then go out with a very like broad shoulders and communicate like, yeah, hey, this is what we want. And this is what we have, so you should listen to us. I think that is a very important message.
Thank you, sir. Miss Julia Buzz, any thoughts?
Yes, I definitely like the internal-based perspective that Dr. Schumacher just described, finding one's strength, and the collaborative element to this. As you said, not each country has to be good at everything. It is about finding your strength and then connecting and collaborating. So I think exchange platforms like this conference, for instance, are extremely crucial in this respect. And yeah, of course, I think development work relies also on international donors naturally, and projects, and also checking, for instance, if we take the Bangladesh Delta Plan, this was developed in cooperation with the Dutch government. They are really advanced, and because since the Netherlands are also below zero, they are in terms of water management, they have definitely the expertise. So I think it is about regional cooperation, but it's still also about international cooperation.
Thank you. Sir Alex?
Yeah, let's take cooperation, regional cooperation. We have the overall cooperation. When we look at the Agenda 2030 with the SDGs, we have here 8 SDGs, 169 indicators. That means it's a global blueprint, Bible, if you call it like that, or reference that everybody looks at. In the European context, in our region, we have the European Green Deal, which is a very important, let's say, policy initiative. Under this umbrella, we have all different kind of, let's say, allocation of resources, new directives, etc. So it's a very strong, let's say, a document for all this ongoing climate crisis. When we look up, this is what top down. When we look up from bottom up, I've been now recently working with the Metropolis World Association of Metropolis Areas. So I mean, it has 150 members of metropolis cities. And they have looked very much on the mobility issues because there are a lot of transport or public transport or private transport system are working still in isolation. The integration of this, the cooperation of it, also cross-border in the sense of not only one municipality is allowed to do the bike lane and then it has to stop because there's a new municipality. We look at it in a very micro level way. This doesn't make sense. This cooperation has to be strengthened. Also the integration of the tickets, for example, a strong issue against the climate crisis, because when we cannot use the one ticket in another area, and we have now experienced, unfortunately, a big decrease in the usage of public transport, which is a big, let's say, concerns for many, let's say, bigger cities. You have to make it easier. You have to bring this back. Not only maybe make it for free, but these are a lot of initiatives which, let's say, also car lanes are replaced by biker lanes, walking lanes. All these things, this has a lot to do, can be done collaborative, must be done collaborative in this bottom-up way in order to fight these, let's say, climate challenges.
Thank you, sir. Jose Del Rosario, any thoughts?
Yeah, when we're talking about regional cooperation and climate change, one thing always comes to my mind is we are as strong as our weakest link. With greenhouse, it's in the same manner as digitalization, it's borderless and also greenhouse too. I have a very personal experience when we're cleaning up underwater. And we get a lot of trash, and most of them are coming from other cities or other towns, and not necessarily the town that we went to clean up. And I just wanted to address the elephant in the room. It's about liability framework. We live in I think there's so much talk about cooperation, just having this shared mechanism to address climate change. But how about the liability framework wherein it's countries like the Philippines that got really affected by greenhouse emissions, and of course it's quite a discussion in terms of it's a geopolitical discussion already. But I just wanted to cover that idea in terms of policy, the proper policy makers out there who will listening. And I think it's about time that Philippines would have to stand its ground and say, oh, we're the ones very affected with this, and we have to you have to help us address this in our shores, because we're archipelagic. We're mostly made up of waters, and we have very awesome beaches, and those are the things that we have to take care of. And it's not just for us, for Filipinos, but everyone else in the world. So those are my thoughts here, and I'm a diver, and so this is really close to my heart. Environmental cleanup has been a passion of mine for years now. And I'm very privileged to be in this position, to be in the center of policy making decisions with everyone here in the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Josek. We are now at the end of our panel discussion, and we would like to hear closing messages, brief closing statements from our speakers. But before that, can I ask this final question for Dr. Kim? Can you please give an example of a model country with carbon taxation initiatives that reduce emissions without hurting or taking advantage of the poor and the rich communities or people? And at the same time, if I may also ask a rejoinder question, do you think the hypothesis of environmental Kuznets curve still valid in this present era? Thank you, Dr. Shimander.
That's a very difficult question, because that is actually something that I find quite fascinating, because it always depends on how do you define success. Because the thing is, success is always depending on who you ask. Because, so the example that I always look to, and which I would be very interested in if someone would investigate that, and I'm always, because look, for example, at France, what happened when before COVID, they tried to increase energy prices. You had yellow vests going onto the road and protesting. And even now, let's just be very real. I think the gas crisis in Europe right now is also a political crisis, because you made yourself very dependent on a commodity that comes from a country that itself is very, you basically give them leverage, and you basically tied your lifestyle and your comfort of life towards a commodity that is extremely vulnerable. And the same is always when you ask people, do you want change for environment? Everyone will raise their hand. But then when you ask them, do you want to change? Then it's suddenly silence. And the thing is, usually when politicians announce, and that's the thing with policies, when you announce policies, then there will always be pushback. And the thing is, people are very, even me, and that is where I think we're also the elephant, when we talk about elephants in rooms, I also need to acknowledge my life is far from being sustainable. And I have my iPhone, I have my MacBook that I would use right now, I have things from clothes, shoes by Nike. I have all these things that are highly unsustainable. So the thing is, I think that is the entire dilemma. How much are we willing to give up, especially in developed countries? I want to be very unambiguous about that. How much are we willing to give up? Because I heard also at COP27, one country of the EU offered to pay, and then also offered 140 million, which is a drop in the bucket. And they emit more emissions a day than would be reduced with 140 million. I just want to be very clear, unambiguous about that, because sometimes we tiptoe around to not antagonize or anyone. But the issue is really about how much are people in the developed world willing to give up of their own comfort in order to for a larger public good, which is stabilizing the climate. And that is where you come with the environmental Kuznets curves. It always depends. That is the typical researcher or lawyer response. So I would say it holds true. I do think the more we develop and the more strict environmental protection comes, the more actually we will see positive impact, innovation, growth. I do think it holds true. But I also do think that, on the other hand, there will always be people who lose out. The problem, though, is, and I think that is also a harsh discussion that we need to do, because sometimes if you use certain population groups, they serve as a shield to do actual action. To give you an example, I was in the discussion with someone who comes from a region in Europe that was used to extract oil. And then basically that population is then advanced to say like people will lose their livelihood if we are too strict about carbon taxation. But look at the entire damage. Look at the damage that is now being done, for example, in Germany by expanding coal production instead of reducing in order to protect certain groups. And that is always bad for those groups, but those groups will also suffer collectively under climate change. So that is the thing that I find very, and I'm someone who usually doesn't mince words, because it serves no one in the end. The thing is, there's no country where carbon taxation right now, I would say, would be successful. I would say the EU ETS to some extent, but the EU ETS also only in very recent years is actually functional, because previously the member states gave out so many allowances to protect their own industries that it was factually there, but it was not really doing what it was supposed to do. So to tell you right now, I wouldn't be able to tell you what country, because for example, Norway has very high carbon tax, but Norway is also one of the largest exporters of oil and gas. So there's does it work? Maybe, but currently we do not have very clear evidence that is solid enough to say it did actually improve environmental performance to the extent that I can say it benefited everyone in the society. Because if usually you look under the hood, then you find out that they did not actually decarbonize that much. And that is usually where we are right now. So I want to be just very honest, because COP27 also gave me a little bit of a delusion or de-illusion that all this talk at some point, the harsh topics need to come to be discussed. And currently, I believe environmental policies do work. But one of the things that I could not really say is how much of it is greenwashing, because we do not really measure, ex post what was the actual positive impact of climate policies or environmental policies. We announce a lot, we do a lot of pledges, initiatives, promises, things like that, but we actually are very bad at keeping track. And then usually every year we find out there's more carbon in the atmosphere. That is usually when we know were we successful or not. And usually we are not really successful right now. So that is where I'm saying, and even European countries, they all more or less miss their targets that they set themselves under the Paris Agreement. So they're not really being very successful if how you measure, if you go by the metric that you use.
Thank you, Dr. Schumacher. That should be a question that will keep our participants occupied after this conference. In the interest of time, I'd like to get the closing statements, remarks, starting with Sir Alexander.
Closing remarks. After having 3 hours already, a lot of talk. Walk the talk. As also Dr. Kim said, walk the talk. We're talking a lot, but we have to walk it and we have to implement what we promise. Second, I would like to give the public sector a strong recommendation, because they're in a very privileged position and situation to lead and to show the way and the path of that change, of the green transition, energy efficiency, reduce inequality, whatever. Because if they don't showcase, the others will not follow. And we have very good examples in Europe on that, at the city level, let's say national level, etc. But you have to lead that way. In the defense of Norway, because Dr. Kim said it, with the other biggest oil producer, they have already 70% of their, cars are electric cars. So that means they go in the right direction, even if they produce still a lot of oil, but they are fully aware of it. First of all, the oil will sooner or later be finishing, but at the same time, they have the climate, issues very much in mind. So this is important that the governments are leading and walking the talk. I think I would have as a conclusive statement.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am Julia Boss, any message for our conference
Yes.
participants?
The message I have draws again on administrative capacity, the idea of administrative capacity, good governance as prerequisite. And I would like to emphasize again this idea of really integrating all levels of government, and especially the local level as the one that is directly affected by disasters, and extending it to this whole of society approach. So cooperation and collaboration with all stakeholders, the NGOs, community organizations, business, all departments of public sector. So that is my message.
Thank you. Before we call USEC Del Rosario, Dr. Schumacher, would you like to give a food for thought, additional food for thought to our conference participants?
I do think collaboration is the key. Regional collaboration will serve in terms of exchanging of knowledge, but also the exchange of expertise. It will make the region stronger, and that also will facilitate international collaboration, because if you always in an asymmetry of expertise, it is always we do get things from developed countries. No, it should be a discussion of equals. And the thing is, where I'm hinting at is, as with walk the talk, is engagement and collaboration are only as efficient as they are followed by actual action. And you can have 5 million discussions and always be those were very productive, but in the end they do not produce anything. And I think that is where also, as Asia, their collaboration at the regional level can create confidence to be much more informed when you go into international collaboration and international discussions. And that is where the public sector, a strong public sector in Asia, can also mean good things for the environment and climate at a whole level, because that also would mean basically holding those who make a lot of pledges, especially developed countries, holding them also accountable for what they are pledging and what they are promising. And that is where I do agree, you're in a very strong position to be the mediator. And so collaboration at the regional level can mean better collaboration at the international level, which again can also mean better overall results.
Thank you, sir. And USEC Del Rosario.
Yes, I've been listening since this morning from CSC to UST, DICT, and I'd like to reassure our regional partners that this is a whole of government approach. The Department of Budget is also here to properly assist our stakeholders, which are the agencies, the national government agencies, and the local government units. And there's a lot of learnings here. In fact, I'm taking no notes in terms of budget planning, so we can take them into consideration next budget cycle. In fact, our policy direction for the next succeeding budget cycle will be on the green procurement, smart cities, renewable energy, and anything that will make our planet a better place to live in. And digital transformation is a core to that. And for folks who are there, it's to my colleagues in the government, digital transformation is 80% people. It's people transformation. It's changing the mindset that we have to do this. This is going to enable a better government for us. And I hope we are able to convince you to have this mindset, and when you go back to your respective offices, you'll be able to share this kind of paradigm shift, if you happen to change or a realization. And I'm happy to engage you just call me anytime. I'm very available. Books from other agencies know that. There. So thank you to the AP and APO for letting us
Thank
have
you, ma'am.
this discussion with
And
all
that
of our
formally
experts as well.
sorry. And that formally ends our panel discussion. A round of applause to our distinguished speakers. Thank you very much also to our conference participants. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Cajes. And to our panelists, Dr. Kim Schumacher, Mr. Alexander Heiklinger, Ms. Julia Bosa, and Undersecretary Maria Francesca Del Rosario. Now, to all of our participants in Zoom, our viewers in Facebook and YouTube, thank you for tuning in, and we hope that you all are able to take significant learnings and insights from the presentations that we have this afternoon that you can use in improving your functions and responsibilities at your respective agencies as we embrace a new way to live, learn, work, and play. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now transitioning to the last few parts of our program, so please bear with us. At this point, we would like to ask for everyone in the Zoom meeting room to please turn on their cameras for a group photo. For our on-site participants, may we request for everyone to please approach the stage. Come on, please don't be shy. Project team. Project team. Project team, kindly assist our participants, please. Dito. Pag Okay, no more chairs. So, alright, so I think there will be about 2 to 3 slides. So we'll take the first slide, yeah, here, facing the camera. Okay, for the on-site participant, please find a place here at the front. Alright, so we're going to take the photo. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, one more. Okay, yeah. Apologies, our tech team is still fixing the camera. There, okay. So one more photo in 3, 2, 1. All right, okay. Last one. Okay, in 3, All right. Miss Mia, are we good? Okay. Okay, thank you very much to our participants in Zoom and to our on-site participants. Thank you very much. Please have your seat. All right, now, to formally close our seminar conference on public sector productivity, we would like to call in the head of the DAP APO Secretariat and APO Liaison Officer for the Philippines, Mr. Armand Tristan Soratos, to deliver his closing message.
A pleasant day to everyone. Please allow me to say a few words before we close today's conference. Given the range of topics discussed today, I hope you are able to glean some lessons regarding the myriad of issues we are currently facing. The climate crisis, productivity improvement, and adaptive innovation were just some of the areas covered. What we have been seeing is that the old methods, responses, and strategies are being challenged as we face a more turbulent and constantly changing environment. It is during these uncertain times that give us the opportunity to adopt new modes of thinking. The public sector, along with its partners, should be able to adapt to this so-called new age of governance. With today's plenary presentations and panel discussion, I am certain that we have realized many things. Among these realizations, we hope is the importance of agility and innovation of the public sector to continue to be relevant, to increase its productivity, and to be efficient and effective in its delivery of public service. On behalf of the Development Academy of the Philippines, as the National Productivity Organization of the Philippines, we would like to thank the passionate people behind the success of this conference. First and foremost, we thank the Asian Productivity Organization, to Secretary General Indra Pradana Singawinata, and APO Program Officer Adhila Parama Arta. Also, our deepest gratitude to our resource persons, Undersecretary Maria Francesca de Rosario, Julia Bosse, Alexander Heiklinger, and Dr. Kim Schumacher for sharing their knowledge and expertise with all of us in this conference. Most especially, thank you to our conference participants, to our APO participants coming from 9 member economies, our local participants from 16 Philippine public sector organizations, and all of you watching online. We appreciate your enthusiasm and eagerness to delve deeper on the topics featured today, and we hope to collaborate with you in the future as partners in the productivity movement. Maraming salamat, mabuhay, thank you very much.
Okay, all right. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have reached the end of our program. Thank you very much to all of you who have shared this momentous occasion with us. We look forward to walking hand in hand with you in this never-ending journey of productivity and quality. To our speakers and presenters, our heartfelt thank you for inspiring us to be advocates of innovation and global development. To our viewers on YouTube and on Facebook, thank you for joining us this afternoon, and we hope to see you in